you can call it God, I don't care, that's up to you, but it was not humans, and it was not evolution,
How do you know?
because there's no evidence for
Why did
evolution
the
or
ancients talk
aliens.
about planets then?
There's no
If the
evidence.
ancients that said that we're coming to this planet, why do they speak about the cosmos all the time? Why, for example, did they
Because the
build all of
ancients
these
have always
systems,
been
right?
obsessed
Why
with
is
they've always been
yeah,
obsessed with the heavens, they've always been trying to work things out. Things might have come from above, and then they just interpret it that they've come from a particular light in the sky, who knows? We're not That's not what we're here to explain, guys. We're here to explain to people that it's not this giant spinning fantasy ball in a vacuum that we've been told. That's it.
But you don't know that.
Yeah, we do know that.
okay?
Okay.
What does it change in my life? No,
I don't care. I
I
mean,
know
that's up
that the
to you.
government
That's
lies
up
to
to
me
you.
anyways.
Okay, so you know that the government lies to you, but you're in here telling us all of the government stories are true, such as evolution in the globe.
The government does not lie to
No,
me.
no, evolution is. I don't think that evolution is
Yeah, that's a
actually a
government
government
story.
story. I think it's,
Yeah,
for
it is.
example, I study
But it's
into
certainly not a
Egyptian. No,
scientific
listen, in
endeavor.
ancient Egypt, the whole books are literally made and speak only about one thing. That is how everything is going from one state into another, and from
Yeah, they
one
don't
life
speak about evolution, dude. Don't even start.
it's transported on, and blah blah
Well,
blah.
the ancient Egyptians were talking about your fish
Yeah,
flopping
they
out of the
say
water for
everything is just
10,000 years.
evolving
Give us a
into
break,
another
dude.
form.
Yeah, they weren't talking about fish popping out
Literally,
of the water for
this is the whole,
10,000 years and
literally the
breathing.
whole mysticism of the ancients
Yeah, it
is
was
about
nothing
the
about
evolution.
Darwinian
Listen, it's
evolution.
about the evolution, literally.
No, it was nothing about Darwinian evolution.
No, it is everything from one state
Don't be
to another,
stupid,
but that's
Xenos.
kind of
Don't be
it, right?
stupid.
Isn't it?
No, don't be stupid. Right, so do you guys want to know how we know the Earth isn't a
So
globe
not
or what?
today.
He's just here to, like, try and cling on to
Yes,
the
I
government beliefs.
wanna know if you know for sure evidence.
Okay. Yeah,
But
good.
once I
Thank
bring
you,
good
thank you.
arguments, you don't want
That's
them.
really what you should be doing. You should be coming and being like, "But I know the fish were jumping out the water for 10,000 years and then
No,
started
I
breathing." You should be like,
wanna
"How do
what
you guys know the
what
Earth
is
is flat?"
evidence and
Alright, great. So the water is a great example of how we know it's flat because the physical nature of water is and always has been that a contained body of water at rest will be flat and level. And the Earth's surface is said to be covered in 70% water. So we've got a 70% flat and level surface of Earth. So you can't have a 70% flat and level ball. So that's one point. Right? You understand that?
that's a fact.
What was that? You broke up.
I said, is that
I don't know. Is that just me? Is she breaking up or?
It's just
Yeah,
you.
they got quiet now.
Oh shit, that's CB. CB, what the hell are you doing back here?
I I asked
I should I not be here?
You
Set
just
of
snuck in through the back
facts.
door. You bridge burning
Pause,
motherfucker.
bro. Pause, dude.
Well, you just pure.
People are
No,
getting
okay. We'll
quiet
chat
because
later.
there
We'll
is no
chat later,
engagement
CB.
with the points that are brought up.
I'm talking. I don't know what I'm through.
Sorry, Chrissy. It was maybe my connection breaking up. When I said, "Do you understand the point I just made about water?" You said something, but I couldn't hear you.
I just asked you, that's a fact, like from where?
Yes, that's a fact from physical reality, right? So, like, I mean, you'll have noticed it. Maybe you didn't pay close attention to it, but throughout your life, you've only ever experienced a body of water, no matter what size, whether it's in a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a puddle, a lake. You've only ever experienced that to be a flat surface, unless you disturb the surface, right, with wind or whatever. So the physical nature of water is what tells us that we're not on a giant spinning ball. That's one thing. You understand that? You've never seen like a body of water, like you'd never get a bathtub or a swimming pool or a lake where the surface is actually curving, like a curved surface. That doesn't
Um,
exist.
that's very different from a body of water, like an ocean.
No, no, it's the same thing. Water is water. It's a liquid. That's what all liquids do. You understand?
No.
What don't you
What
understand?
where does it drop off at? Where does it
It
end?
doesn't drop off. Remember I said there's a body of water must be contained, has a shoreline.
Yeah, but how is it contained?
Well, there's obviously some kind of shoreline. So a
Mm,
higher body of land around it, keeping it in, like in a bathtub, like in a cup. What contains water in a cup? The cup. What contains water in a bathtub? The bathtub. What contains water in a swimming pool? The pool.
okay, those are obvious
Okay.
things.
Okay, what contains the water in a lake?
Gravity.
No, a shoreline.
The
Land.
Earth's surface actually in a lake, because that's different than a body of water, like an ocean.
No, a lake is a body of water, like an ocean, just
Understood.
small.
There's a bottom to that, but
Yes, there's a bottom to a lake.
nobody has actually been to the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, they have, but
They
okay.
have?
Yeah, people
Who?
have been to the bottom of the oceans, and actually, at the bottom of the oceans, there's these things called the abyssal plains, which you'll understand a plane is
I'm
another flat surface. So it's
it's
thousands of miles of
no
abyssal
no
plain.
human person has been to the bottom of the depths of the ocean.
Yeah,
It's not.
people have been. You get submarines, and people have done explorer submarines and gone down to this
Yeah,
No,
remember
the
that
ocean floor.
submarine where they
they
fucking
broke up.
imploded?
They
Yeah,
imploded. They can't go that, and it's just like the same thing as going
yeah,
into.
they've been down to the bottom of like the Mariana Trench and everything. Yeah,
No, nobody has survived
yeah,
that. That's a
yeah.
video.
They've got submarines and stuff. They can
Why
go down on it.
why is that video in the submarine different from what's going into outer space?
I mean, I don't understand the question. I mean, we're talking about the nature of the body of water and its surface being flat and level. Are you disagreeing with that?
Because I don't. There's nothing. I guess I see your point of there could be something holding it in, if that's what you're you're
Well, that's the
saying.
only way you can have it. That's the only way you can have it.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's good. I'm not. You should ask questions, and some of the like. There's no stupid questions. Yeah, just as long as you accept what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying you need to accept it as in agree, but you need to like comprehend what I'm saying and make it clear
Um,
if you don't.
I, you're actually speaking better than I've ever spoke to someone about this, so I appreciate that.
Appreciate
I
that.
understand it because I just don't understand it.
Well, it's hard, right? I mean, this kind of subject is not easy to explain to people for a number of reasons because I mean it's very complicated. Well, it's simple and it's complicated, right? Some of the elements to it are simple, but it's almost like they're so simple your brain refuses to believe that people could have missed this or that it's not been explained in some other way that discounts it. But on top of that, it does get very complicated and it's all encompassing because you're talking about the entirety of the Earth system that we inhabit. But when you boil it down to very key components, like, right, the globe says there's curvature, the globe says there's motion, the globe says we're in a vacuum. Those are three specific claims made by the globe. If you interrogate those things individually, you cut out a lot of the noise. And those are the things that I think it's best to focus on because they've been this, well, I mean, it's kind of easy to understand how they're not true when you start digging into not just the evidence, but you start reframing the way you think because it's very difficult to get into this subject when you a still believe in the globe, b believe NASA videos and images are real, and c you think that flat earthers are talking about a disk in space. So like the whole thing is like impossible to penetrate and get your head around unless you strip it back to basics and have someone explain to you like, no, we're not claiming it's a disk in space. We're not claiming everything about the sun, moon, and stars or what they are or how they got there exactly. We're just making very like basic points based on empirical reality, what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested, what can be known and understood. So the physical nature of water and things like this. And it's by going into those things that you start to actually see, okay, actually, this makes way more sense than what we've been taught in terms of a globe. But it can be difficult to get into all those things as well, just on your like emotional level, because you're like, no, if I don't think it's a globe, I don't know where the hell I am, and that's a scary thought. So a lot of people struggle to even let their brains don't allow them to consider it. But I would say, as like a first, if you're new to this, just think about it as like a mental exercise. Don't think about it like I'm going to change my worldview. Just say, okay, I'm going to entertain the idea without necessarily accepting it, and I'm going to see what makes sense to me and what doesn't. Just approach it that way. It's kind of an easy way to entertain it, at least. You understand? I don't know.
No, I understand. I'm listening. I'm just taking it all in. I appreciate you speaking and nicely, not being aggressive and rude, like, and just speaking from your point of view and explain what you think about it, because it gives a different perspective for me to think about.
Yeah. No, anytime. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it's this topic is very controversial and very emotional for a lot of people. So you're going to get people on both sides who are emotional, potentially aggressive. I mean, what we try and do here is try and keep it chill and just try and explain what we found from our research and
I've been
share
on
it with people.
here and people were very rude, and so like I appreciate you not being rude, and I'm just talking.
Yeah, well, there's no need to be rude. I mean, I'll only be rude to someone if they're rude to me. So you've not been rude to me. I wouldn't be rude to you. Um, and honestly, like, a lot of people come into this treating it like I'm going to go and debate flat earthers, like it's flat earth versus globe earth. And that's the entire wrong way to approach this topic from both sides. Like flat earthers do it as well. They think, right, you're a globe believer, you believe in the globe, this is your model, this is your belief, when it's totally not. None of us had anything to do with the globe. None of us have any ownership over a globe. Like none of us came up with it. No one we know did. None of our friends or family from back in the day had any hand in figuring out the Earth was a spinning ball. So there's no reason for us to hold on to it through some kind of emotional belief. It's like you just need to recognize that it's a shared, we all have the same investment in wanting to understand where we live. So I've got no reason to argue with you. You shouldn't have any reason to argue with me if we're just talking about the facts, right? What can we both prove? What can we
Right.
both
I'm
experience?
I'm appreciating your input and I'm trying to understand.
Okay, well, it takes time. It's like it takes years. I mean, I've been looking into this for 10 years and I'm still like just, well, scratching the surface, right? I mean, it's so deep, but I mean, you can figure it out in a day. Let's put it this way, like it's something that you can figure out in a day potentially, but you could spend the rest of your life thinking about it, asking questions and wondering. I mean, in terms of getting rid of the globe, you could figure that out in a day. But in terms of understanding what the whole system is, I mean, we'll probably never be able to. We're not claiming to know. What we are claiming to know is that we know it's not the ball we've been told because the physical nature of the surface that we can measure and experience doesn't behave the way that it would have to in order for that to be true. But that doesn't mean that we have all these answers to what it actually is. Do you understand? Like, we're as limited as everyone else. Maybe if we were given $70 million a day, like NASA is, maybe we could make some more progress. But at the moment, I mean, we've all got jobs, we've got lives, we've got families. We're just trying to figure this out on the side and survive. Do you know what I mean? So it's a work in progress. But I would encourage anyone who's curious and generally to get involved and start looking at it. You know, the more people that are looking at it, the more progress is going to be made in that regard. So, no, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here. Welcome to ask questions. If you have other questions, feel free, shout them out. We've also got a home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord that's got a load of resources like videos, documentaries, articles, all kinds of stuff that you can research in your own time. But yeah, I mean, we're just here 24/7 on YouTube and a bunch of other platforms just talking about it. So if it interests you, you should hang about, ask questions, get to know people. Don't take it personally if someone's being a bit what you consider to be rude. You know, it's the internet. You get all kinds of personalities and people. Just engage with those people you like and don't engage with the people you don't. Be
Oh
my
no,
advice.
you have not been rude at all, and there just have been people when I've been on here trying to ask questions, and they're just like aggressive.
Yeah,
So
we're trying to get a handle on that. I mean, by their nature, I guess people who understand the Earth is flat have a lot to be pissed off about, but we are trying to get a handle on that and remind everyone that, you know, we were all in the same boat. We all believed the globe at some point. So, but to be fair, at the same time, flat Earth is like the most targeted, trolled subject on
oh, no,
Earth.
I
Like
get
we
it.
get people non-stop,
I'm
you know,
very,
telling us to
I'm, I'm
kill
not,
ourselves
I'm,
and targeting our
I'm
families
not,
and all kinds of stuff. So,
convinced, or like I'm still skeptical, and I'm still like it's hard to believe for me, but I do like to hear, you know, other points of view. So it's not like I'm,
well,
I'm
this
not,
is why I think flat Earth is different and why it's so interesting because we're really trying to take the belief out of the situation, right? Because the things we are talking about, technically, for the most part, they don't require belief. They can be experienced directly by every human being. Whereas, like a lot of conspiracy theories and you know, even what you might consider to be science, you just have to take their word on it, right? Those are belief, like the fact that millions of years ago something happened. That would have to be a belief because you cannot verify that. Or, you know, that we're on a spinning ball flying through space and we just can't feel the spin and we just can't detect the curve. Those things have to be beliefs because they are not within the realm of our senses to be experienced. But what we're talking about, what we try and focus on, is the empirical, which means it can be experienced, it can be known. So I get what you're saying. It's like it's hard to accept or think that this could be correct. But if you stick with it and you listen to what we're saying, you'll find that we're only talking about things that to your senses and to our senses is true, right? The stars are up, the stars are above us. The sun and the moon and the stars, they move as far as we can tell. We don't, as far as we can tell. Right. So I wouldn't say that's a belief. I wouldn't say it's a belief that I'm still on the earth, right? That's an experience directly. Now you might say, oh, it just seems like you're still, but you're actually moving at millions of miles an hour. That's the belief, right? So you need to separate belief and what you can experience directly, which I would class as knowledge. I have knowledge that if I put my hand in a fire, it's going to burn me. The same way I have knowledge that I don't detect any motion. I don't detect us flying anywhere. I experience the sun, moon, and stars above and the ground beneath. This is just the human experience. And the human experience tells us we're not on a giant spinning ball. So it's deep. It goes a long way, but you're chill. So just, you know, ask questions. If you don't understand something, just say, I don't understand that.
no,
You know.
it's not. I'm just asking questions. I'm not attacking. It's just questions.
Yeah. No, you've been sound. I mean, I'm not saying that you're attacking anyone. I'm just saying in general, we do get a lot of people who come in and, you know, try and talk shit and whatever. So there's a lot of people who are just like, their kind of default is to assume someone's coming in here to troll or take the piss when they might not be. You get, you know.
When I used to come in here, it was like arguing nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, it's often still that. But,
No, it's a lot better, actually.
well, I think I try and avoid, I mean, I'm not really here to argue or debate with someone because I'm just going to be pointing to things like a lake. When you're going to argue with me about a lake, there it is. Go and look. Right? So I don't think arguing or debating is really the goal here. It should be think about this, look into this, think about your experience. That's it. We're all experiencing the same thing. So what's there to debate other than if someone comes and tells me something that they then say, well, I can't prove this or I can't experience it, but trust me, it's true, then I'm going to say, no, no, thank you. I need the proof.
That's kind of how I am. I believe in a lot of crazy shit with no proof.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We are raised, we are educated and brought up to do that. You know, things like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, believe it or not, actually condition us, whether intentionally or not, to accept wild, fantastical stories. And then as we go through the education system, they present us with these wild, fantastical stories, and you eventually just start accepting them as if they're not wild and fantastical. But that's how we've been brought up. So you need to make a conscious effort to eventually say, I'm going to be strict. If there's no evidence for it, if I can't reasonably demonstrate it or find someone who has demonstrated it, I'm under no obligation to believe it. And I won't be shamed into believing it due to some societal pressure or because the media and Fox News and CNN and BBC are telling me I should believe it. Fuck that. I'm not interested in Jeffrey Epstein's mates and their shenanigans, whatever they want me to believe. I'm going to go with reality. So, yeah, we all believed in a heap of shit that we had no evidence for. And that's why this topic is so dynamite and great for your critical thinking, because you learn to strip down all that noise and focus on what you can actually know. Anyway, I'm ranting, but feel free to keep asking questions. I'm going to go on mute for a little bit. I'll jump back in when I can.
I'm about to like get off mine, but I appreciate your conversation. I appreciate you being nice and not aggressive in this, because I have stayed off it for a while because it's never
Yeah, no
been.
problem at all. It's a pleasure speaking to you. Well, if you've got questions that you don't want to ask here, you want to ping them through, feel free to DM me or ask on here. And I'll try and answer. But like I say, I mean, I'm not claiming to have all the answers or nearly all of them. I've barely
No,
got any.
I
I've got
get
like
it.
a few.
I'm just saying I appreciate you not being rude.
Yeah, no, same.
Yeah.
Likewise. I appreciate you not being rude.
Okay. Well,
Hey, Chrissy.
yes.
I don't know if you're leaving, but before you go, we're doing a ladies' night on the home server tonight at 5 p.m. EST. So if you want to go over and sign up there, I can verify you on the home server. And if you want to participate,
I'm a
it's
lady.
totally chill.
I want
So
to be Ravenfront.
Okay. What is that? I'm sorry. I'm new to this whole Discord
okay,
stuff.
I'll send you a link. I'll friend you, and I'll send you a link to our home server so you can see.
Okay. Cool. All
All
right.
right, thanks.
Chrissy is actually my mother, and I brought her to Discord. So
All
I'm
right.
showing.
And good night to everybody.
Yeah, night, Chrissy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for your questions. Look forward to seeing you around.
Yes. Same. Thank you.
What is this side chat?
I am a lady and I want to be invited.
Who said
Me?
that? Who said that? Was that Xenos?
It was just a joke. No, I don't want to be invited.
Oh, well, Glober men can come hang out, but it'll be a little rougher for you than I think you're expecting it to be if you think it's going to be a cakewalk.
No. Don't make the alpha angry.
The what? Angry?
You don't want to see the alpha angry. It's okay.
I don't really want to see anybody angry.
I'm just shit talking. There's no one talking about anything.
Well,
What
we
was
don't
that?
have much to talk about your worship of Ra, so it kind of leaves it kind of quiet.
Mm-mm.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Hurrah.
Well, keep us
Yeah, we
going,
should
viewers.
all.
Come up
I
with
mean,
some
we
glow
should all
troop or something.
definitely. We should not. One second, we should not worship Ra, but we should acknowledge Ra for the sun. So, what do you
What
think about the sun? What does it do in flat Earth? Like, is it
What do you
rising and
mean, what
falling?
does it do?
Where is it going?
Well,
Right?
you
Where is
see
Ra going?
Okay, first of all, can you just drop the Ra stuff because it's kind of boring. But um the sun does exactly what we see it do, right? It appears smaller than the earth. It approaches us and that's when we have day, and it moves away and that's when we have night. It's quite simple. And when it's relatively closer to us, that's when we have summer, and when it's relatively further from us, that's when we have winter.
Okay.
Really not
And so
complicated.
So you are referring to the model where it's
Model?
like a little light or something, like a spotlight going around the. Yeah, I know how it looks like, how the flat Earth people think it looks like, right?
Oh, we
But I
think it
mean,
looks like
so
that.
for
You
me,
mean
it
it
is
only
just
looks like
this.
that? Wait. Hold up. It only looks like that to the flat earth people? Is that your claim? That's what it looks like to everybody.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a 2D model of something different. That is
A 2D okay, listen. You see the same thing that I
tell
see,
the whole room.
regardless
I
if you
have a
believe in the
2 second
globe or the
delay.
flat earth.
I have a
You
two
see the
second
same
delay.
thing.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Listen, you see the same things, right? You just interpret it differently.
Mm,
Are you gonna deny that that's what you see?
but
Because then you're just flat out lying, and then we'll have to mute
why are
you.
the star signs different?
Pardon? Can
Why
you
are the
repeat
star?
that?
No, I have a 2 second delay. By the way, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
What?
it's hard to understand you. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I have a 2 second delay. Sorry, but
Okay.
just to make it sure here, right? So you think all of these movements and planetary movements and stuff like this, for example, we can observe it by the star signs not always being in. How is that? Because over a really long time, right, there is a certain rotation where it can vary and differ within thousands of years. So how can that be that there is a differentiation in the star alignments and stuff like this relative to the Earth if there is no rotation
Okay.
of the Earth? You
Okay,
know what I mean? I
can
mean,
you prove that?
yeah.
Can you prove that the stars have moved out of their regular patterns? Can you post something in the side chat to prove that that's what's happened?
I think I have to Google it. Yeah, but this is, I think, why it's called the different. How is it called? Like how do they say it? Aquarius and stuff like this, right?
That's
New
just
centuries
that's a
or
normal
whatever they
cycle,
call.
right? I mean, that happens on a regular and predictable cycle. That's not them moving that's not, something that we would expect because of our motion through the universe, right? Those are regular patterns. And seeing
Hmm.
things move above the surface of the Earth does not prove that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I mean, let me Google it here.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna talk about the constellations moving, obviously we all see that, but that's not the claim you were making. So, once
Okay,
again,
so for
things in the
example,
sky don't
example.
determine the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay, yeah, but it says here, what will the constellations look like in 50,000 years? And it says 50,000 years will have a completely different shape. In 5,000 years ago, the star Thuban in Draco was the North Star. Today, the North Star is Polaris. 12,000 years in the future, the North Star
Okay,
will
let me
change to
ask you.
Vega.
Okay, can you prove that, please?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna prove
No,
what happened
it's not
50,000 years ago?
I yeah, because you have mathematics, right? With mathematics, you can
Okay, mathematics
know
doesn't
certain things,
Mathematics is a
but
language to
it's on
describe
Wikipedia as
something
well.
or make a prediction, but mathematics doesn't prove anything, right? Because reality has to math has to comport to reality in order to have any value, right? We're not talking about ideas or theories or concepts. I want actual proof, right?
Yeah. So okay, so for example, let me explain it. For example, if I can within 100 years, I'm measuring things, and by the way, we are measuring things since 5,000 years, which is crazy. But if I would measure it since 200 years things, I could see, oh, this certain thing moves, let's say, 2 degrees to the left every 100 year. Then I can make up, okay, if it moves there, right?
If you're
How
saying
did
they
it move
process,
before? Where did it came from?
wait, are you
Huddleton
saying
says,
the
"Hello,
constellations
brother Xenos."
process? Hey, Fud. Hey, are you saying the constellations process? Is that your claim, Xenos?
Yeah. The
Okay, can you prove
constellations
that?
will change
Yeah,
over a
prove
really
that, please. Prove that they're slowly
yes.
moving over time due to our motion in the universe. I want to see that.
Yes, listen and I can
No, I
prove
want
that. People
proof. I
prove
don't want
that.
a
You can read
story.
how people did it, but I
I
can tell you
don't want
how.
a story.
Yes,
I
I
want
can tell you
proof.
how.
Okay. I just want the
Okay,
proof.
so okay, so for example, I can tell you how very short, I make it very short. It all began when people understood the difference in motion of Earth and relative to the sun, right? They saw that right, and so over time, of course, you can relative to the motion of the planets how things behave. Okay, this is very ancient. This is very easy math. You can do this right now yourself over a year how things are moving. Now people saw many variations over thousands of years, but they saw constant variations, right? For example, this star always moves there and this star always moves there. And nowadays we can very mathematically prove if it's true or not. And
Those
then
are
we see,
post-fictions.
is it really
Those
true
are
or not? And then we see
okay.
we see certain movements mathematically that
Okay, let me
I don't know
explain to
what
you.
to tell you.
A post-diction is not the same as a prediction, okay? And just because we see things move in a certain way does not mean that we're on a spherical planet in in an endless vacuum of space, right? So, if you want to claim these things and say that these things point to the Earth being a sphere, then you're going to have to prove that the Earth that we stand upon is a sphere. And you can't point to things in the sky to make that claim. You need a measurement of the surface of the Earth to prove that. Motion of the celestial bodies does not prove the Earth is a sphere by any means.
Okay. Okay, but why? Okay. Then I have another question. If we have, for example, glass full of water and you mix it around and you see all of these water bubbles, doesn't it seem like the most we can see, because you say we have to see things around us, are always building kind of bubble shapes or something? They don't really build to get stabilization like planes, right? It's always the most efficient shape to its surface, right? Surface area efficiency is a bubble, right? Shape or a globe shape. And so why would it be on this planet that things, raindrops and all of these things that are freely in something, why wouldn't it be in our universe that
Okay,
we are in our
raindrop
universe freely inside and
raindrops
like
aren't
like shape?
spheres. Raindrops aren't perfect spheres. But anyway, if you want to discuss a very small quantity of water and surface tension, that's not really relevant to the conversation. And you called Earth a planet, but you have no evidence that it is a planet, do you? See, you're making assumptions that because some of the things in the sky appear circular, because we cannot confirm that they are actually spheres, they appear circular. Everyone agrees with that. But you're making the assumption that because some things in the sky appear circular, then the Earth you stand upon must be a sphere, which seems like a huge leap of logic to me, right? Because we don't seek to measure whether a table is level by looking at the light fixtures above it, do we? We just get out the means to measure the table, and we measure the table. And you're standing on the earth, and you can measure the earth. So we don't need to point to things in the sky to justify our beliefs in something
Okay.
that can't be substantiated.
Huge question. Huge question. Why do people see different things in the sky, varying on where they are on the Earth? And why, if it would be just a plane, why can't I use a telescope and look very, very, very far outside?
Well, you
See the
realize
same
we have an
things the other
atmosphere.
people see,
You
right?
realize
Because
we have an atmosphere, right? And you realize that you can't see forever. There's a limit, right? And
yeah,
obviously,
but
people
if
who
we
are very
would,
far
I
apart
mean,
from each
we
other are
have the
hold
things
on,
we
let me
can look
finish.
onto the
Hold
moon.
up, let me finish.
Okay.
People who are very far apart from each other are going to see different things. You should not be able to see forever on a flat earth because there's atmosphere, you know? There's the limit to your eyesight. This is
Yes,
just the fact. I mean,
I
things,
know.
it becomes,
What is if
impossible
you
to
fly up?
resolve. Do you understand? Can you see to the bottom of the
What is if you
ocean?
fly up and then you try to just look into?
Can you see to the
You
bottom of
could,
the
if you
ocean?
really, I think, would have the. I mean, yes,
You can see through.
theoretically, with
No,
certain
I don't
tools,
want theoretically. You understand that there's
with
moisture and
electromagnetic
particulate matter and
and stuff.
such, and plus there's just the limit to our ability to see, and that prevents us from seeing those distances, correct? It has nothing to do with flat Earth or spherical Earth, it's
Okay,
just
but
a fact.
why is it that we have to go higher and higher if we want to see certain things in the horizon, right? So, for example, I want a certain star sign. I'm standing right now on the planet. I'm looking, or on the disk. I'm looking right now, okay, on a certain star sign that I cannot see, that is behind the horizon. Then I have to go up and up and up because I can see behind the curvature. Why is that? Why is that? Why
What are you talking?
can I
Well,
go
hold on,
up and
hold
up
on,
and up and
hold on.
then I can see?
Calm down. You called it a planet, which you haven't proved.
Yeah.
And you haven't proven that you can see beyond you haven't proven that you're seeing beyond Earth curvature either. I mean, obviously, when you increase your altitude, you're going to see further. That's just a fact. Right? It changes your angle. So
Right.
that's not a flat Earth curved Earth thing. That's
Right.
just the way
Let's
it
see.
works. But
Okay,
wait, you're saying we're on this planet, but you
I
haven't proved it's
understand.
a planet yet, and we never said it was a disk in space. That's something you said. I
Okay.
don't believe the Earth is a disk in space. Okay?
Okay.
There's no
Okay.
evidence to support that claim. We don't say
Okay.
that here.
You said there is a certain threshold where you can look, right? And so let's say I'm standing right now, as everyone of you, you are standing right now and look into the sky. Okay, you have a certain threshold that you can see, and only to the let's say horizon, and you cannot see further.
But that's because I'm looking through more atmosphere if I'm
Makes
looking
sense because
horizontal
you say
to the
there is a
surface rather than straight
something
up
that
in the
prevents us.
sky.
Listen. Yeah, yeah. Listen, yeah, but then I'm going up, right? And then I can all of a sudden see it behind the kind of appearing
No,
in a downward
you
position,
are
right?
making
It's not appearing up
assumptions.
in the sky.
Okay,
Yes,
you
it
are
is
making
kind of
listen.
relative to it. It is a downward position.
No, you can see further when you when you change the angle of view, when you increase an elevation, you can see further. That is not a globe Earth exclusive claim. And you're saying we're on a planet and we're seeing beyond the horizon. Are you saying the horizon is a physical barrier? Are you saying that that is the geometric edge of the globe? Is
No,
that your
you are
claim about the
saying it's a
horizon?
barrier
What do you
of
mean by
view.
horizon?
You are saying it's a you can see not there is a barrier of view because of the atmosphere. That's what you say.
No, okay, no, okay, listen.
So I say
The
with a barrier of
horizon
view,
is the
how
apparent
is it?
place where
Okay.
the ground meets the sky, right? That's an apparent location. You're saying we're seeing beyond the curvature of the earth, which makes the curvature of the earth a physical barrier. Do you understand? Now, I want to bring you back to the
Okay.
point that I was trying to make before because I feel like you're still getting way off topic on this. Before I can accept your claims about seeing over Earth curvature or calling the Earth a planet or whatever, I need to see proof that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate we're told. And I don't want to hear any like
Okay.
excuses about the
Okay.
sky or anything. I just want a measurement of surface curvature. Do you understand?
Okay. I will tell you. Okay, because the curvature of the Earth is an approximation, right? And so this approximation, let's say, is uh, is in a certain size, right? Okay, but this approximation is not the same everywhere. It's like a medium. You
How
take the
much does it
medium.
vary
In
by then? Tell
reality, I
me.
cannot post a picture in a side chat.
Tell me
I
how much
cannot
it
post
varies
a
by.
picture in a side chat, but in reality,
No, I
listen,
want you to
the
tell me what
Earth
the
is not
variation
shaped
is.
literally like a perfect sphere. It's like a rock shape, right? If you really look onto it, it looks
Okay.
like a huge rock. You can all look at
Okay,
Earth real shape
chill.
in the internet.
Just
And
a
then, of
second.
course,
Hold
yeah,
up. One thing at a time. You're
I
just
have a delay. I'm sorry.
you're just stacking thing after thing after thing, and I can't deal with all of it at once, right? So if someone could post the pictures from space, quote unquote, from the different space agencies, and you will see that it's always depicted as a perfect sphere. But you're making claims about this, yet you have no actual proof, nor do you have any idea what
Yeah.
kind of variation should be expected. But regardless, you're deflecting. Even if we bake in some variation, we should still see a significant amount of curvature based on the globe diameter, based on the circumference we're given and the diameter. So we know the radius is 3959 miles. That's what we're told, right? So because we have that number, we can test it. We can test for that number. And we do not find any degree of curvature anywhere. So what now?
Exactly, we don't find it, of course, because the literally imagine how an asteroid or something looks like. Somewhere on this, it's a indent, for example, so it goes
Okay, so
actually
your claim is
inwards.
that
If you would now try to do measurements over a long, okay,
what indents? What we're
yeah,
testing over bodies of water. They're not indents. Water is flat
I
at
can,
rest. Water
I
is level at
cannot.
rest.
No, I can. Okay, I can literally not post a picture, but I
Okay, well take a look at the
will
side
search it.
chat.
It's
Take a
called
look.
real shape of the Earth.
Take a look at the side chat. These are
There, I send it to you.
at
You can send it in
23
the side chat.
at 23 minutes past the hour. Someone has posted 2 claimed images from NASA. Doesn't look like a lumpy potato there, does it?
No, of course not. Because, for example, if you want to symbolize something, you would not literally shape the Earth like it is and have it in every classroom.
Okay,
You
so
would,
you're
of
saying
course,
that the
because you
pictures
have to see
so
it
you're
from
saying
every.
these aren't pictures from
Listen.
space.
You have to
You're
see
saying
it, of
NASA
course.
lied, right?
No,
You're
they
saying NASA
are,
lied
but
and
they
those
are,
aren't
of
actual
course,
pictures from
shaped
space.
together, and they say that themselves. I showed you in private chat now real pictures of the approximate shape of the Earth, and if you could
Wait, hold
send
up.
this in the
That's
side
not
chat,
what this
people
but
would
that's
see it.
not dude. That's not what the space agencies are showing. When we had this Artemis launch and they
Yes,
showed
it is.
pictures of the Earth, nothing looked lumpy. It is a perfect sphere. So your claims don't jive with what is being
Yes,
presented to us from the
because
space
it's too
agency.
huge.
What? You're
No,
contradicting
too
yourself.
huge to actually see it, but from the certain perspective.
Okay,
No.
listen.
From a
Okay.
certain perspective, it
You're
looks
coping hard,
round
man. Listen.
because there is
Listen.
water on it.
Listen, NASA
There
disagrees
is
with you
water
because
on
the
it.
images they're presenting are
Okay.
perfect spheres, okay? So you can say whatever you want, but this is what they're presenting to us as a reflection of reality. They are saying these are actual images from space, okay? They're not what Xenos says. This is what NASA says, right? And if you want to argue with me about that, fine. But what I hear you doing is coping with the fact that there are no measurements of surface curvature. And if you want to claim that there's indents and water is indented over the surface of the Earth, then you have to prove that to me. Because we all know that water is flat at rest.
Listen, okay,
We
so
all know that
an
and we measure it as
atmosphere is
such.
an atmosphere. Listen, an atmosphere is something that is. I
Why
know
aren't
the
you talking
atmosphere
about
is
the
very
surface?
roundly shaped, right? And so
Why aren't you talking about the surface?
yes, but the atmosphere around it. Listen, the
I
atmosphere
don't care
around
about
it
the
gives it
atmosphere
from the
around it. The
outside
atmosphere
of
around
space,
it
I think,
is
a
irrelevant
round
to the
shape.
surface of the Earth. Can you please try to get on topic?
No, you're seeing the clouds and stuff, right? And so
I'm
that is the
talking
thing that you
about
see
the
from the
surface of
outside.
the
You
Earth.
don't
Can
see
you
the literal shape.
Okay, Xenos, I'm going to have to mute you
Yes,
if you can't get on topic. And I don't want to do that. So
I
please
am on top.
provide for me a laser measurement of surface curvature at the approximate rate of 8 inches per mile square.
That is an approximation from a median, right? I would say it is the median of
Okay, you
the
don't
whole
even
shape.
know.
So it
You
is
don't
not
even know how
everywhere
much drop
this.
over distance should be expected or how large the Earth is, and you're going off into tangents about lumpy potatoes and such. So I just want to see a laser test that shows some curvature. Can you provide that, please?
Okay, can we, before I try to do that, can you send this, because I cannot show pictures, in the side chat, so at
Okay.
least the people know what I mean, okay? The
Uh,
Earth looks like a lumpy potato,
We are
yes, but
aware
the
of the
atmosphere
claim.
around it, that's not
We're
changing the
aware of the
topic.
claim. We're aware of the claim. However, there's no evidence for that claim. So I'm asking you for evidence of your claim.
He's referring to the geoid, aren't you?
Yeah, I know what he's
Mm,
talking about, but
yeah.
he's not. You need to present some evidence, Xenos. I'm not just going to take your word for it, right?
I'll post it for him just so he has his evidence of what he
Well,
thinks.
yeah, we all know what he's talking about, but Xenos, I want you to find me a laser
Okay,
test that
I
proves the
laser.
Earth is curving. Okay,
Okay,
will you do that, please?
so I sent this. So here, here it is, right in the side chat. Thank you. So this is the thing, right, that I speak about, and the important thing that you have to understand. I'm not changing the topic. When you are flying out of space, for example, and make a photograph, you are seeing the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is pretty roundly shaped, not perfect, but from outside it looks very, very round because it has a
I
certain attraction field
understand the
to it,
Do you
right?
know
claim.
That's
what this
literally the thing.
image is
That's
supposed
how
to be, Zeno? Do you know what
Yeah,
that's
he
this
why
doesn't.
image is supposed
clouds
to
don't
be?
fly out.
He's
It's a representation of the gravitational field.
No.
Has
yeah.
nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and the claim that the Earth would be
Really?
misshapen within a perfect sphere of
Yeah,
atmosphere
really.
is like way out there. Yeah, Xenos, listen, just I'm gonna give you a minute and I'm gonna talk to somebody else.
No,
And I'd
here
like you
is.
to find a
It's not.
laser test that proves that the surface of the Earth is curving, okay? We're gonna take a little break and I'm gonna talk to someone else. Got it? And then we'll come back so that we have something to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about. All right, cool. Hey Fudd, how's it going?
I'm good, Fences. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah, good.
So, do you have any other
Just
ideas
battling
for how
away,
you're gonna
right?
test this?
Just battling
What?
away, right? Just battling away as per usual.
Oh, I haven't been in here very long, but
Yeah.
yeah. So, we're gonna have a ladies' night on the home server. If you want to hop in,
Yeah, I can be a lady for the night, you know.
All right. Yeah,
Mm.
it's at 5 EST, so that would be about 11 o'clock your time.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll come along.
All right.
I'll come
So, do you have
along.
any new questions or anything for us?
Not today. No, today
No.
I'm
Oh,
today
that's
I'm
surprising. We'll come up with
you
some good ones for tonight.
Oh, I will, don't worry. There'll be something.
Okay. Sounds good.
I found this photo on a mapscaping website, some geology website. I'll put it in the side chat. Now, this is just kind of going back to what this guy was saying earlier, that apparently Earth is, you know, this big lumpy shape. But like you say, I can send you the link as well if you want to have a look at it.
Well, the claim is that the deviation is only like 14 miles, I think, at the equator, and that's due. The claim is that that's due to the spin.
Mm.
But that's not. I mean, that's a very inconsequential difference, and we can still test for the 8 inches per mile
Yeah.
squared, and
I think what's important though,
there's
Fences,
enough
is that
variance.
even in these kind of sources referring to the geoid, they will say that the term geoid refers to a geophysical approximation of Earth's
Right.
shape. So it's an approximation, because I think what you guys bring up is almost true, that this stuff hasn't been really measured,
Right.
or at least measured to the level that people believe it has. Sorry, I've
Right.
got
And
a really bad throat today.
oh yeah, and like Sheepdog said, it's a representation of the gravitational fields
Yeah.
of the Earth, right?
Mm.
Which, which is also something no one's proven, right? Because that's just a mathematical construct, right? But
Yeah, I mean, it's used as a way. It's used as a way to you know, understand coordinate systems and stuff like that.
Right. I mean, your coordinate system can be based on anything in order to navigate, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, obviously people use a flat map to navigate, don't they?
yeah, I mean, all maps are flat, as we say,
Mm.
but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
interesting. It's interesting. You know, I remember coming in here the first time and being like, "Nah, you guys are talking shit," you know. But then when you really start looking into it, there is questions that need to be asked about what measurements have been done to measure the curvature of the Earth, right? And
Right.
the answer is that those measurements aren't very good, you know, and those need to be done. I think that those need to be done. I think that NASA needs to pump more money into measuring figuring out the shape of the Earth rather than sending people to orbit the moon, you know.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting that with $70 million a day, they can't afford like a $50,000 laser.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
the only people measuring the Earth are flat earthers.
I mean, yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's something not quite right, is there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how we ended up here, right? We one day decided that we're going to look for evidence of the claims, right? You know, most people never get to that point, but a few people do. And, you know, and then when you start looking for the evidence and you find there is none, that's how you end up here. So
Yeah, but it's like
You'll get here eventually.
I just can't wrap my head around. This is really
Yeah.
what I can't wrap my head around. I really and I feel like I need this question answered before I can believe that the Earth is really flat, right? I feel like I really need to understand, like, and not even flat, but just not round. Okay, like, you know, I need to understand what the motive would be. You know, I need to understand what the motive would be to pretending that the Earth is round. I just cannot understand it. For the life of me, I can't understand it.
I know, but why does anybody lie, right? Even a parent lies to their child, even if it's for a good reason, they'll lie, right? What's the reason for lying? Any lie, the lie is I need to control
You know,
how you think for a
exactly.
specific
Shut'em. You
purpose.
said this yesterday, and I was going to say that Shut'em brought up a really good point yesterday, where it was about making you feel small. Was it you that said about making you feel small and insignificant? Was it you that said that?
No, that was overfencing.
Yeah, it's probably me when we talked
Yeah.
yesterday.
That resonated with me, you know, and I need to think about that because that's the best
Think of it
reason I've
this
heard
way,
yet.
It's all about making societies statist cucks.
Is
That's
that
what it's
another
all about.
Scottish guy I hear?
Yes, yes, it
Oh,
is.
I'm
Yeah.
adding you
Living
up.
in
Yeah, it's the one I told
Scotland,
you about.
living in Scotland, you're seeing the full effect of what happens when society becomes full of statist cucks. And this is what happens. The globe comes along and makes everyone just worship the government because human beings are going to worship something. Used to be God or whatever. Now it's the government. That's why.
Yeah, I mean the government can go to space, right? So we can't fuck with the government. I
Yeah,
mean, if
the
they can go to
government,
space, what can they do with us?
this goes back to ancient times. The only people who were more respected than the kings were the people who could read the skies, prophesy the future based on what was going on in the skies. The government has essentially usurped that position, which they know has a strong psychological hold on human beings, and they've created NASA, ESA, Roscosmos to position the governments as oracles of the heavens. It's all about claiming that they understand reality that we don't have access to, therefore we should listen to them implicitly. And by listening to them on that level, it filters down to everything else. Like when they tell you, hey, dickhead, you can't drive your car anymore because it's making the earth hot. Folk are like, well, I guess so. It's all about control. That's what it's boiling down to. That's it. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I do. That makes the most sense to me, you know. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say to that, you know. It's just so crazy. I am almost in disbelief of the shocking lack of evidence to suggest that the world is round. Like it's
Yeah, it is
Check this
shocking.
out,
It is
Fred.
shocking. It's unreal. That's like
Check,
the biggest barrier for most people. You're like, it cannot be this
It cannot
simple
be
for one.
true. It
And
cannot
it
be true,
cannot
right?
be, it cannot be that only a bunch of people have figured this out and they're getting called flat earthers and relegated from society. It can't all be this simple, and it can't be the case, but it is the case. That is just the fact. That is what it is. Life is stranger than fiction.
Or the truth is stranger than fiction. But check this out, bud. When I came to flat Earth for the first time, right, when I finally started looking into it, I was like, could I have been lied to? And then I immediately realized if there's one lie that they could get over my head, it would be this, because my whole life I always thought the Earth was too big to see curvature, so it looked flat.
Yeah, it's just something I didn't even really think about, you know? Like, it's something that doesn't really, like, I've almost, like, as ridiculous as it sounds, it doesn't really, like, as much as it matters in the conventional sense of, like, why are we being lied to? Or why are we potentially being lied to? It doesn't really matter to our lives what shape the world is, you know, because we're going to live our lives the same way anyway. But it's almost like one of those ones where it's like, does it feels like it does matter, you know, because
That's
it's
for each person to figure out, though, because for each person, when you come to understand what's going on around you and you realize the truth, it's a different awakening for everybody. Everybody has their own experience.
like, I almost have been looking into this so much over the last couple of days that I'm starting to feel like I'm going a bit crazy, you know? Like, I'm
That's very
starting to feel
natural. That's
I'm
very
starting to
normal.
feel like I'm going a bit crazy.
Yeah, that's how you know you're onto something. But I
Yeah, like,
mean,
I feel like I
when we're
need
talking about
medicated, I'm
things
not even kidding.
like nothing changes, in my view, like half the reason, if not all the reason, for all this societal busy work that everyone's doing, this whole system is designed to distract people from understanding where they really are and what they're really doing.
I mean, I
Right?
work a job. I'm fortunate
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I
we
work
all work
I
jobs. We're
I'm a
all
nurse in a hospital, so
propagandized to the hill.
because of the job that I do, I only work maybe 3 or 4 days a week, so I have too much free time. That's the truth, right? I have too much free time.
Well,
And
when hantavirus comes along, I'm sure you're going to be having to choreograph your TikTok dances and everything pretty soon, no?
listen, I remember I started nursing right at the probably like mid tail end of COVID. You know, we still had COVID and it was still a big deal, and I remember that being like the worst introduction to nursing that I ever had in my entire life. You know, it was
Yeah,
horrific.
they're like, hey guys, do you know Venga Boys? Get ready. I'm sure you were shocked. But
I mean,
anyway, that's another
I'm a mental
example of
health
the
nurse.
insanity.
Yeah, I'm a mental health
As
nurse
well.
as well, and we actually had to work in ICUs, you know, because the ICUs needed they were so short. I mean, they had so many people in them, and wards were full of COVID.
Right.
And
So as a mental health nurse, how would you describe the phenomena of someone who has an alternative view of reality? Like they can't comprehend what reality is telling them, and they believe something else. What do you call that? Like delusion?
would that be like? But it depends. You would have to give me a case. You know, I don't want to give you like that's
Well, no,
quite a
just in
vague.
general. Well, no, just in general. Someone with an inability to discern reality.
It's more of
I
like
mean,
what you're describing to me
Yeah,
is
like
like
like like if
cognitive
somebody thought it was
dissonance, right?
okay to just steal whatever they wanted, right? They don't want to adhere to the rules
no,
of
I mean it more
society.
like perception.
That would be
Like
more
maybe it just
antisocial
seems.
personality traits.
No, I mean it more like perception. They can't understand the inputs that are getting in. They don't believe them, or they see things that aren't there, or they don't see things that are there.
Can you give me an example?
Well, I would just look at the definition of delusion, which is an inability to
Yeah, an inability
comprehend
to
reality.
yeah, it's
Right?
it's a
So think
detachment from
about this.
reality. Yeah,
A detachment from reality, exactly. So think about this. There has been a worldwide indoctrination of the public into delusion, right? So we have all been taught to be delusional. We have all been taught to dismiss the observable, measurable, experienced reality that every single human being in all history has experienced. We've all been taught to go out, observe the flat surface of water and the flat horizon and say, that's not actually flat. It's actually a big curved spinning ball. So we have been indoctrinated into literal delusion. And then we're wondering why we have so many problems in this world. That's just a general point. As a mental health practitioner, that's something you'll come to appreciate if you stick in this.
yeah. I mean, for sure. You know, it's one of those beliefs that I mean, you know, you know, if I find it empirical enough, you know, it's something that I would probably want to keep keep to myself and actually not mention it in my work in case they start looking into me.
Oh,
You know?
dude, you cannot mention it at work. You cannot mention it to your friends and family unless you're certain that they're kind of the same mind. I would advise strongly against you going and talking about this in public because,
Which
yeah,
is
I mean, this is
crazy,
like,
you know.
yeah, it's crazy that you can't talk about observable, measurable reality. But that is the crazy world we're in. This is why I'm saying we're in a crazy world because society has been taught to be delusional. So we're in here pushing back against that delusion, that learned delusion, right? It's not a natural delusion. It's learned and it's societally influenced and pressured, right? Because people are like, I don't think anyone actually deep down believes they're a giant spinning ball of water in a vacuum. They literally just don't think about it. That whole thought does not stay in their mind unless they're
That's
on
what we were
some
saying
camp,
earlier, right?
unless
It's
they're on
something
like
that I
some
don't think about.
campsite. Yeah, unless they're sitting on a campsite staring up at the stars thinking, wow, amazing. How does that actually work? And then they think about the globe heliocentric model for 5 seconds and they go, my brain is going to melt. I need to stop thinking about that. No one's actually really convinced they live on a ball, but societal pressure is so great that they convince themselves to be convinced. And some of the people fight to maintain that, right? Which is what we deal with in here when we're debating with people who are telling us, no, NASA proved it, or you can spin a pendulum, or you can blink your eyes left and right and you can tell the ground is spinning. All this mad shit. They're just convinced, they're trying to convince themselves because the societal pressure is so great and they're scared, right? Which there's no knock on them. It can be a scary thing, but nut up and get on with it or we're all fucked.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, it takes some brave people to believe to believe the unbelievable, right? And like Kanye West said, and listen, I'm not here praising Kanye West, but he's come out with some good things in his time. And he once said, telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies. And, you know, I think that's a great
That's
quote.
not Kanye's quote, but it is a good quote.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, but I think he said it from someone. You know?
It's like it's an old quote basically. It's telling the truth in a world full of lies is a heresy or whatever like that. But yeah, that sentiment. Yeah, Kanye's right about a bunch of shit. And I mean, yeah, it's people who are standing up and speaking about reality and truth that are the biggest targets. And that's partly, I mean, if you understand the current propaganda media system, they attack those who are a threat to them. And oftentimes they're people who are telling the truth. So flat earthers are just another casualty of that. People stepping up, calling out the system, calling out the waste, the lies, the bullshit. So of course they're like the most propagandized and maligned group out there, which just tells you should be looking more at it.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the allegory of the cave?
Are you talking about Plato?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the allegory of the cave.
Yeah, where there's 3 guys or 4 guys, they're all tied to a wall and their backs are facing towards the outside of the cave. So all they see is the wall in front of them, and they see these shadows, and they all think that the shadows are the reality. And then one guy decides one day that, oh, the reality's behind us. That's just all fake.
It's a symbolism of the journey from ignorance to knowledge, right?
Right.
From
the one
darkness to
person
light.
who knew the truth, what happened to him? The others killed him.
Yeah.
Because it was messing with their sense of reality. So just be careful out there, man.
Fudd, I would just add to like that feeling of like this can't be real is really normal, and I think we all experience that at first. Now I accepted FE a lot quicker than some people because for me it made a lot of questions in my life make sense. Like it put all the pieces together and suddenly it became clear to me. And I spent a little bit of time just kind of walking around outside and thinking about how the earth could work if it was indeed flat, and kind of sorted some of that out. And then I started doing the really heavy duty research. But I remember that feeling of like feeling like I was in a dream for a few days. That's totally normal. And, you know, as far as not talking to other people about this, I think that's good at first. There's so much to learn, and you really need a firm foundation. But the whole reason I came here was to find other people who I could talk with this openly about. And it doesn't just end here. There's so much more. You said, oh, your life isn't going to change. You still go to work. And I believe someone did address with you that that's a personal that depends individually. But I would say for myself, and I think for just about everyone I've spoken to on this topic, your life changes tremendously and in extremely valuable and meaningful ways. This isn't the end of the journey. This is just like a checkpoint on the journey, but it's awesome,
Listen,
and you're gonna
Fences,
find.
I'm not sold yet, okay?
I
I
know.
still
Well,
have
I'm gonna sell you.
yeah. I don't know. It's whenever like we had our first debate, I felt like a bit of a retard. I came back, I was a little bit better equipped, and I had and I still got shot down. And then I go away again, and I think, right, I need to find this out. It's fucking driving me crazy now. And I'm looking and I'm like, where is like purely for something? And this is something that's been bugging me about the shape of the earth, right? Is surely if it's such a fucking basic commonly known fact, right? Then surely at some point it should have been really well. Like we can say with 100% certainty that antibiotics kill bacteria, right? We can say that because that has been, and I could name you a billion studies that prove that penicillin will treat a Staphylococcus aureus infection. I could name you more studies than you would care to fucking read, and that's an undebatable fact, okay? Because I could just list you numerous studies and the debate would be over. But
Well, you can also do it yourself too, right?
yeah,
You
for
could
sure, you
prove
can
it
go in a
yourself.
petri dish
Yeah.
and you can rub some penicillin on it and it'll disappear. And that's what was driving me so crazy was I'm looking into this and I'm like, where is this just empirical evidence? Of the world being round, like how penicillin kills bacteria. Like, where is the empirical evidence for this
No
basically
scholarly
known
articles.
fact from humanity? And it's just not. I can't find it.
That's
I
Yeah.
what
just
I
can't
look
find
for. I
it.
look for
And all the
scholarly
evidence I have
articles.
found, you guys have done a pretty good job of debunking. And
Yeah.
I give it to you. That's incredible. It really is. And well done. I mean, these are
Yeah,
smart
thanks.
people, a lot of you, and
Can I butt in
and
and mention a few things too that's even
please.
crazier? Is the Globe's call it the Globe's claims are themselves internally inconsistent. You have to really look for them, almost like bug hunters get paid to go look for bugs and glitches in the code. And so we kind of occupy ourselves, and some of us in our free time, in these think tanks outside of these public chats, where we're constantly discovering inconsistencies and documenting them. And so it gets even worse. It's not just a lack of evidence.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'd be happy to give you a few examples if you're interested. I mean, one of them is the Selenalian eclipse. Another
Mhm.
one is the tropical year. Another
You're
one
gonna
are
have to
sunrise
explain
and
what that
sunset
is to me.
eclipses. It just goes on, dude.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm in awe on how you guys have just questioned my entire reality. It's just
Yeah.
unbelievable. You know,
Yeah, we're there.
I'm,
I mean, we all come from different walks of life. Some of us are really good at managing people and talking to people. Others of us are not, but we might be really good at digging up information and conducting analysis. So it's really a group effort. It takes everybody pulling together. So there's something here for everybody. You don't have to be a technical wizard to reach people. You can find your niche and help out in different ways.
hmm yeah, no, for sure, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I don't want to clog up the chat though. If anyone else wants to debate, I know that J Dog's a Glober, and I don't know, if I don't want to clog up the chat with just my spurging about my reality.
No, keep
No,
doing it.
it's all good. It's all good.
Like my
Listen, man.
spurging, like my schizophrenic spurg about my whole reality being questioned.
Oh, I've been there. We've all talked about this amongst ourselves too, if not publicly. Like I was telling Cyclone a few weeks ago that I still remember, like yesterday, driving home from work looking up at the sky at the sun and feeling like the ceiling is much closer to my head than I was taught. Because Big Bang
Yeah.
cosmology is how I grew up, and now I'm
Oh, don't.
staring
It's
at the
making me feel
heaven,
so
wondering what
entrapped.
the hell
It's
is that
weird.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a whole new way to look at the world, but you're aligning your worldview with how you actually experience it, which leaves a little room for cognitive dissonance about it.
Mm. And what I like as well, and I know that Fences is big on this, is like I might ask Fences when I first came in here, like, oh, what about the eclipse? What about the sky? And the answer is always, I don't know. Like I don't know. I've never been up there, but what I can tell you is that the Earth appears to measure flat, right? And that's like, and then whenever you go in, because that is where the basis of the conversation needs to be, right? Like, how do we measure the world, and what does it measure as? And whenever you try and say that it measures anything other than flat, it seems to be inconsistent. I watched a video last night that Fences sent me. It was like, I think it was like an hour and something long, and it was of them measuring with a big laser, and they done it right across this humongous lake. They done trial and error loads of times. It was. I need to find the name of it. You guys have all probably watched it.
The FE core
FE
one?
Core. FE
Yep.
Core. And when you watch that, I'm trying to find, I'm trying to figure out how they're doing it wrong, but I mean, maybe I just can't tell,
They weren't flat earthers either. I think I told you that, but I'm not sure that I
Hmm.
did. The FE stands for field engineers. So
Oh, I thought it was flat Earth.
no, no. I know most people assume that, but I think it's important to note that they didn't assume the Earth was flat and then seek to prove that it was flat. They assumed that
Mm,
the Earth was a globe and then realized it wasn't.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
I'm
they have a
glad you
couple of
watched it
other
though. That's
videos.
awesome.
Yeah, I did. I told you I'm. I was gonna look at it, but I know they done. I was trying to look back at some of their other videos as well. I didn't get through them all, but I know that they tried to do other gyroscope tests and Foucault's tests and stuff like that as well. So I'm gonna watch some of them tonight and see what they done with them. Um,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, come back with more questions.
yeah,
We've all had all these questions, and somebody there is somebody from 24/7 Discord that is going to be a subject matter expert in this, pretty much. And
yeah,
if someone doesn't know about it, we'll find out, right? People
yeah,
know how to dig into everything and can present you with the evidence or articles on it or whatever you need to see because that's how we roll, and we like to hear new claims because it gives us something new to talk about, right? Because we've covered
yeah,
everything by now.
yeah. It feels that way, right? Yeah. Mm. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. One of my other things that I was thinking about, right, is now I know that you'll probably say that you maybe don't know how the sun moves around the earth, right? You might say that you can't empirically prove that, okay? Which is a fine answer, but for me, like I feel like if the world was flat, then whenever you see this, if the sun was moving away from you, then you would see it getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? But whenever the sun is going down under the horizon, it appears to, go down, if you know what I mean, and it gets bigger because of the angle that you're looking at it at, right? And like why is it that the sun, like if it was on a flat plane and moving away from you, why would it be that it would not move away from you and get smaller and smaller and smaller until you couldn't see it anymore? Why is it that it appears to go down under the horizon and get bigger as it goes down?
Is anyone else going to address this? Yoder,
Did you,
do you want to?
did I explain that question well,
No,
or
no,
did
you
I
absolutely
butcher?
did. Yeah, we're familiar with that question. I didn't know if someone else wanted to.
I
I
could
get
chime
tired
in.
of hearing myself talk, so go ahead.
Yeah, what was the question?
It was about
Sorry,
the
Yoda.
sun's size, the sun's
Yeah.
apparent size, and how the sun appears larger at the horizon.
And
Yeah,
also,
well,
like, if it was to be a flat plane and the sun was rotating around the top of a flat plane, then why does it not appear to get smaller whenever it moves further away from us?
great topic. Yeah, so let me address this point, and I'm going to introduce some media
Mm,
to go along with this. So first, the sun changing size. This is a phenomenon, globe or flat. if you use a solar filter to strip out the glare and just look at the sun as it is in its filtered form, you can see the sun changing its width. Now, conventional astronomy talks about this and the sun changing its diameter over the course of a year through the seasons, um, in like arc second with arc second variability or even sub arc second variability, which seems rather insignificant, and to me it is. However, there are many amateur observations that have come forth and have shown a variability that is larger than sub arc second variability, but it's not still scaling with perspective like we would imagine it if it were truly coming and going, like an airplane does that flies directly overhead and then disappears into your vanishing point. So it is interesting. Now the variability alone is quite interesting through filters, but it's not really significant. But I'll tell you what is to me absolutely significant. What's significant is the luminosity, the brightness of the sun, how it changes over the course of a day. So when you look at the sun on the horizon, whether it's setting or whether it's rising, when it clears the horizon and you can see the solar disk, it's at one magnitude. And when it's directly overhead, it's at another magnitude. So the sun from its position on the horizon to its zenith, to its highest point in the sky, changes by 23,000 times in brightness. That's astounding. So here's one of the inconsistencies that I mentioned earlier about the heliocentric globe model that's worth mentioning, and I'm gonna post some facts in the side chat as I go about this. The stars that you see that rise and set, just like the sun and the moon, do not change with the same 23,000 times intensity and brilliance throughout the course of a day. But the same atmosphere that is said to attenuate the sunlight as it sets is also attenuating the much weaker starlight as the stars set. Same with the moon. So, how could the same atmosphere that has the power to crush the awesome magnitude of the sun that burns people's skin, that destroys crops, and the intense heat of the summer climate, how does that same atmosphere attenuate the sun such that it actually starts to dither and disappear above the horizon as it sets, but it doesn't do the same to the much weaker stars with a much weaker, orders and orders of magnitude weaker luminosity? Same with the moon. This inconsistency has yet to be rectified or explained by astrophysicists. So let me post a source and reference citation for the 23,000x change, and I'll back out and leave the mic open for anybody else who wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Yoda. That was quite a good explanation, and I think it is significant that, like you say, like it is obviously observable as well that when the sun gets to the horizon, it is much less. It's much less potent, if you know what I mean. Like it's not as hot, it's not as bright, slightly duller looking. So yeah, for sure. What would that indicate to you? Would be the reason for that?
Well, it's mysterious.
Yeah. Hmm.
So if somebody could post an image of the sun dithering above the horizon, we have so many of these. I don't have one handy right now. I know somebody
Yeah.
out there listening.
Drace has posted one.
Right. Now, oh yeah, to close the loop, the reason why the sun appears to get bigger and smaller is due to what's called the bloom. The bloom, the intensity of the sun is so bright that it overwhelms the sensor in the camera, and the brightness bleeds over to the neighboring pixels on the receptor, just like it does in your eyeballs. The sun doesn't actually get bigger and smaller like that. The bloom gets more intense and weakens.
So, what would you say? Like, so in terms of like how the sun moves around a flat plane, how would you say? How would you justify on a flat Earth model the sun setting and rising?
It's impossible to model.
Mm-hmm.
So it is observer centric, however. Everybody sees the sun in a unique position. Nobody can triangulate the sun's point above an Earth, flat or globe. Now, globers
Yeah.
come in and they like to deride flat earthers for being incapable of triangulating the sun's position above a flat Earth. But globers can't do it either. Now, the globers, right? They've got the standard heliocentric models and explanation. What is the explanation? The explanation is that the sun is so big in size that the rays that it casts out that absorb and envelop a tiny Earth are effectively parallel to each other. The surface is so big, even though it's curving the sun's surface, but the surface is so relatively big that the rays are effectively statistically parallel. And parallel rays are bathing the Earth. Um, and what causes the sun's apparent shift in position throughout the sky is the globe Earth is rotating. The curvature of the Earth plays a role in that. Now, what we observe directly is absolutely not that explanation. Now, that is a geometrically coherent explanation, but does it comport to reality? And the answer is no. There are even problems with that, because if that is indeed the case, then how come the sun doesn't occupy your entire field of view in the sky? The rays
Yeah.
entering your eyes must therefore be parallel as well, but it's not.
Kind of. So I suppose that the assumption that you can make based on what you've said is that it is almost right. We obviously there is minimal evidence that measures the Earth to be round, right? And there is evidence to suggest that the world measures flat, and there is a serious inconsistent. What you're saying there is that there is a serious inconsistency in the shape of the Earth, the measurable shape of the Earth, and the measurable shape of the Earth and the way that the sun behaves, right?
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, they're inconsistencies. They're measurable inconsistencies, and this doesn't mean that we have a coherent model for things that we cannot actually like scientifically test. For things that are observer dependent. So,
So that's
the
so.
globe itself is a creation out of how people perceived the stars in the night sky to be in a celestial sphere. The celestial sphere model is still taught as an observer centric frame of reference in modern astronomy courses. It's taught as just a model, a way to conceive of the sky. And this model is used everywhere today in modern systems. It's used by the Naval Observatory to so-called predict or actually postdict when the sun rises and when the sun sets and where in the sky. That model
Mm,
is called the equation of time. The equation of time has no globe in it, no solar system. It is observer centric.
yeah.
Timeanddate.com functions the same way. Same with the moon rise and moon set. The equation of time is adapted to the moon's position. You
Do you
can
not
use,
think
in
that there?
fact, the same base equation of time for all the rising and setting of the stars and planets
Do you not
with
think
modern.
as well that there may be like there may be some sort of magnification effect that's going on
Yeah, yeah, there
in
could be.
terms
I
of.
mean, there is
Mm,
there is atmospheric magnification. This is observable. We've got plenty of examples of it. If you have like windmills that are being heated up in the hot sun, that metal is just baking and frying and absorbing and reflecting all that energy. Then the air that is passing over it is going to experience an alteration in its path. The light that's going through the air is going to bend. It's going to widen. So you see that pylons of windmills going from near to far may not change in width with the distance as we would expect with normal perspective scaling.
mhm.
So it happens. It's not that dramatic, but it happens. In fact,
I
there's
saw
even something
something.
called lateral refraction.
I want to tell. I'm going to get really personal here, and I know I'm on live, so I'm not going to say too much, but I'm going to get really personal here. Okay.
So when I was young, my dad was a drug addict. Okay, this is going to be relevant. Trust me on this. Okay, and he always told me when I was young that the world is flat, right? And him being a drug addict is nonetheless, but he's not alive anymore. That's why I wanted to say that. But he told me that the world was flat, and we used to go out and we used to look at the world, and we always used to say it looks pretty flat, you know. Because
Yeah.
he used to take me out and we would walk up. There was big hills near where he lived, and we used to walk up to the top of them whenever we were younger. He had a dog, so we used to go and we used to look. And he used to always tell me that the world was flat. Don't get me wrong, he used to have other crazy conspiracy theories, you know, like things that were bonkers. But, you know, the world being flat was always something that kind of stuck with me. And that's what kind of drew me to this room whenever I saw it. You know what I mean? I've always wanted to come in and just talk to you guys. And you know, there was one time whenever I was younger that I remember looking up at the sky at night. Me and my dad looked up at the sky at night, and it was like there was this big, and the sky was perfectly clear. There was no clouds in the sky that I could see. Nothing that I could see. It was a clear night. You could see the stars, right? And for some reason, there was the moon was obviously it appeared to be emitting light. You know, whether it was reflecting light or emitting light, who knows? And I there was a ring. There was a big ring around the sky, and honestly, I wish I'd took a photo of it. You know, when I was younger, but I never. And there was a big ring around the top of the sky, and it was almost like there was. It was almost like there was something in the sky that was causing this ring. You know, it was almost like a ring of light. That was being reflected by. It was like the moon was reflecting off of something. You know, the light from the moon was reflecting off of something. I mean, I can't
Yeah,
tell you what
moon
it was, you know, but
halos.
this was something that I really observed. And it was ever since then I thought, what is actually up in the sky? You know, is the sky, you know, what is the sky? You know, what
What
is
is
the
the
sky? I
sky?
mean,
Good
yeah,
question.
like what the fuck? Why am I saying that? What the fuck? Like,
I
what is
know.
the
Well,
sky?
welcome to our community. I mean, these are honest questions to have. They
Like
really
what?
are.
Like
So
what is
what
it?
you saw was
It
the
doesn't make sense, you know.
yeah. Yeah, they're
Is it?
moon halos and even moon dogs. I don't know if you know what sun dogs are, but
Is that
they're
what it's called? A moon halo?
yeah, moon halo, and extreme versions have moon dogs with the moon halo.
Yes, that's what I saw. A lunar halo. Yes.
There are
Oh,
also
what? That's
moon bows.
crazy.
There are moon bows. These are rainbows that are created by moonlight.
That's
So
crazy.
you look at a full moon in the sky, maybe on the horizon, turn 180 degrees, and you might see a moon bow behind you.
Yeah, man. And I tell you, it was a clear night. Clear night, and we could see the stars. Because that's my, you know, my dad didn't have a lot of money. We used to just go out and just do things in nature and things like that, you know. And yeah, we used to look up at the moon, and we would see this big. We saw this big ring, and honestly, I could send you a photo. It was exactly like that. It was a moon halo, and I remember being so curious about that when I was younger. And my dad had some explanation for it. I can't honestly remember what it was, you know. But yeah, like, oh man, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. See, looking at that photo, it brings back so many memories.
That's awesome.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
Awesome.
sorry to interrupt. Sorry to
not at
interrupt,
all.
but what you're talking about is it? Are you talking about something that resembles my profile picture?
Not quite. Let me send a photo in the. Let me
Okay.
put a photo in the side chat. 1 second. It's not exactly like that. I would say it looks like what I'm about to send, but the sky was a lot clearer. It was a
All
lot
right.
clearer, and it was directly above us as well, like to a 90-degree angle above us. The sun was perfect. Sorry, the moon was. The moon was perfectly above us. Okay, this is from Google. The moon was perfectly above us, and the sky was clear. We could see the stars and everything, and we saw this big ring around the moon.
Yeah, we always see that. I see that probably 30 times a year.
Mm. And that was exactly what it looked like. And I've never you know never seen you know, I've never been able to explain that. You know, if any, I was wondering if somebody could explain that.
Well, I mean, there aren't. I mean, it's a mystery. Here's another mystery. I posted this in the
Mm.
side chat. What's causing a doubling of the
What the
sun?
fuck? Is that a real photo?
That's absolutely real. Yep.
Crazy. It looks
Yep.
like mountains almost, but like, why is there two?
Yeah. Ever see a sun pillar?
No.
There's a sun pillar.
No. That's not real.
Yeah, that's real. It's a known phenomenon. These are phenomena that people record. I mean, this is, gosh, I've got a bunch of examples of sun. Here's another sun pillar.
Oh wow.
A sun pillar is actually forms part of what's called a sunbow.
I mean, that
Now,
last one that Yoder sent that's crazy. That is like it's almost like a volcano, isn't it?
yeah, Google sun pillar. You're going to see some crazy shit when you Google sun pillars.
And do you have
But we're
any
not
idea
taught
what
this in
those are?
school.
Yeah, it's the sun going over the cloud.
Yeah. But it
Yeah,
looks very close. It
there's
looks very
actually
close,
nothing.
doesn't it?
There's actually nothing like mysterious about really when you look up in the sky. It's just there.
It just looks very close though. Like the sun looks very close in that photo. It looks very close to the Earth, right?
When
Yeah,
does it
I
look
think that
far away?
well, I think that's what Yoder was talking about when he was saying that, he realized the Earth was how everything seemed a lot closer, you know?
Mm. Yeah, because
Because you
yeah,
start to
the
really
sky
see
felt close.
things. Yeah, you start to see things as they are, right? Instead of through this filter of this story you've been fed.
Mhm.
And that kind of changes everything. And so much of it can't be explained, like these pictures he's posted. But
I'm posting an
it's
animation
awesome.
of a sunbow right now. Okay, it's loading. It's a fat GIF. I want you to pay attention to this. It's not animation. It's actually a video that was compressed to a GIF animation. Check this out. All right, so here you see the sunset over there on the horizon above the mountains. Wait
Sorry,
for
it's
it.
just loading for me. There it
Okay.
is. I got it.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I captured that same thing a couple of years ago with my drone. Sun
Oh,
was
that's
What
setting
what
all
is
the
that
way on
called?
the sun was setting all the way on the horizon, and I just turned my drone. I did a 360 from there, and at about 180 degrees, it looked like the sun was rising.
yeah. It's called a sunbow, but it's part of what's called a sundog formation. Sundogs are pretty cool too.
Mhm.
Formed by the atmosphere.
That's
I'm sure people love posting those because they're beautiful. I've got one from Antarctica here. Post this. It's got the sun dogs and the sun pillars.
oh Drace, I really like oh wow, Yoder, that's really something, eh?
Yeah. These these things are also observer dependent. You can't triangulate the position of sun dogs or the sun. If we were to independently point to their positions, or like three people point to where they see a sundog, the same one, they will not intersect with each other, flat or globe.
Mhm.
Yep, there's a sun pillar in central Scotland.
I've never
Hey
seen that
Yoder,
before.
that centralization of the observation of the sun, that's also with the moon and the stars and the planets, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, everything in the sky is observer dependent. It's a mystery. So
And I
people
mean really
perceive.
unless
Go
you
ahead.
go there, you'll never know, right?
Yeah, that's right. If you can.
Mhm.
Like I was saying before, people perceive these as existing within celestial spheres, and one celestial sphere didn't do enough. So, like Pythagoras and others started adding additional spheres, like Russian nesting dolls, for each of the different layers of uh, of the stars that people see. And then so as people started to think and understand the heavens as a sphere, like a Platonic solid and ideal, they started to map the Earth according to how they perceive the stars. When you're out at sea, you don't have any other reference points beside the stars. And then people started
Mhm.
mapping Earth to the sky. Well, what happens if you map a flat Earth to your perception of a sphere in the sky? You're going to get a spherical mapping of Earth that corresponds with that, even though we measure the Earth to be flat. So that's how the globe was created. There are other ways to perceive of the night heavens besides just a rotating black ball with lights attached to it.
Mhm.
the sphere is actually not quite perfect. The stars actually move in more of like a spiraling helical fashion throughout the course of a year, wobbling and spiraling in and out and in and out. So there are star trackers that dispense with the celestial sphere altogether and treat this night sky as a field. And they treat each point in the sky as a vector, not as a position. In fact, the star tracker, one of them is called Gaia. You can download and play with it today. If you download like Stellarium or something, I think you can switch to the Gaia model. Guess what? It doesn't change much. But you can switch to it. The SR-71 Blackbird had a celestial navigation computer with a camera fixed permanently up at the sky. And using star maps that were loaded into the computer, the SR-71 was able to navigate using celestial navigation, aided by this R2-D2 computer that sat behind the pilot. The star tracker actually also used what I'm talking about, which is a star field instead of a celestial sphere. The mathematics did not have a rotating ball. The mathematics calculated vector points in the sky in a Cartesian space. So there are other ways to model the night heavens than using a sphere, and you could then come up with, in this case, like the Gaia tracker, a baseline geometry that's independent of the shape of the Earth. And that's how the SR-71 operates. That's how other star trackers operate too, in drones and satellites and such. So, yeah, I mean the globe is just an interpretation, man. At the end of the day, some people get bent out of shape and it's evil, but no, it's just a way that people conventionally interpreted it. It's become a part of Western civilization, the way we think about our place in the cosmos and everything else. But it's not correct. It's not correct. In fact, people dispense of the globe when they do high precision surveying operations and switch to flat Earth planar mapping systems. I've got dozens and dozens of references about this.
But what would you guys think that an actual map of the world looks like?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to do it without using the stars. So, but I would
so the
say,
stars are like the map of the world, right?
yeah, the perception of the celestial sphere has become the map of the world. People take flat Earth and wallpaper what they see into the curving sky sphere. And then instead of thinking that you're inside of it, they now extract you and plunk you on top of this celestial sphere that's been mapped to terrain, and they call that a globe.
I wonder, do you see I don't know, you'll maybe know the answer to this. So do you see different celestial makeup on one side of the world than what you do to the other? In Australia, do you see different star formations as what you see in the UK or what you see in, America or whatever?
100%. Yep. In fact, there even appears to be a southern point of rotation in the southern celestial sphere, if you want to call
What
it
do you mean
that,
by
right?
a point of rotation?
So you can talk to our Aussie flat earthers who will tell you, looking away from north, 180 degrees from the northward direction into the blackness of night, there's an imaginary point that your eyes can be drawn to, where over the course of the night, the stars appear to make arcing paths around, just like we have in the north, where there's actually a light close to the middle of it called Polaris. In the south, there's a dark void, but there actually is a star constellation there, the Sigma Octantis region. There are actually 3 stars kind of clustered together. They're very, very faint. I don't think you can easily see them with the naked eye, maybe, but you have to use some kind of amplification, some lensing to gather all that light and to see them. But there is a south polar, call it a polar, an axial point of apparent arcing of stars in the sky. So that's also a mystery.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But for people who think of Polaris as the North Pole, and then this Sigma Octantis is the point of the South Pole, and then coming up with a celestial sphere around which everything rotates, it's very easy to then say, okay, maybe Earth is a sphere too, and it's just sitting inside, embedded within this larger sphere. And that's how people model it in modern astronomy classes. They also teach that this is a model and it's not true. Just like people who were taught the Niels Bohr model of the atom knew that it wasn't exactly true, but hey, it was enough for people to start designing nuclear power plants off of. So, yep, all models are wrong.
Yeah, pretty much,
Some are
right?
useful.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. So people reified these models into reality. It's what happened. People, they're putting the map before the territory, the cart before the horse. It's that same old story again and again. And we're here to
Yeah.
try and break people from that mindset.
Yeah, I think yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it all comes down to at the end as well, like like the basic fact, like we can like you can hypothesize about like a million different things, but once you come to the understanding that there is very little evidence, and this is where I am just now. I can't. I really, it's like I almost really want to find evidence that the world is round, you know? But like, whenever I'm looking at, and it was the video that Fancy sent me yesterday, and I watched it and I thought, like, you know, you can't argue with the laser measurement of the Earth not having curvature, right? Like, you can't argue with that. And I was trying to cope about it, you know. I was trying to say, oh yeah, but like, what if the waters, you know, what if it's like a potato, like an uneven potato, and you know, all the water's just finding level in certain places, yada yada yada. But you can't, because that's not even what science says, you know. That would just be me hypothesizing, and yeah. No, I've had my mind blown over the last couple of days. I almost regret coming into this room actually, because I'm never going to be able to get away from this now, you know.
No, you won't. It's
Like,
just
I
the
wish
way
I
it
never
is.
came
It's
in
too
the
late
first place.
now.
Yeah.
Wish you never found out the truth. You wish you would
Yeah,
always be lied to.
yeah, yeah. You know, I'm gonna have to start drinking more and everything. Like, this is getting crazy, you know.
No. Hey, I'm just glad you're critically thinking now. Like, you're literally like looking at the world around you the way it's supposed to be looked at.
Yeah, this critical thinking is going to benefit.
Picking up for me quite a lot.
Yeah, he's breaking up around the globe.
Maybe unplug it's giving you problems.
Or get next to it or something, because you're far away from it.
This is one of the most difficult topics that I've dealt with my entire life. It's one of the most interesting topics too. And the implications are profound, right? I mean, what this means is not that there's a conspiracy theory to me. I think that's kind of a weak cop out. I think the situation's much more dire than a conspiracy theory for this to be happening. I think this is a freaking self delusion on a mass scale. It's like mass formation psychosis.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely mass deception, if anything, right?
There might be some like deception happening, but I kind of think it's self inflicted for the most part. And then maybe some people take advantage of it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people who've realized this throughout time who've taken advantage of it, but the vast majority are just stuck in this belief system. And if you trace the globe to where it started and where it came from, it was a secret doctrine of cults. Like, we have this special belief about how the world is, so we're different from everybody else. That's what it is.
Crazy. What a crazy world we live in, right? Literally.
Yeah, I know I depart from many people in flat Earth about this idea, but I don't think even NASA, like people working there, know about this. I think, and it's because when I look at the history of NASA, I see a clear psychological warfare operation that it started with the President's Psychological Operations Board after World War II. NASA was one of many projects that were spawned after World War II, many projects designed to cement the idea of American exceptionalism and hegemony in the minds of everybody for all time in the future, such that America is perceived as such an amazing world power that it can't be touched. And so this included projecting technological progress and capabilities and economic frontiers that have never been done before, never seen before. You can find specific language within NASA's preliminary founding documents describing that we are selecting judiciously certain projects that project American progress in the most favorable light. All other considerations be damned. America's the best.
Yep.
So
And if you look into MK Ultra and the history of that, Project Monarch and other things that have come out, Kathy O'Brien, a lot of it was tied directly to NASA, where they think the bulk of the mind control happened. And I have a video I can show you where a researcher got all the documents from a military researcher who was working on technology to broadcast voices into people's heads. And there's patents for this. But essentially, he was also deeply tied into alien abduction stories and other stuff, and NASA. So on his deathbed, there's confessions, and they're saying that they faked the alien abduction stories, and so there's a lot of weirdness going on there. And if you watch what's he called, Bart Sabrell, interviewing the NASA astronaut who went supposedly to the moon, it's really weird to watch that interaction, because the NASA astronaut is just clueless. Meanwhile, Bart Sabrell is just detonating his premises like he couldn't have gone there.
If I can say one more thing, I have to step away again, and I promise I will this time. I think the story we have about space and the vehicles up there, satellites, ISS, and space shuttles, it doesn't operate the way we think. Much of it could be fabricated from whole cloth, but there may be something up there. Regardless of what it is, I think NASA, that there are engineers at NASA today who may know that the space story was for propaganda efforts, but they're still trying to work potentially on orbiting a satellite around a globe that doesn't exist. And they don't know the globe doesn't exist. And they're failing at it, even today.
Yeah.
That's how far I think this problem is spread.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you see this in all spy and intelligence agencies, right? People only, like DARPA and everything, like the one person in one cubicle might not even know what the person in the next cubicle is working on, right? The information is only on a need-to-know basis in these organizations, for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's just compartmentalization and departmentalization. That's normal within all these structures. But then you got this other layer of like, their simulations are so lifelike, they say, that from the control room they can't see a difference between the simulations and the supposed real thing. So, of course, 99.9% of NASA couldn't possibly know. They're just looking at screens and just taking the info in and believing it, like everybody else.
Well, that goes to that begs the question: who the hell is making the simulation, right?
Yeah, maybe there is no simulation.
Yeah, you can think of it as like the compartmentalization is part of the problem. Like Mark Powerland, for instance, used to draw paintings of globes, which were then supposedly used by NASA, according to him. So there's been whistleblowers who come out being like, wait, I thought I was just making this graphics. Like we got Robert Simmons, who works for NASA. He made the blue marble image, yet 90% of the world believes the blue marble image is a photograph. It was made in Photoshop, according to him.
We get things like computers and Photoshop and all that fancy crap about 20 years after they create it.
Yep. And that's another thing that's funny. If you look at the history of NASA and just the stuff they release, all the videos, the stuff they give you, and you analyze that critically, you start to see that, wait, why does all of the NASA material match perfectly with the cinematography technology of the time? The things we see in the movies at the time, the techniques used there, are the techniques we see used by NASA. So as Hollywood gets better, we get better and better results from NASA. Granted, they get new and new problems, which we find, but which are like, they're connected to the methods used, shall we say. Because if you look at it, you'll see in the beginning, they were using cartoons drawn by Disney. And then you got some claymation, then you got miniature models, then you got parabolic flights, and you got cuts every 2 to 3 minutes. So there would be cuts every 2 to 3 minutes, and like the whole thing was just disjointed. And then eventually we'd get chroma key, we'd get augmented virtual reality, where you have a computer doing the physics calculations for the objects that you have floating.
Like when the 1990 logo for Universal uses a globe, how'd they know what it was like?
And that's why you need to have laptops everywhere with screens, so that you can look at the laptop and see where the object is in the program on the virtual layer. And when the virtual layer doesn't merge correctly, oh, there's no object. Oops. And you can also, if you notice and you watch them interact with these objects, when they're looking for where the object is, they always look off to the same side. Oh, where's the object? Oh, there it is. I grab it. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty obvious once you start looking at it critically. But if you just want to believe, then it's also very easy to just believe.
So that, like, the pen and that shit, that's all just a video, and they practice over and over by looking at their they're in a green screen, blue screen room, and then in the monitor in front of them, they can see that pen and that himself, and he can see where he's going. That's why they don't look at the object.
Yep.
Weathermen do that too. They don't look at the screen, do they? They look off to the side. Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
So if I have to set up something like this to prove these globers that it can be done in my basement, I'll do it, but we need to have globers sign up for it and that they'll become flat earthers after I do that.
Yeah, we'll have a clause that they'll have to become flat earthers after you do that, and after they see that. If they don't, they have to pay you X amount.
Yeah, because it's listen,
They're breaking the contract.
a guy can do it in his basement with a camera and a piece of green cloth. Anybody can do it.
No, you're gonna need billions of dollars, bro.
I already spent the money. I spent $29 on the green screen kit. And that came with this tripod so I can take it outside and actually set it up by itself or just hang it without the stand. And then, but the camera, I had the camera. That's doesn't really count, but that's my P900, so I can shoot with that. And or cell phone, doesn't matter. I'd rather use the camera so I can remote control it easier. Let's see what else. And that's it. Lights are in my house, so I just turn lights on, and then there you go. I'm floating in outer space. Now, why does it cost NASA billions of dollars to do that when it costs me like $30?
Epstein. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat.
I mean, this piece of junk just cost 281 million. I mean, some lawn chairs. It's a very profitable business. Really high tech. Curtain rods, golden aluminum foil, paper.
No, that's Mylar. They already invented Mylar. That's that big gigantic sphere balloon they did in the 40s. So they already had the Mylar. They just gold colored it, and that's just plastic Mylar balloons. You know, happy birthday. Those are happy birthday balloons that are wrapping around that thing.
Yeah, that's why I always felt Apollo was an IQ test because clearly they were capable of much better. Like if you watch, 2001. Um, so it was just so shoddy that it just had to be mocking us and seeing how dumb people really were.
But it had to be good enough.
Yeah, I think they were going for quantity, not quality, and they were just going to drown them and say, "Look, we wouldn't have had so much if it wasn't true." But now it's all coming back to bite them. Like with the photographs from Apollo, we can do perspective image analysis, see how the perspective of the background shifts as they move around. Oops, they're not on the moon. Like those features are not the right amount of distance away to be the claimed features of the moon. So they must be in the studio.
This is what I picture Radwin looking like when he's talking on the microphone. In his location. That image I posted at 42. That's you, Radwin.
Oh, thanks.
Why are you a flat earther? Have you tried going outside?
So, esotericism, you there? No? Okay. I'm gonna bring up something, but
You could still bring it up.
Yeah.
still on my mind are all the globe glitches, the bugs and errors that we find inconsistencies in their own claims. I was thinking about the tropical year phenomenon.
Assalamu alaikum. So I have a question. Like, okay, if you like to the flat earthers, right? If you assume that the earth is flat and you have evidence for that by contradicting common sense points about the globe earth theory and so forth. So there is still, like, science works like that. I do not know if you agree to that or not, right? Just give me feedback.
Can you tell
Like,
me what's common sense about the globe?
yeah, common sense, for example, you have distortion. The ship, I mean, if a ship is sailing away from you, then it
Well, hold
vanishes
on,
behind the
but
horizon and so forth.
Princess,
Right?
Princess, can I
but
try and take this one? Can I try and take
yeah,
this
sure.
one?
Yeah, sure. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
can I try and take this one? Okay, so before we start talking about perception and all of this stuff, can I just ask you, how do you measure the world to be flat? Sorry, how do you measure the world to be curved? How do you measure the curvature of the Earth? Because I can tell you how we measure the curvature, how the curvature of the Earth, or how the Earth is flat. I can tell you how we measure that.
Sorry, one point. Are you talking with me or someone else?
Yeah, you were trying to say that you can see perspective and you can see ships going over the horizon. So tell me, before we go on to perspective and start talking about all that nonsense, I want you to tell me how you know that to be curvature. So how do you measure the world to be curved? How do you measure the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry, sir, without any bad faith. Did you understand my point? Like what I was
Yeah, I
describing?
understood. You said that you can see ships going over the horizon, right? I understood that.
I
So
said that is my. What was my point at all? Like, did I
listen.
assume
I
globe
don't
or
listen. You made a claim. I'm asking you to back your claim up. Okay.
No, I
Your
didn't
claim
make
was
make a
your
claim.
claim
That's
was that you
wrong.
can see ships going over the horizon. Did anyone else in the chat hear him say that?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
I
said.
wanted to
Yeah, that's
explain
what
the
you said.
common
Okay.
sense
you're
theory.
doing great,
That's
esotericism.
not my
Listen,
claim.
don't back
That
off
is
from
not
your
my
claim.
claim.
Listen
Hello,
here, buddy.
not my
Listen.
claim.
Listen.
Bro,
If
are
you're
you
going to claim that you see ships going over the horizon, you need to prove that. I'm asking you for
He
proof.
never said no, but that's not my claim. Do you listen to other people? Yeah, that wasn't That's not my claim.
I'm sorry, everyone here heard you say
I
that,
would
buddy.
still
Everyone here heard you say that. I
no,
don't need your little girlfriend piping up in the background. I need you to
no,
tell me how
because
you measure the Earth
that's
to be
not my
round.
girlfriend, bro. What the
Hey,
fuck?
it's recorded. We all know you said it. Just hold
Yeah,
it.
you
Okay,
can
Just
go back
hold
and
it.
watch the stream. This is live.
You said it's
Yeah,
common
show me
sense
the
because
recording then.
ships go over the horizon, over the curve of the Earth. That's what you said.
That's the common sense view, not my view. The common sense view. I didn't tell you that my view is the common sense view. I have another question. I know that you
Okay.
wanna.
So you don't say that that's
Yeah, but
common
it's fine.
sense?
It's fine. He can't measure the Earth to be round. I'll let him
Okay,
ask his
one
other
question to
question.
you,
Yeah, it's not common
esotericism.
sense
One
to
question to you.
wait, hold up,
Don't you
hold up.
think that most of the
Hold up,
people?
Catholic, whatever. It is
The fuck?
not common sense to think that the Earth is a sphere because you see bottom obstruction on a ship that is on flat and level water.
Okay, what do
When
you understand under common sense then?
Well,
What does the
common sense
predicate
would
common
be
sense mean
everything
for
you've ever
you?
experienced is on a
Eh?
flat and stationary Earth. Yes.
Common sense is a bug
What
is
the
biting your
fuck?
skin, you smack it
What are
with
you
your
talking
hands.
about?
That's common sense.
Yeah. Common sense is that you see the sun and the moon moving above your head and they appear smaller than the Earth. Those things are common sense. The
That's
story
what the
about them
majority of
is not
people
common
believe
sense,
in,
right?
right? What the majority of people believe in. What's the paradigm you live in,
Well, so who
right?
cares what the majority of people believe?
Yeah, I want to continue. You just like don't know, jumped over
Yeah, we
me.
just
Like,
want we
don't
just
know
don't
if
want you
that is
saying one thing
if
and
that
then
is
moving
the
on to
current
hold on.
idiocracy in
Hold
the
on.
US. I don't
Hold
know,
on.
but
Hold on.
that
Hold on.
wasn't my point.
We don't want you saying one thing and making a big claim like it's common sense because we can see Earth ships moving beyond the horizon. We don't want you making one claim and then jump into another thing before we just cover what you've just said. You
That
understand
wasn't
what I
my
mean?
claim, you liar. That wasn't
Okay.
my claim.
Okay. Everyone. Well, this is live. Everyone in
You
here
want to
heard
just
you.
prove your own questions or what? Or just
Everyone in
answer
here.
your own questions?
Everyone in
Or
here heard you.
can I open up a new topic about the flat Earth, globe Earth
If you
theory?
concede that you can't
I
measure
want
the
bad
Earth,
space for good faith.
if you
In
can
my opinion,
concede that
you can even believe in elves or
Yeah,
I don't know,
common sense is
monsters
that
or
the Earth is
trolls and
too
shit.
big to see curvature, therefore it's
Yeah.
flat. So that's common sense.
Common sense says you should not believe in elves and believe in fairies. That's common
Yeah, that
sense.
was only a hypothetical example.
No hypotheticals. That's not what this room is. We're not in a hypothetical room.
Catholic.
We're in
We can.
in a actual
You
Discord
put
room, not a
too much
hypothetical
energy in it,
room.
bro. You can use that energy
Catholic,
to
we
found
can
a new
move on
company
as
and
soon
make
as
a lot
you
of money.
as soon as you confess that you cannot back up your claim that you can see our ships moving beyond
Okay, I'm gonna mute this
over the
guy
curvature
because
of the Earth.
he's telling
We can
again
move on
people
after
that
you
is my
after you
claim.
concede that.
Bullshit.
Okay,
That's
so you're
like
not claiming
Trump
that. So what are you claiming?
shitting out of his mouth, bro, every day.
What are you
That is
claiming then?
not my claim.
You said it was common sense because you
Yes, it
can
is.
see ships
You
moving
said that's
beyond
your claim.
the
That is your
curvature of the
claim.
Earth, beyond the
Yeah,
horizon.
you're
That is
one
your
of the
claim.
you're
Yeah,
one of the
show me the
normal
proof or
people.
shut up.
You're
Show
one
me
of the
the proof or
normal
shut up.
common people, and that's your common sense. You're the one who said it. Because I
I've
don't
never
think that
seen a
would be
ship.
common sense.
I've never seen a ship move beyond the horizon of the globetard in my life. He went awful quiet now. What a shame. Sad little boy. I've just questioned his reality.
Okay,
It's fine, bro. I'm
so
going through it just now as
again,
well. Don't
one
worry.
moment.
He's just
Hello?
booting up ChatGPT just to back him up. His little girlfriend's left now, you know, so he needs ChatGPT.
That's funny. You're doing a good job, man. I mean, it's really weird when you experience this for the first time, just how fucking weird it is. Like we're just telling you that the Earth
Brother,
measures flat, and then you get this
talking against
weird.
the wall, brother. Just
Like, why are
don't
you making
invest
it
too much.
weird, dude?
We don't
Look,
like over
okay.
talking in
So
here, Catholic. I
Wikipedia,
don't know
common
why you're over
sense.
talking.
It is common in the sense of being shared by nearly all people. So that is
That's
what I
not true,
wanted to
though.
refer
That's
to.
not true, though. It
Yeah, the
is not
majority.
something that is shared by all
So how
people.
many
All people
globe
do not
earthers live
see.
on Earth and how many
Hold up.
flat earthers live on Earth?
All
How
people do
many globe
not see
earthers live on
ships
Earth
being
and how many
obstructed
flat
bottom
earthers
up.
live on Earth?
Hey, all
How
people do
many
not
globe
share
earthers
that
live on
expense.
Earth and how many flat earthers live on Earth?
Okay, all right. We're just going to put you on mute because you can't stop talking. It is not a universal experience to see ships disappearing bottom up, and he's gone. So, anyway, just to elaborate on that, that I for one have never seen it happen. I mean, I know it can happen, and I know it can happen on a flat surface, but we don't see ships consistently disappearing bottom up where the geometric horizon should be if the Earth was a globe. So there's no common sense involved there.
I think as well, he can say it's common sense, but see, if you go back like 60 years ago, it was common sense that cigarettes were healthy for you, right? Is he left? Is he gone? Oh, he's gone. What a shame. Oh, he's left. How did I do, guys? Did I do well?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
Keep
Yeah.
going. You'll lose faith in
I didn't
humanity
let him
soon
go
enough.
on. I didn't let him go on. I wanted I just went straight to the fucking jugular. I says, prove the earth is round, you know? Says, prove it.
Yeah, they get very uncomfortable when you try to redirect them to the ground, which is what
Because
I
it
always
doesn't
try to
matter.
do.
At the end of the day, your perspective doesn't matter. What matters is how the earth measures, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. oh my god, I feel like my life's changing.
Wait till you find out that the entire U.S. atmosphere model that people depend on for making claims about refraction and seeing too far, that thing's been absolutely obliterated 6 ways from Sunday, not by flat earthers. I've
But
got
these,
go ahead.
sorry, no, I did overtalk you there. Sorry.
No, it's cool. I've got references to a 10-year-long study conducted by the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Navy together, along with 2 universities and Boeing Aerospace Company, where they shot a tri-band laser over 149 kilometers from the Big Island in Hawaii to Maui for the sole purpose of studying the joint refractive and turbulence effects of the atmosphere. And they could not make the US atmosphere model work. And so many anomalies kept popping up that they couldn't possibly resolve them with their predictive modeling. And this was the results after 3 papers I've read on it. So
And it doesn't take like a great level of academia to have that debate. The debate is simply, if they bring up the because I was looking into refraction last night as well, and it doesn't make sense to me. And you can just basically say that it's one question that can annihilate that debate, and it's prove to me that light reflects downwards at 8 inches per mile squared.
yeah, to me that's a conspiracy theory, right? So
Mhm.
you've got trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of rays that are reflecting off the surface of a globe, if you think Earth is a globe. Reflecting because that's how you see the surface of something that is being illuminated by the sun. It's reflecting light. So it has to follow the law of reflection first. But then every single arc is taking an independent path, modified by some condition within the atmosphere, such that when you are gazing out over 100 square miles of terrain, that curving surface is lifted up flat and stable.
Mhm.
This means every ray arc is being modified independently from one another over that 100 square mile surface, conspiring for each observer to be able to see a flat Earth, and that there's no loss in fidelity. It just beggars belief. I'm sorry. To me, that's the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
The atmosphere is just conspiring to make Earth look so flat. So you're telling me, people, that your number one proof for a globe is how flat it looks, modified by refraction, and you're going with this? It's fucking insane.
It's crazy. It's lunacy, right? And yeah, I mean, for sure, it's like yeah, I mean, for me, it's finding out that the measurements of Earth, they're not there. Like, where are they? Like, I need to find them. Like, that's what, and that's what's been that's what pissed me off so much, because when I first came in here maybe a week ago, I was so convinced, right? I was like, this is fucking crazy. I was like, I'd never spoken to a flat earther. But whenever you actually look for the evidence, it's just not there. It's a belief, right? It's a belief.
And be careful which flat earthers you consort with, because there are a lot of retarded flat earthers. I shouldn't say that word. There are a lot of weak flat earthers and wrong flat earthers. They come with their own flat earth science fiction to the table. I fucking hate all of it.
It's mostly maybe I would suggest, I would imagine a lot of it's theistic flat earthing, right? Flat earthing, like this whole theistic model that kind of doesn't work.
Yeah, that's one of them. Another thing is you got flat earthers peddling the azimuthal equidistant globe map as a representation of a flat earth space pizza disc, or just a disc, where
You're
the
talking
lines
about
of
the one with the big
longitude
ice. You're talking
continue
about the
out.
one with the big ice wall, aren't you?
Yeah, the ice wall
Yeah.
earthers. They don't know how to read a map. They don't know anything about projected geometry. They don't know anything about cartography, or just the principles of mapping in general. There's an entire scale that accords with the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe, and the scale is non-uniform, whereas the globe has a uniform scale. The AE map has a non-uniform scale to account for the splaying out of the radials of the longitudinal lines out towards the outer perimeter of that map. And I like to tell these flat earthers, look, if you were to go to 89 degrees north, 1 degree away from the North Pole on your map, and let's say you were to take a map distance of that circumference of the 89 degree north parallel. You travel about 430 miles in a circle before you end up where you started. What distance do you think you travel on the AE map if you go to 89 degrees south latitude and do the same? Do you think that that's 60,000 miles? The answer is no. Apply the
No way.
scale that belongs to the map. You will also go 430 miles.
Mm.
They refuse to accept that. But that's what they're using as a depiction of a flat Earth. And it's like, God, you guys don't know what you're fucking doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, you get a lot of people that they left the heliocentric religion and they're really looking to fill in all those spaces again, and they're not comfortable with uncertainty, right? So you just have to be wary of doing that yourself and just stay on empiricism, and then you can't really go wrong. I mean, it's fun to speculate and such as long as you understand that there's no proof of those things, you know?
If the map is not the land, and map calculated distances between coordinates is also not a measurement. Nobody truly knows the true distance that separates New York from Paris. We can get a GPS calculation that is considered accurate insofar as it is consistent within its own framework, but that is not the real distance.
Yeah, for sure. So would you say that, like, how much of, like, the flat Earth community, in your opinion, buy into that whole heliocentric model?
How
Do you think
many
it's
in the
quite a
flat
lot?
Earth community buys into heliocentrism? Zero?
No, I mean, not heliocentrism, sorry, the whole theistic model of, like, firmaments and ice walls and all of that stuff.
Maybe 50-50. Well, the ice walls is different than the biblical stuff. Like the ice wall earthers, I mean, they're like probably 90% of flat earthers.
Hmm. Yeah.
Unfortunate. The biblical ones are maybe 50-50, I would say. That's just my opinion.
Hmm.
And these numbers I'm making up, like I don't really know.
Hmm. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, you found the best place on the internet for this topic by far, our home server. You're really not going to find better anywhere.
Yeah.
It
But
kind of
this is
sucks.
something that once you come across it, you can't ignore it, right? Like, you can't ignore this. Like, this is a big change in, like, your perception of Earth, right? And your perception of the world. Like, this isn't a small, insignificant. Like, I feel like it's easy to say that it doesn't affect you because it doesn't, right? Like, it's not something which is going to, like, change your life overnight. But this is something that is unable. You're once you start thinking about this, it is impossible for you to ignore, right?
Yeah, at a deeper level, what this is doing is it's training you how to align how you think about your experience with what you're directly experiencing. And that's a powerful thing. When you can remove filters of other people's biases and predilections towards information and think for yourself, it's quite powerful. Because here's the thing, when I say the word earth, all right, in general public, I say the word earth. Let's say I'm in a podium doing some commencement speech, and I say the word earth. I know that 99% of the people listening to me right now, again, making it up a number, vast majority of people, though, are going to picture God's eye view of a globe when I say our earth. And I know for a fact that not a single one of them has ever seen that before anywhere in reality except for on TV as it's depicted. I also know that when they're presented such imagery, that they have no way to evaluate whether or not Earth is supposed to look like the image that they were presented in order to make that evaluation hold true. So I know that everybody's ramming this word concept fallacy into their head and imagining a globe every time I say Earth. When instead, with flat earthers with us, yeah, we know that used to be the case because we used to be there. But at the same time, when we hear the word Earth, We know the globe isn't true, and what we conjure up in our minds is something more akin to our own vacation photos.
Hmm.
See
Yeah,
what I mean?
for sure. Yeah.
It's like if I say the word dog, okay? We all probably have a different word concept of what a dog is, but the dog takes the general form of a dog. But we might individually recall a pet that we used to have. And that specific is referring to the general as a pointer. Okay? Now, Earth, people may conjure up an image of their vacation photo, but it's pointing to a globe from God's eye view from outer space, which is a complete fictitious. If you can remove that thought pattern in your mind about this, what else can you do this with that might affect your daily living, like how you work, how you interact with people? And I think you'll find that there are some significant improvements that can happen. And you might find that you are able to think more clearly about your own job and raising your own family. And those are the effects that may not be so direct, but they're indirect, but they definitely happen. At least I've experienced that in my own life, and I know others can say the same.
Hey, I feel like I've been hogging the channel for a little bit, so if someone else wants to talk, I'm cool with that. I'll hop on mute.
Well, you're one of us now, so feel free to hog it.
Just conscious other people might wanna jump in. I don't know.
Doesn't
Maybe,
look like
maybe
there's
not.
any globe believers in at the moment. But yeah, feel free to talk. But whatever.
I had a bit of fun with that guy. You know, that was good fun.
You'd stepped away from the mic when I was going to bring something up that you might be interested in. When I was talking about glitches with the globe, you know, how it seems to be very internally consistent, but there are still problems and we find them. One of my favorites that I found rather recently has to do with the tropical year. And when I bring up the word tropical year, most people don't know what the hell I'm talking about. The tropical year describes the sun's path in the sky as it wanders between the tropics. Tropic of Cancer in the north, crossing the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, and so on. We have the equinoxes when it's at the equatorial line in the sky, and we have the solstices when it's at either extreme to the north or the south in the sky. Now, here's the thing. The ancients knew this, and you can still find evidence about this to this day, and you can perform this test yourself. Go grab a stick. Start on any day out of the year, but grab that stick and let's say pick a time to do it, a consistent time. How about solar zenith? So take a stick and mark a shadow whenever the sun is at the highest point in the sky. And count how many times the sun rises and sun sets until that shadow returns to that very point on the ground that you initially marked. Here's what's going to happen. Over a course of 1 year, you'll mark 364 sunrises and sunsets by that point on the ground, the shadow of the stick at the zenith every day. The next year, you'll mark 364 sunrises and sunsets. The next year, you'll mark 364 sunrises and sunsets. On the fourth year, you'll count 365, and then it resets. Now, what they've
that's
done,
like your leap year, right?
yeah, well, what they've done for the leap years, they've convinced you that due to sidereal rotation and Earth's rotation, right, that there's 0.25
That's right. The Earth is flat,
of a
just like
day.
Gaza.
Okay, yeah, we got to. These people can't stand it when we start talking.
Who is he? Who's this?
He just came in and bombed, and now he's out. His name was Trace. Anyway,
Well, little bitch.
what they've done is they've taken that actual physical extra day that you can count every 4 years, and they've amortized it. They spread it out over the course of a 4-year segment, and then they do the accounting on a leap year. But the leap year doesn't actually coincide with the actual year that you experience 365 sunrises and sunsets. It's 2 years offset. Why? I don't know. But the point I'm bringing up is There is no 364.25 days out of a tropical year. There are 364 days out of a tropical year for 3 years, and on the 4th, there's actually 365.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So,
Yeah, it's a problem.
oh, so how? Hmm. So how do you justify the extra day every couple of years?
I don't know, it's a fucking mystery. I could come up with an explanation. The globe's got an explanation, guys. It's the rotation of the Earth combined with its orbital motion. And it's just not exactly aligning up. And so you got 364.25 rotations every time it orbits. They've got the explanation. They're no loss for explanations. They're like a freaking cheating spouse at no loss for explanations. We start demanding evidence and they come up short. So, and in this case, we can actually go test their claim that there's no 364.25 days. There are actually 364 sunrises and sunsets before the sun resets in its position for 3 years. And on the 4th, you got to go through 365 of them. That's fucking weird. Just saying.
Yeah. No, that is
And I'm
weird.
sorry for dropping so many F bombs. So esotericism. Have you had a chance to talk to Indio yet? Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't know. I don't know who Indio is.
Oh boy, you're in for a treat.
Who is Indio?
He's like the level 80 freaking wizard of flat Earth.
Oh, really?
One of them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. He
That's
is
cool.
different than everybody else you've ever met in your entire life.
Mm. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's we're very fortunate to have somebody like him do a lot of thinking for our side of this.
Mm. Yeah, he's like the god of flat Earth, basically.
I think he's got a true photographic memory, and that's for starters. And the chances of you or any random person ever meeting somebody that has a true photographic memory is pretty rare in itself.
My dad had that. But yeah,
Indio
Indio.
knows something about everything.
I don't know if Indio has a true photographic memory. I don't think he's ever said that. But he has divulged to me he has a really robust methodology to store all the things he looks at, and then he compiles it into a special Discord server where he stores all the information and arguments that he thinks about. So it's kind of like a mental palace that allows you to like basically have perfect recall. It's a brilliant methodology.
A lot of work, though, right?
Yeah, but once you start having it as like, whenever I look at something, I save all the things and I put it in there. It becomes just a small thing you do after you looked at something. It's not as much of a problem as trying to build that archive to begin with.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Maybe we can attract him into the home server with ladies' night tonight, and then Bud can have a chance to talk with him.
Sometimes you just say his name often enough, he pops up. It's kind of uncanny.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah, he's like me. Sometimes he's listening on the YouTube. He knows if he's in here, people want to talk to him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
true.
really good point. Yeah, Fudd, if Indio's in the room, like lots of people won't come in
Why?
because they know they have no chance. It's just over.
Yeah, it's double-edged swords. The Globers are like, oh no, I don't want to come in. I don't want to deal with that. And a lot of flat earthers are like, hey, Indio's here. Let's listen to what he has to say. Because he's always looking at stuff, researching something, and he'll bring up new topics. Like, look at this. This is interesting. Yoda is similar.
There's also AI Overlord, who I would hold in high regard too. Somebody who knows a lot of shit and can also think very clearly and well articulated too. And some others too that don't come in as much. Martoth, I would hold in very high regard, but I know he's around, but doesn't participate much. Yeah, these are the kinds of people where if we had a chance to like address the General Assembly at the United Nations and had one shot at articulating our position, these are the kind of people that come to mind who I would suggest. So
Yeah. Oh wait, I think Old Dude is trying to say that I might have met Indio. Maybe I have. I don't know. I'm not sure.
maybe that's why you can't walk straight today.
Yeah. Maybe when I was drunk last night, maybe, I don't know. Oh, I've got such a sore throat today.
I think it's also fair to say that if somehow globe-proof, irrefutable globe-proof were presented, all of us would ditch this flat Earth thing. We'd shut this down. Some of us would issue apologies publicly, and maybe even to our friends in our personal lives, and then be done with it. Honest to God, I would.
Mhm.
So,
I'd have
Like if
to.
somebody came to you tomorrow and said, "I'm going to fly you in a rocket all the way up to the, we're going to send you on a Artemis 2 mission," right?
not
And
necessarily. I need a measurement.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe my eyes. I would need a surface measurement.
Mm.
Yeah, we had to come so far, right? We had to like understand how vision works, how the atmosphere works, all these other unpredictable / predictable conditions are occurring. And so, yeah, I agree. I need that surface measurement.
Mm.
You want to hear the weird thing, esotericism? We can demonstrate bottom up obstruction on a flat surface using refraction, mirroring, other natural conditions that happen with air and temperature. And not one glober can demonstrate seeing over a hump using air. Now they'll use stuff like butane and sugar water to demonstrate refraction. But it's like I'm not looking through butane and I'm not looking through sugar water. So why are we having this demonstration?
Yeah, because sugar water and butane, well, sugar water especially is much denser than the atmosphere you're looking through for that effect, isn't it? At least that's what I would think.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and they often shoot the laser through the outside of the fish tank on that one as well, so
Mm.
you have multiple issues there.
Yeah,
But
the glass as well, right?
yeah, and glucose has unique refractive properties, but they never have an actual like real world example of the thing they claim.
Well, glucose is more dense than the water around it, so of course the light's going to bend to the more dense medium.
Yeah, I just mean the molecule itself.
I think I'm gonna get high now because I've had my mind blown today. So I'm
Well,
gonna.
sober up before you come back in later.
Oh no, I'm gonna
And
stay
go to
and
the
get high. I'm gonna stay and get high. Don't worry about it. I'm the only mental health nurse you will ever meet that is 100% on the side of cannabis. 100%. Thank the Lord they don't drug test me at work.
esotericism. How far away are you from the beach, from the ocean side?
Like a 15-minute drive, if even
All right,
that.
hop in your. If you're gonna go smoke a bowl or a joint, hop in the car, go to the beach.
Don't, not today. But then see whenever
You're
I
gonna
was younger.
smile, man. You're not even gonna think
Oh,
about it. You're just gonna
maybe
smile. It's gonna be
maybe
great.
I should just take some acid and go to the beach, right? Maybe
No, you'll
yeah,
see
for
something
sure.
else if you do that.
Yeah, maybe I'll start to see the curvature, right?
No, you won't. You won't see that. You'll see something else.
Oh, maybe the Loch
But
Ness monster.
maybe in the
It's
That's
spirit.
like
probably more likely than
that's
seeing
funny.
the curvature, right?
It's like I saw machine elves, I saw the Loch Ness monster, I saw all these shapes in the sky, and I also saw the curvature of the Earth. And
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I
Oh
took a
man,
couple cabs, and Bugs Bunny and Tweety and all my friends came out and played.
yeah. How do you know that the surface of the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared? Because Tweety told me so.
it happens, man. Oh gosh.
No, but you got to come back for ladies' night later on tonight, man. Ladies' night's always fun.
Oh, is that tonight?
It is. Over
Over
fences,
fences? Can you confirm?
home server.
Sorry, it's at 5 o'clock EST.
That's like what, 10 or 11 UK?
From where he is, that would be about 10.
Yeah, it's 10
Yeah.
o'clock.
Yeah.
10 o'clock. I'm actually just going to do some, I'll do some of my work. I'll do some work on my computer while I'm listening in. I got some care plans to type up, some incident reports to type up on my work computer.
You met some crazy flat earthers on the internet?
Yeah, I wouldn't even call you crazy, you know that. Maybe like, I mean, there's going to come I mean, you know, I've heard, like, you know, even as a mental health nurse, I have heard people come in who have been like sectioned under the Mental Health Act for not things related to believing in flat Earth, you know, for like schizophrenia and things like that. And, you know, I have heard a few times people who are severely schizophrenic say, and the world is flat and they're lying to us about it. And, you know, all of these things. It's see, like, as a glober, you think, wow, this guy's crazy, you know? You think, let's
Yeah.
give him some more meds and calm him down a bit. But,
you know, and they're right, but for the wrong reason, like a broken
yeah.
clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, right for the wrong reasons, for sure. Yeah. That's taking the whole observe things as you see them a little bit too far, you know? Like, whenever you start going schizo and stuff, like...
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, I have rolled my joint. I'm now going to smoke my joint. Oh, this looks good.
You're speaking with the precision of medical clarity that we'd expect from such a worker in the field.
I have implanted 1 gram of sativa inside of a rolling paper. I have now sealed the rolling paper closed, and I have a lighter which I'm going to combust the end of this joint with, and I'm going to inhale 1 gram of sativa stat. You know, plan of care continues. Patient is stable at this time.
You may proceed with the administration, good sir.
Oh shit, he's spurging out. Give him 1 milligram of Ativan and some haloperidol. We've got to get him sedated.
Just a heads up, you know, we're kind of being lax with it now, but this talk is kind of forbidden for us and for live stream purposes.
Oh yeah, talking about I don't want to get the live stream done. That would be pretty crazy.
Right. Thank you, sir.
I'll stop now, but you guys are aware of what I'm doing, right? That'll end it there.
Yeah, I always tell a friend. Safety first.
Yeah, for sure.
Couch is gonna get you.
It's been talking to me, bro. It's been saying bad things to me, bro.
Oh man.
I mean, come on, we got a guy in the chat called Ganja Rambo.
Yeah, it's Johannes Midgard.
Oh, is that not a reference to anything else? No.
Yeah. He's been around a while, man. He's one of the crew here.
That's funny.
You got a little bit of a hot mic, Dr. Goder.
Okay, thanks.
No worries, man.
Welcome DJ to the chat.
Howdy.
If you haven't had a chance yet to check out the Pickled Minds Discord server, go ahead and click on DJ's profile. Check it out. So DJ, we were just chatting with Wee Fudd. He goes by Esotericism with the skull in the hoodie. He's I think he's crossed over, man.
Nice.
He actually handled a Glober that came in and did very well. And I think he's got a lot to think about right now. So
Yeah, no, I'm at the point where I would say I don't know what shape the Earth is, right? But I do know that it appears to be flat whenever you measure it. It appears to be.
yeah, and you're saying that the globe has problems answering for itself.
Yeah, I mean, I had questions that really couldn't be answered, you know? Things which, and things which could be answered, but which the explanation didn't make sense for. And that's the problem with the globe, right? And I put that in the side chat a minute ago, Yoda. It's that the globe seems to try to answer everything, but it proves nothing, you know? You can answer everything with an answer which isn't true, but if you don't prove it, you know?
Right. So we got people coming in, right? They say, explain this, explain that on a flat earth. If the earth is flat, explain, 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 explain. I'm like, dude, hold your horses for a second, okay? Explanations are as cheap as the lies of a con artist. We're interested in evidence and reason. So
And we
I can come up with an amazing flat Earth cosmology that totally integrates everything that we understand and might be as internally consistent or inconsistent as the globe, depending on your perspective. But that's not going to be helpful to anybody. It's how we got here in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. And for us to, you know, I mean, our base. I mean, the basis of the claim is that the world appears to measure flat. You know, the best evidence that we have right now is that the world appears to measure flat, and there's no evidence that can go against those measurements. You know, I tried refraction. I tried it a couple of days ago, and I thought I got somewhere, and I never. You know, and then you try and look into refraction. It's like, well, refraction doesn't seem to be a very stable component. You know, you can't blame the whole results of a laser test on a perfect laser test on refraction. You know, it just doesn't work.
Ooh, you're singing
That's the
DJ's
funny
love
thing
language right
too.
now because that's his favorite topic. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah. You know what's interesting about laser tests? Out of years and years worth of footage that we have, and just random footage of lasers being shot over large distances, there actually isn't any footage that I've ever seen of a laser bending downward at all, right? Like curving downward. Obviously, if you point it down, it's going to go down and hit something. But if it's going along straight, it doesn't just bend downward. The only time that we've seen that happen is when you make a completely non-analogous situation where we have like a, you know, like some sugar water in a fish tank or something like that, which is actually the reverse of the situation that we have in the atmo. So yeah, the globe earthers have never been able to provide this this magical bending down laser beam. Okay, and if the lasers aren't bending down, that means light is not bending downward as the normal by any means. Now you could probably get a laser to bend downward. You know, it's not impossible to do that, but it's definitely not the normal. Okay, there would be stacks of footage. We would be going out doing laser tests. The laser would be bending downward. Right? We've got so much footage. It just doesn't do that. And then for them to claim that it perfectly just bends just the right amount somehow to hit the target in completely different weather conditions, in different locations, different distances, all over the world. There's this like magical divine refraction that just perfectly just guides the laser to its target around hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. It's crazy. It's a crazy claim. It's ridiculous. It doesn't have any evidence to support it. And sure, refraction exists, but it's destructive when it's intense, right? When it's strong, you get mirages and things like that when you've got heavy refraction, and it's just not an explanation for the long distance observations. What they think refraction just flattens out at hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature consistently, makes the Earth just appear flat.
And it's funny too, because you would think, okay, maybe like refraction, like a laser might, split, you know, over all different ways, right? Just traveling through a medium, because you could see a laser from like even if it's not directly hitting you, so it kind of disperses in all directions. But it's not like it, you know, like dips over the curve. And it's also weird to, I don't know, think about it, because like somebody else could say, but light is like super fast, like 60 million miles an hour, like something ridiculous. And I mean, it's not like gravity, like how much gravity would you have for like that to happen? So if there was like no air, would refraction still take place, or is it just the air there that like
No,
refracts it? But
the air's nature of a dispersing medium is why the light path is modeled with icono ray modeling instead of Snell's law.
yeah,
And you still can't get the bendy, warpy light paths required for a globe out of it in the real world.
Yeah, it's kind of bonkers to claim that the refraction works at exactly 8 inches per mile squared, but it bends light downwards exactly at 8 inches per mile squared, but only whenever you're doing laser tests to prove the Earth is round, right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what they're claiming, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, okay, so if it's bending at 8 inches per mile squared, if you spin around and look behind you, are you going to see like the curvature of the Earth closer to you?
Exactly. Surely, if refraction was curving the light at 8 inches per mile squared, then we would see an absolutely we would be seeing so much further into the distance than what you know what I mean, like than what the curvature would allow us to. If you understand what I mean, because refraction would it not be doing it the opposite way as well? Is that how it works?
Something has to modify the light's path accordingly.
Hmm.
And it's. I think technically it's not going to be bending at 8 inches per mile squared. It's going to be less than that to make it look flat. Or is it more than that?
I mean, this is what laser beams look like. I'm putting some screenshots in the side chat. They don't, if it's a cheap laser beam, they can, all laser beams are going to diverge a bit. Okay, but you can calculate that. And we've got side views of a lot of these laser tests, and it doesn't diverge as much as what people think, especially if you're using a collimator. I mean, look at this laser. Right, this is not splitting off into different directions. This is just what you would expect a laser beam to do. It's just shooting in a straight line over a huge distance. And if they were diverging out so much, it would constantly be in the camera, but you need to get that direct hit. Like, you can't see the laser at all until you angle it in such a way that it's just getting that direct hit right into the sensor of the camera. And Dr. John D has done years and years worth of tests with his lasers, different spectrums, different seasons, different conditions, and he's never seen a laser bending downward. Because what controls the refractive index in the lower atmosphere, atmo, is the temperature. And cold air is more dense than warm air. It's a fact. And the normal lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go upward. So if light's traveling along, it's going to go towards the denser portion of the medium, which is going to be the colder air. And then you've also got a lot more humidity lower to the ground, which kind of dilutes the density of the air closer to the surface, makes it much less dense because moisture, water vapor, right? It's much less dense than the dry air. So it's kind of like a diluting. So yeah, we sometimes see lasers bending up. We got stacks of footage of them bending upward. No footage at all of them bending downward, and tons of footage of them just going perfectly straight. So if downward bending's the normal, where's the downward bending light? Okay, and this is just light. It's not like it would just apply to lasers. This is just going to apply to light in general. So here's some diagrams in the side chat to show how it actually works. You know, because the globers need to claim that the light's bending downward to try to, to compensate for none of their observations ever showing any curvature or matching the globe. They're like, oh, it must be light bending downward because the Earth's flat. Refraction's against us. Shit, I'm posting all this stuff in the English Hub side chat. Yeah, this is the normal situation, right? This diagram that I'm putting in the side chat here. It gets colder in temperature as you go up. Light bends toward cooler air, which is the more dense air. So yeah, that's my challenge for the globe earthers. Find me consistently downward bending laser beams over large bodies of water or large distances. Right, here's my my evidence, right? Here's plenty of lasers going straight or lasers bending upward. The globe earthers turn. Find us the downward bending lasers. Yeah, so esotericism, if you have any other questions, let us know about refraction or about anything.
So, like, see when the laser tests get done, they see the entirety of the laser, right, on the other side.
Not necessarily. Quite often you don't see the entirety of the laser, but if you take like a long exposure photograph, then you can see the entire path of the laser, yeah. If you can get like a long enough shot. For example, we've got a friend called Lanolin who used a very high powered laser, and we have a side view of the entire path of the laser. So he shot it across a lake in Alaska, an ice lake, and he put the laser 3 foot above the surface, and it hit a target 3 foot above the surface, 6 miles away. And he took a third point of view, like a side view, showing the whole path of the laser.
And 6 mile away, the drop should be what? I need to look this up.
It's 14 foot or something like that. Like a story and a half size building or something like that. Let me check
24
exactly.
feet. 24 feet.
It's 24, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's quite a lot. Like a 2.5 story building, then basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
6 miles. So I'll show you the raw image, right? This is a 50 megabyte image. It's over 8K resolution. And this is the raw image straight out of the camera. And yeah, it's long exposure, so you can really clearly see the beam. You can see how little the beam diverges over the distance, and because he's actually using one of the best quality rectilinear lenses you can get that basically doesn't have any distortion at all. And
that isn't
yeah,
even
you can
over
take
water,
that image.
That isn't even over
What's
water,
that?
that isn't even over water, is it? Which makes it more crazy.
Well, it's over frozen water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean though. It's like some people would say that like water increases refraction and stuff. Well, there you go. There is it without refraction, right?
Yeah, they say water increases refraction. Doing it over land's going to be even worse for the globers because
That's what I
the
mean.
sun
Yeah.
heats up the land. Yeah, the sun heats up the land, and then the light's going to bend upward because you're going to have cooler air as you go up higher. So you're going to get what's going to be the normal, especially over land, is going to be upward refraction, which makes things look like they're lower in the distance. It's called sinking refraction. Right, that sinking refraction basically accounts for most of the bottom-up obstruction situations that might occur. Or physical obstruction, obviously that as well. But if you see a boat and it looks like it's obstructed from the bottom to the top, out in the ocean drastically, yeah, Yaga Bruno just posted some images of that laser that I was just talking about. And I'll just grab the good one. All right, so this is the raw image. And if you compress it horizontally, if you compress it in Photoshop horizontally, you'll see that the laser is not bending downward. In fact, it's actually bending upward a tiny little bit, which means that it's impossible for this laser to hit the target from 3 foot to 3 foot if the Earth's a globe.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because if you've got upward bending refraction, then it's impossible for it to be bending downward, basically. And also it shows how little the beam's diverging over that distance as well. So they can't use any bullshit like beam divergence. Not that beam divergence isn't bending, right? It just means it spreads out over distance. So it still wouldn't hit the target. You've got a giant hump of Earth in between you and the target. huge amount. So just because the beam's diverging, it doesn't mean that it can go through the Earth to hit the target or bend around. You know, it's not bending. Divergence isn't bending.
Mm. Gets crazier by the minute,
Like
bro.
when we, yeah, like when we got boats, right? Like hold on one second. Right, so I'll go into globe earther mode for a second. Right, so a globe earther will find something like this. Okay, like check this boat out. So this is the boat in the observation that I'm going to show you right now. Right, big ass boat, Mandarin Arrow. That's the name of the boat. And let's say I'm a globe earther and I go to the beach and I track this boat. And here's the tracking. Okay, so the boat's anchored and it's a 12.9 nautical miles out, which is it's like 14, just over 14 miles out. And it's anchored, so it's not moving. And I'm the glober and I go to there in the morning and I zoom out and I'm looking, I'm like, oh wow, that's a globe because the whole bottom of the boat's missing behind the horizon, like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The whole bottom of the boat's gone, must be a globe, right? And then they'll take that footage and then they'll go post it on YouTube and say, haha, fluffs, debunked. Take that, fluffs, blah, blah, blah. But this person wasn't doing that, right? This was a flat earther. And, you know, when he zooms in a bit closer, we can see, obviously the boat, you know, when you zoom in on a boat and this situation's happening, you can't zoom it back to view. You're not going to see more of the boat by zooming in. But what we can see is a closer look at what's going on. You can see a mirroring layer right where the horizon is. And it looks like actually there's a thin layer that's missing from the bottom of the boat. And it looks like you can see the sky through the bottom of the boat. Okay, so that's a 100% indication that we have an inferior mirage taking place. And this is early in the morning. So usually what happens during the night, the air gets much colder, but the water doesn't change that much during the night, but the air gets much colder. So in the morning, the air is still cold, and the water is quite often much warmer than the air. And it's not until the sun comes out and it starts to heat up, right? Heat everything up, and then all of a sudden, maybe the water will be colder than the air temperature. But in the morning, it's quite often we can have warmer water and cooler air above it. So that's the perfect condition for sinking refraction, right? Which sinking refraction is basically like a mild version of an inferior mirage, which happens when you have warmer air down lower. So if we go to Google right now, and I'm going to type in, right, just to do it on Google quickly, I have .edu citations for this, but just quickly, what is sinking refraction? Right, so the AI, first answer, sinking refraction, an optical illusion where distant objects that are normally visible above the horizon appear lowered or completely hidden below the horizon line. Right, so it's saying that objects that aren't normally hidden at all can look like they're actually obstructed behind the horizon line. Now, what the cameraman does is he actually stays there and he keeps zooming in on the boat over the next 3-hour period. And if you have a look at the video, which I'll post in a second, you'll see that as the day starts to heat up, this effect starts to go away and you start to be able to see more and more of the boat. Now, 3 hours later, here's a picture of the boat. This is the same boat, same distance because it's anchored. And now we can see the whole boat. So it wasn't actually hidden behind the horizon. It's actually just optical effects taking place due to the weather conditions, basically.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Because you would look at that and
Yeah.
think it's going behind the curve, right? If you were a glober.
Yeah. But if you look at that zoomed in picture, right, like I'll take a bit of a closer image, right? So I'll take a screenshot if it works. Right. So this is the key indicator that we have. We have upward refraction of light. Light's bending upward, and it's making the object look like it's sinking. Okay, so this is the bottom of the ship there that you can see. You can see that it doesn't just keep going down into the water and it's hidden. There's actually a mirroring layer. It's a mirage. You can see the miraging effect in that last image I posted.
Yeah, you can really see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look natural, you know?
Yeah, it isn't. It's actually stretched.
An
It's
optical
like
illusion,
stretched
right?
right out.
Yeah.
It's
It's like
stretched and magnified. It looks like it's way bigger and closer. And yeah, it's an optical illusion essentially. Because your eyes assume that sun ray or that the light is going in a straight path. So it makes it basically tricks your eyes and makes it look like the boat's sinking. And you can, very rarely you can get, drastic opposite effects of this where you see a superior mirage and it looks like there's like a boat that's upside down floating up in the air. It's like a double mirage, super rare though, right? The normal is this type of thing where something will look like the bottom's missing. And we can reproduce this on a small scale, and we can test that it's the temperature that's causing it. Right, I'll show you an example of a small scale on a flat floor, because some globe earthers like to say, oh, you can't have a horizon on a flat floor, like on a flat surface, on a flat earth. You can't have a horizon, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. Because the horizon's just defined as where the sky and the ground appear to meet. So what do they think? That when you look forward, you're going to see all sky or all ground? Obviously, it's going to meet at a certain point. And due to the way our perspective works, it looks like the ground is ramping upward and it looks like the sky is ramping downward, and they meet at what's called a vanishing point. And that's a byproduct of our perspective. And it's altered by the atmospheric conditions. And that's why they say the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, because it can move because of the atmospheric conditions. Yeah, I drifted off into a tangent then about the horizon, but
yeah, it's
that's
okay,
right.
bro. I'm here for it. I'm just listening.
Yeah. So I'll pull up another example real quick. Right, there's a cool YouTube channel called Skyfree, and what they do is hundreds of at-home refraction tests where they set up small-scale refraction tests, essentially, and they do a very good job at controlling for the vertical temperature conditions and stuff like that. And they'll show like little mini versions of what we see when we're looking out over the ocean or looking out over the land. And just post a GIF in the side chat. All right, so this is out of one of their videos. And what they do is, they have their flat floor inside the house and they set up some blocks across the floor in a line. And they're all the same height. You can see all of the blocks. And they put a red light on the other side of the room as well. And then what they do is they put the camera down on the ground. And after that, they introduce some cold air into the room. So that means that warmer air is down lower and they've let cold air in up higher. So now what happens is when the light bounces off the objects and makes its way back towards the camera, it's deviating upward towards the colder air, which is less dense. And what that does, you can see in the video there, refraction, and all of a sudden, it looks like that red light disappears behind the horizon. And it looks like the blocks start to curve downward. Right? The exact same thing we see in that Lake Pontchartrain picture that the globe earthers try to say is Earth curvature. We see the exact same thing happen here. So it's just a flat floor, and then all of a sudden, a horizon forms, and things start to become hidden behind the horizon. And we see curvature even though it's a flat floor. So if globe earthers want to make claims about bottom-up obstruction being earth curvature or things bending downward, looking like they're bending downward as earth curvature, they need to make sure they account for obvious things like the atmospheric conditions. And they don't ever do that. For example, you've probably seen this image before that I'm going to post now. Right? This is the globe earthers love this one. They're like, oh, that's the curvature of the earth. For some reason, they think that's the curvature of the earth and at this particular lake. We can see the curve, but, you know, it's just a textbook definition example of an inferior mirage. If we zoom in a bit further on it, we can see all of the telltale signs of an inferior mirage taking place. Because when we check the weather conditions, the water temperature versus the air temperature throughout the day, throughout the year at that lake, there's tons of times, multiple times throughout the day, where the water temperature is much warmer than the air temperature. So this is exactly what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. Okay, if you've got that temperature difference that causes this inferior miraging effect, then this is exactly what you can see. And you can see in the image that I just posted, obviously there's an inferior mirage taking place. So let's have a look at an actual inferior mirage on a bridge and compare the two and see if it looks the same. Okay, so this next video that's uploading now, it's over a bridge, a flat bridge, and you'll see some guardrails on the left and the right hand side of the bridge going along the bridge. And it's a hot day. And when he starts to lower the camera down close to the surface, he's looking through a gradient of warm air going to cool air, the warm air being created from the warmer surface on the ground. And you can see the video now, as he lowers the camera, all of a sudden, just like the examples above, it looks like that left guard railing all of a sudden starts to curve downward, just like those power lines there. And if we look at a side-by-side image of the two, we can tell that it's basically identical. No one can say that that's not identical. It's the exact same effect taking place right there.
PG, I just wanted to tell you, bro, I think you have a very, not like, I think sometimes when people try to explain optics, and whenever some of the reading I've tried to do on optics and things, it's very, very complicated and difficult to understand. But I just wanted to let you know that I think that you have such an informative way of describing it. Like something that I can really actually understand, you know? Yeah, that was just a nice comment I just wanted to make to you.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, because this is how I wrapped my head around it as well. You know, it took a while, but
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that you're explaining just now, I'm understanding, but that is extremely complicated stuff to understand. You know, like the way that light refracts and miraging effects and all the rest of it. Like, it's difficult stuff to understand, right? But whenever you're actually visualizing it, it's excellent. You know, it makes sense, and that's kudos to you, bro.
Yep, no problem, man. Yeah, that's trying to just simplify it. You can get so technical into the refraction topic, and to the point where it's like crazy difficult to understand. That's why it's so difficult for them to model it in the ever-changing environment. It's basically impossible for them to perfectly account for it, but we can tell when there's obvious effects taking place. Because if we have a look on a different day at Pontchartrain here, where we don't have that effect, it doesn't look like that. We can just see the whole way across the lake. Got a really good GIF of it here somewhere. And you know what we have? You know, the best thing is side views. If you can get a hold of side views of these things. All right, so this is a side view of Lake Pontchartrain. If you zoom in on that image, you can see the Lake Pontchartrain bridge from the side. And you can draw a perfect straight line across that image and see that there's actually zero curvature.
Yeah, you absolutely can. That's crazy.
Yeah, even if you compress the image, you'll see that there's no curvature at all. And
Perfectly straight, right?
it's just when you're down closer to the water and you're looking through the camera, through all of the thickness, and you're looking through that density gradient, then you can have that upward bending light, and it can make it look like it's curving. Just like in the Sky Free video, just like in the bridge video. So yeah, that's that explains why the bottom of the buildings over the Chicago skyline observation aren't visible. Not because there's like not because they're being loomed up, but because we have sinking refraction. And most days you can't see them over the Chicago skyline, because if you look up what's the average visibility over the Chicago skyline, it's like 3 to 20 miles is the average visibility. So if they're 50, 60 miles away, you're not going to be able to see them. And you're not going to be able to gauge with your eyes how far away the horizon is. You're just going to think that there's a horizon out there and I can't see the buildings. And then occasionally you can get really clear conditions where you can see them. And it can look like the bottom of them's missing, which is exactly what we'd expect on a flat Earth, because we're looking out over a giant body of water. And the light would be bending upward a little bit. And it will look like the bottom is missing. On a globe, you shouldn't be able to see them at all. They should be completely hidden behind the horizon, but then they have to pull out the cope of downward refraction, saying, oh, the light's bending downward and it's flattening out the globe and lifting things up in the distance. So really what you're looking at is a mirage. And really those buildings aren't even there, right? Like if you had some magical sniper bullet that went in a perfect straight line, right? It would go straight through the buildings according to what you're seeing there. Like it's not really there. Really, it's hidden behind the curvature. And it's just an illusion. It's crazy. It's a crazy claim. But if that was the case, then they would have some evidence, of the lasers bending downward, which they don't. But basically, like what you were saying before is correct. If it measures flat, then it can't be a globe. So if the Earth's a globe, then if you have a 20-mile body of water, for example, anywhere on the globe, anywhere, like it can be up a mountain, you could have up at high altitude in a mountain, a section of ocean, anywhere. If you have a 20-mile body of water, it has to have about 266 foot of curvature. Doesn't matter whether it's fresh water or salt water or up at a higher elevation or anything like that. Basically 266 foot approximately of curvature over that distance. It has to be there. If it's not there, it can't be a globe. That would completely debunk gravity, completely debunk the entire heliocentric model if that curvature is not there. And it's never there. So this observation, I'm going to put one more observation before I get back to work in the side chat. This observation completely destroys the globe. Right, here's the location on Google Maps. It's at Worthing in the United Kingdom. And there's a wind farm called Rampion Wind Farm. Here's a bunch of screenshots from Google Earth, Google Maps. Just showing where it is, right? The guy's standing on the beach. This is Dr. John D. He's a PhD in optics. He's a very smart guy. He tried to debunk flat Earth and became a flat earther in the process. And this is one of the best observations, in my opinion, because we have so much information about it, and it was repeated over and over again by him on different days. So basically, he's got his camera set up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot, and It's sitting on a tripod right at the shoreline, like right where the water meets the shore. So here's a tiny little clip I'm just uploading now. So basically, there's a windmill farm out in the ocean called Rampion Windmill Farm. The windmill farm is 8 miles away, and there's in zoom footage you can see 6 windmills. These are giant windmills, like 200 meters tall, something like that. And footage will be uploaded in a second. So basically, if the Earth's a globe, then the bottom portion of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon. And the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers. That's where the physical geometric horizon has to be on a globe. It can't not be there, basically. It has to be there. Might not appear exactly there, right, because of a little bit of refraction, but it would have to still physically be there, whether it appeared right there or not. Globe Earthers have to claim that that's where there is a horizon, and any water past 3.4 kilometers is hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But when he zooms in, you'll see that there's no sign of any horizon at that distance or anywhere close to that distance. And he can zoom in and he can see the bottom of the oil platforms touching the water. And if we just pick one of the windmills to focus on, right, the one on the far right, that's 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. And the bottom 16 meters should be hidden behind the horizon. And the closest one, which is windmill 1, the bottom 30 feet should be hidden behind the horizon. A little bit more for each one in between. But basically, the horizon should be at 3.4 miles, and then everything should be hidden. You shouldn't be able to see anything. Everything behind the horizon should be popping up behind the horizon, except for the water, obviously, because that's at water level. But we don't see any curvature at all. And Yaga Bruno just posted exactly what I was just about to post. Basically, that's a close-up image of the windmills. And when it's low tide, you can see the black where the paint's stripped off when the tide goes in and out. So he went there at low tide, and you can see in the image just above the close-up photograph that we can see the black bits just fine. We can see where the water meets the pylons. And that debunks the globe, right? But it gets worse than that. If you look at that zoom footage that I posted, when he zooms in, you can actually see a boat off in the distance. And that boat,
Yeah, I
Dr.
noticed
John D
that boat.
decided. What's that?
I noticed that boat in the background. I thought even the fact that you can see further than that is crazy, you know?
Yeah. So he tracked the boat. He thought, wow, that's awesome. I'll track the boat. So he tracked the boat, and here's the tracking screenshot. Right, so the boat is actually, it's called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles out. And that's 13.9 miles in normal miles. That's 22 kilometers, basically. Now, if you do the math for the boat should be hidden behind 28 meters of Earth curvature. That's taking into account the 1 meter observer height. So 28 meters, basically. But the boat, right, because we know the name of the boat, this is how high the boat is. The boat's only 7.2 meters above the surface of the water. Here's a picture of the boat uploading. But we can see the boat, right? We shouldn't be able to see any of the boat, but we can see a lot of the boat. It's kind of hard to see something because it's starting to get a bit hazy out there. And you get a bit of compression and stuff like that because of the shallow angle that you're looking out at the boat. But we can see most of the boat, basically. And yeah, you shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the platforms, the horizon. I mean, this is basically a horizon test. That horizon should be at 2.3 miles or 3.4 kilometers, and it's nowhere to be found. And you know what the globe earthers say? They claim that the horizon, it really is there, it has to be there, but it's just an illusion that refraction is working against the globe earthers. Right? It's
Always
going against the
working
globe.
against
It's
them.
just making it all perfectly flat. Right? At 10 miles, it's lifting the water perfectly up 66 feet. And then at 20 miles, it's lifting the water up 266 feet. And every single bit in between is being lifted up a different amount just to give it the illusion of perfect total flatness. But really, that geometric horizon is actually there according to the globe. It's bullshit, right? Because Dr. John goes back on different days and does it again and again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And no loss of
here's
fidelity.
what's that, Yodel?
Oh, and no loss of image fidelity. Whereas with other examples of this, like over hot train tracks, you're going to see a smudging effect. At least it smudges like downward, but it's smudged. There's no smudging. Where's the smudge, guys? Where's the smudge to back up your fudge?
Yeah, so they would need such extreme refraction for this to work on a globe. That basically the Earth, like, so standard refraction, according to the globers, is about 15%, 0.13 refraction coefficient, which means about 15%. So basically, instead of the horizon being at 2.3 miles, it would be at like 2.6 miles or something like that. And so basically, that's standard refraction. And then they say extreme refraction or heavy refraction is like 30%. You'd be able to see the horizon, 30% further, which would make it at like three miles away or something like that. 3 and a bit. But the amount of refraction you would need to make this one work on a globe is over 3,000%. So it's unrealistic. They don't have any evidence that that's possible at all. And to have it without crazy miraging effects, without crazy destruction, right? Fata Morganas, inverted mirages and shit like that, right? It just looks perfectly normal, this image. They don't have any evidence that that kind of refraction is even remotely possible. So especially the fact that he went back and did it on different days. And this is from the same observation. This last image I posted, this is it's like a platform, and the platform's 8 miles away as well. And you can see the whole platform. You can see exactly where the legs meet with the water there. But once again, that horizon should be at 2.3 miles, and the bottom 30 foot or something, like basically like a 3-story building, should be missing from the bottom of the platform. And it's not. So yeah, these kinds of observations, that this is not possible on a globe. They don't have an explanation for it, right? They can say refraction, but they aren't able to back that up with any data. They aren't able to back up or show us an observation where this is possible for refraction to do. And we have just huge amounts of these observations. Right? This is just one out of a huge amount. So, and they don't have any. So yeah, basically, that's pretty much it, man.
Yeah, pretty much. The globe's a lot of shit, right?
Yeah.
Pretty
It's
much.
how the globe is a coordinate system inverted a long time ago and mistaken for reality. Maybe a mistake, maybe not a mistake, maybe it was done on purpose. But basically, they took the celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. Right? They took the celestial poles and said they're terrestrial poles, and they took the celestial equator and they called it the terrestrial equator, and so on. And to this day, that's still what we use for all the maps and stuff like that. It's a spherical coordinate system which originated from just taking angle measurements to Polaris. Just to simplify it. That's right. Like if I'm standing at this particular point on the ground and I can see Polaris and I take an angle to Polaris, Polaris is at 45 degrees in my field of view. therefore, this point on the ground is 45 degrees latitude, right? And then they take all of those readings and they make them into a spherical coordinate system. And you can't see Polaris anymore once you get to where the equator area is. So they invert it and they make a sphere. And that's still what we use now. It's not like people went out and measured curvature back in the day. It's not like some ancient Greeks went out and took out some like equipment and worked out, oh, look, that's actually, we were wrong for all these thousands of years. Really, it's a globe and here's the measurements. They didn't do that. They just made assumptions. Crazy people too, right? Like Pythagoras, cult leader, like a cultist, a mystic cult leader of the Pythagorean cult who just happened to worship spheres and thought spheres were the most divine shape. He argued that the Earth should be a sphere because spheres are they're the best shape. Why would the Creator not make the Earth the best shape, the most perfect shape? Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere. So yeah, it's the globe is not like an empirical thing. Basically, what it is, it's a convenient coordinate system based off the sky, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that I did know that Pythagoras had some pretty crazy beliefs. What they don't call it the the Pythagorean cult though. They call it like a set of beliefs, don't they? What is it, Pythagoreanism or something like that? Because there's some debate about whether or
Well,
not it's a cult, right?
well, they're called the Pythagoreans,
Mm.
and these are the people that came after Pythagoras. And yeah, they call it the Pythagorean cult or the cult of Pythagoras. You know, there's
Yeah.
if Pythagoras even existed, okay, and there's no evidence that he did anything that he's attributed with. A lot of these things are stories that people get taught as facts.
Yeah.
I watched a really good interview with a mathematical historian called Pierce Bursill Hall. He's a mathematical historian at Cambridge, and he did a video on YouTube, and he was talking about the Pythagorean cult and how everything that they teach you about Pythagoras at school is just complete horseshit, complete bullshit. He says none of it has any evidence, whether Pythagoras ever suggested that the Earth's a globe or that he even existed. They don't have any evidence of that. And he explains how the Greeks like to make up these mythical characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and we don't have any surviving works of them. And he said that there's no way that Pythagoras could have worked out the Pythagorean theorem because they had a completely different concept of numbers back then. It just
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
think that's
impossible.
a commonly known fact that Pythagoras wasn't the sole person to make the Pythagorean theorem, which is weird because why call it after him then? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure was it not founded even back in the like Babylonian times? Like there was early evidence to suggest that mathematicians in the Babylonian time understood the Pythagorean theorem. Like, I believe that's correct. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, that's probably correct. A lot of
So
our history is
Pythagoras
nonsense.
didn't create anything. He just wrote. I mean, him and his people just wrote it down, right?
Well, his people wrote it down apparently, but he didn't write
Hmm.
anything. I mean, maybe he did write something down if he existed, but we don't have anything that he wrote down now. It's not like we have some scripts or some scrolls or something that Pythagoras wrote.
Yeah.
Right, and the Pythagoreans thought he was like a god, kind of, right? So they thought like he was treated as divine, as supernatural figure, and that he had the ability to remember all of his past lives, right? They believed that they had past lives, and that they thought Pythagoras had the power to speak with animals, and that some of his body parts were like made of pure gold. They thought he had a thigh that was made of gold. Literally
Golden
thought
bird.
that. Yeah, and that he had a voice, right? He could control the weather with his voice. He could calm storms just by speaking and stuff like that. And he could also be in more than one place at the same time. And that he could talk to animals. as well. And
That numbers
actually
were
in one of his
sentient
past lives.
beings.
Yep, and he used to be a bird. He was a bird at one stage. Yeah, and he was also the son of.
You're talking
I
about the
forget what it
biblical
was.
claims of Adam?
Pythagoras.
No, this is Pythagoras.
Oh, so the guy who
Pythagoras.
stole the Aten concept from Egypt and did Babylonian stuff with it. All right.
Egypt or
Well, yeah, it's like
Babylon?
a mythological.
Both. Plimpton 322, Babylon 1800 BC, and Aten, the light framework regarding how to bend light. Yeah,
He always acts
Pythagoras
like
used
he's
both.
so smart. It's hilarious.
No, it's on the internet. You can Google it, bro. See?
Yeah, I know. You believe anything you see on the internet, bro.
Now you're gonna switch it up like a snake. Yeah. You're so obvious. Be quiet.
So apparently, Pythagoras claimed to remember being different things in his past lives. One of them was a Trojan warrior. He was a fisherman. He was a peasant. In one of his past lives, he was a bird, like I said before, and he
So
also
the
thought that he was
constellations of
the son of
Mediterranean.
Hermes. Son of Hermes, yeah, as well.
So that's the constellations of the Mediterranean Sea, the Odyssey. So I guess he astral projected back through his golden braid and saw his ancestral line, like many other shamans and others did ages before him.
So basically, they worshipped spheres and numbers. They thought numbers were divine and certain shapes were divine and that kind of thing. And they thought that odd numbers were masculine, even numbers were feminine, and 10 was divine perfection. And that spheres were the perfect shape, basically. And because the ancient cultures, long before anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe, they needed a convenient way to map out the celestials, right? So they came up with what's called the celestial sphere. And it's due to the way that we view the sky, due to the way our perspective works. It's a very convenient way to create an imaginary sphere in the sky and then start to map where you can see the stars at certain times.
The
and
Babylonians
planets and
did
sun
that.
and moon.
That's hexadecimal.
Yeah, the ancient Babylonians, Indians, Egyptian astronomers, etc.
No.
They came up.
Not everybody did sexadecimal conception like the Babylonians. Just them.
Yeah,
and
but
then
they
the
all had their
Romans,
own
the
concept.
Greeks, everybody on the Mediterranean copied it. No. Egyptians had a different system. The Chinese had a different
Yeah,
system.
they had it. They didn't. I'm
Sound
not
like you
talking
were
about a
there.
system.
That's the weird
It
thing.
sounds like you can
you were
Google
there,
it
Newt.
again, man, and learn something. Yeah, the Egyptians and the Chinese, they have the same system. It's based on deacons. The Babylonians have a system based on something else, and then you guys copied it, and the celestial spheres and the planetary worship and the Saturn temples in Rome. That was all Babylonian, dude. The Egyptians
Yeah, cool.
consider that evil, even, and they prove why it was.
Right. We're
As
not
it causes
necessarily talking
retrograde
about
behavior.
that at the moment,
Yeah.
though, dude. Who is this guy? Is this Newt?
Who are you?
I was the one that was
Upset that I'm
talking,
speaking
and
the
then
truth.
I was talking to another guy for quite a long time.
I added a
and
lot more
you were still
detail than what
talking,
you
and then
did.
You came in, and now
Added
what
a
you're
lot
trying
more
to do is
detail than what
you're
you
trying to
did.
show off.
We were
so you
talking
can
about like
feed your
all other
ego.
things. We were talking about like all
You're
other
trying to
things.
feed
We
your
were
All
ego
talking about
stuff
right
like
that
now,
isn't
bro.
important about where it came from
optics,
and what it relates to.
refraction. We were talking about everything, and you
Yeah.
just came in and thought that you knew
Yeah.
what we were talking about.
No, I know what I know, and
Yeah,
you don't.
So
Yeah,
you
keep
know what's
talking,
going to
bro.
happen now?
No,
I don't have
Newt.
to.
Go away, Newt.
Right, see, I converted you from mute to mute, and now you're on mute.
Mute 8175.
Yeah, mute.
So yeah, basically, the ancients came up with the celestial sphere, and Pythagoras came along with his crazy bullshit and reasoned that because of this, the heavens are a perfect sphere, which was just an imaginary, conceptual way of mapping out the sky. He thought that therefore the Earth must also be a sphere, and then other people later on took this principle and kind of ran with it. And even a long time later, even Copernicus, that was his reasoning for the Earth being a sphere as well, just because the spheres are the most perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. And so basically what they did is they took that, like I said earlier, they just basically inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, as above, so below, basically. And that is still what we use to this day. Now it's called the WGS84.
Sorry about that.
So yeah, that's what the globe is. It's basically it's a convenient coordinate system, and you can basically use it on on any shape as long as you stick to the coordinate system, and it can be useful. But it's not real. It's not like the map is not the territory. The coordinate system's not the reality. And when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not curving. Just like everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, and then when you check, it's flat. There's no evidence that it's moving, and we use the sky for navigation, and the sky just so happens to appear like a half a sphere in the sky, basically due to the way our eyes work. Doesn't mean it is, but yeah, that's what the globe is. And the people that came up with the celestial sphere were flat earthers. And if you look at, for example, the old sculptures, you've probably seen those sculptures of Atlas, and he's holding a globe up on his shoulders. In more recent times, they changed it to a globe. It didn't used to be a globe. Yeah, I found a picture just now. Right, this is what it used to be before they butchered it. So basically, he was holding up a celestial sphere. Celestial spheres were all the rage, basically, back then, because it was like their way of using, like, navigating. It was the heavens, right? They were obsessed with the skies, obsessed with the motions of the stars and things like that. And yeah, this is Atlas holding up the celestial sphere. If you look closely at that, it's not a globe.
Yeah, it looks like the celestial sphere, but just for everybody in the chat, I know where you all looked when he first posted that photo. Like, I always wondered why the ancient Greeks got to make the statues with them with their bits out. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, just put some clothes on them, a robe or something.
You mean
Like-
you don't think they're going to strike fear into the hearts of other men with those members dangling out?
those tiny little members. And some of them they make the photos, and bro, they're so small, you know, like so small. Oh, it's funny. Oh. Sorry, I'm not trying to derail. Sorry about that.
That was a good derail.
No, that's it. Yeah.
The models had gone swimming before posing.
Yeah, I mean, to begin with, I looked at the wrong ball to begin with, you know.
Yeah, you looked at the little ball. Gotta look at the
big balls was a
celestial
later
sphere.
Roman edition.
Yeah, for real.
So I have some pictures. So this is apparently what the Pythagoreans thought was the model of the universe. And it's pretty out there. Probably not as out there as today's current one that people just blindly believe in. But yeah,
And you would think with all these ancient sculptors who made these amazing marble sculptures, not a single sculpture of the globe.
Yep.
I watched a awesome video recently on something like how crazy the old sculptures used to be, and they have no idea how they were able to create them. And jewelry, ancient jewelry, where you can zoom in on these gold bits of jewelry, like you can zoom in with a microscope, and the details are so intricate, and they have no idea how they were able to do it.
Okay, guys, I've been on for a little while, so I'm going to bounce. But it was good speaking to you all, and I'll be back later for ladies' night on the home server at 10 o'clock. So I'll see you all then.
Yep. All right. Catch you later, man.
Take care. Thanks for your time, DJ. That was really informative. Thank you, for Yoda, as well,
no
for explaining some stuff to me. That was cool. Thank you, guys.
Cool. No problem. Thank you.
And I am curious if there's so much refraction in this world, how come the horizon appears to be a straight, clear line? Shouldn't it be wavy?
Hello, guys. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
What's up, guys? It's good.
How many people in here? Let's take a look. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Minus those 2 other bots. 18. Bro, there's 18 people in here. Are y'all asleep? Y'all just at work? Nobody's talking. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some are at work and some are listening.
Yeah, I'm a big listener.
Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. I was talking to somebody the other day about flat Earth, and they were asking me all the stupidest questions. You know the drill. The thing is like, I don't know. I know we've all heard it a million times, you know. They come in here and then they act like they have some profound new knowledge of a question that they can ask that'll really stump us. And then they're like preparing for their moment, and then they go, but why would they lie? As if, oh God. And they did that one to me, and I just like, oh my God. It just resets me. You know what I mean? I'm just like, okay. Deep swallow, deep breath. All right, we got this. And then as the conversation progressed, eventually they came up with a nickname for me since I called them Globetards. They called me a flat eater, and so I decided it stuck, so I changed my name to that.
You know what I genuinely think it is a lot of the people really think that we never learned any of the shit. And you know what I mean? Like the basic shit, and they just think we're just fucking like we know all of this shit. That's why we're here. Better than you. But I really think most of them think we never like went to school and shit or something. They honestly think that.
Yeah, when we look at like the flat Earth society material, like if you look at that, like any one of us look at that at face value, you're like, bro, who would actually believe this shit, or who would actually believe that that's like what flat Earth is about? Like people don't actually buy this, but like genuinely, brother, I'm pretty sure they actually buy it. They're like, oh yeah, man, this is what like flat Earth is really talking about. Like, man,
Yeah.
look at them, they're so stupid, they think it's like a flying saucer. Like, what the fuck, man? You know what I mean? Like, it just, anybody with any intelligence could safely assume that's probably not what somebody's talking about, you know? It doesn't take a genius.
Yeah, any search engine or YouTube, type in flat Earth, and you get all those meme images, the fucking disc with water falling off it. It's just like, oh my God.
Which flat earther influencer do you think is the most insane? Like Flat Dave,
Professor Dave.
Mark Sargent, or
Yeah.
whatever his name is? Like which one?
Insane or
The
fucking
dumbest.
deceitful?
The dumbest. The furthest from what you believe is the truth.
I don't really know a lot of them, dude. Honestly, I mean, Flat Earth Dave, I know Eric Dubay, fucking, Robbie something. I forget his name, but I don't really know a lot of them. And
Okay.
it's hard to say because I mean, there's half the shit most of them say, or more than half the shit is shit we agree on. You know what I mean? That's really irrefutable. But there's the what's it called? The speculation angle that a lot of them do more than others. So I don't know, man. It's hard to say. A lot of people shit on Eric today, but he's got a lot of good content, and I think he's doing a good thing. He's got a lot of good shit out there. Might not agree with 100% of it, but definitely can appreciate it.
Yeah, the thing is, man, like, it's kind of like one of those, if he's right, he's right. If he's wrong, he's wrong, but you can't blame him either way. Like, you really can't when you think about it, bro. the amount of things that any one of us, and that's where kind of Effie gets in trouble, is because once you actually see the truth about some of the lies, right? Some of the biggest freaking lies, it's like you cannot you cannot assume anything is true, especially important things, things that matter, uh religion, politics, whatever it might be, you know and like we couldn't take their word on the shape of the earth, the moon landings, uh and a few other things, but i I don't know, I don't judge just because, like, I don't know, good for them to look at other stuff. And I can't. I don't see him being somebody that wants to lead people astray, or, like, I don't know, just based on his videos. I think once you've seen that there's massive lies out there, you start looking everywhere you can. And at the end of the day, he is a content creator, and so he has uh he has one big truth that I think he reveals pretty well. But then he is producing content at the end of the day. So
Yeah,
I don't know. That's what I would say.
I wouldn't put him right there in the Alex Jones category though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know, man. People got to make money at the end of the day too, you know. So if you have a following and you're able to market something, I mean, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean?
Exactly, and that's exactly it. Like, he had a freaking huge following in what, like 2016, 2017.
I don't know. He's been around for a little bit though. Yeah.
Why would they lie? Wrong place to start. Most people don't. That's the easy part. Belief doesn't need a paycheck signed. It just needs a lens to frame the mind. The crowd repeats what fits the view. Interpretation doesn't work for you. No conspiracy, no secret call, just inherited models filtering it all. You don't need liars in every seat when belief already edits what people see. The majority doesn't fabricate or scheme. They interpret through what they think it means. Why would they lie? Who said they did? Belief does the work, the model does a spin. You don't need fraud when faith is enough. The lens makes sense of the visible stuff. Now ask the real question, who does lie? Same answer always, no need to divine. Money, power, leverage, control, that pattern's old, it never gets old. Institution guard their frame, carries grants, rank and name. You don't get paid to break the mold, you get paid to repeat what's already sold. That's not paranoia, that's how systems run. You don't bite the hand that signs the funds, but none of that touches the evidence base. It doesn't rise or fall with intent you can't trace. Intent is in it. Comfort isn't true. You don't test reality by guessing motives for proof. Appeal to incredulity dressed as debate. I can't imagine it, therefore false, you say. Asking me why someone would do a thing doesn't undo what the measurements bring. We don't divine minds, we test claims. We don't read hearts, we read terrain. The ground doesn't care what you're okay believing. It measures the same with or without agreement. Flat where it measures, still where it stands. Not curved by consensus or comforted plans. Truth isn't democratic, polite or kind. It just remains when belief resigns. Why would they lie? It doesn't apply. The data stands where the motives pass by. Believe what you want, sleep just fine. Reality stays planar, still and unaligned. Truth doesn't need motive, it needs measurement.
I gotta run back outside. I'll be back for ladies' night though, and I'll play you a song before I go.
Declassified doesn't mean dead. Northwoods on paper, signed and approved. False flags drafted to shape the public mood. Bomb our own streets, blame a foreign name. That's not theory, that's a documented game. You think their mindset just vanished one day. Power doesn't forget what worked that way. They said we stopped, that's the line they sell every time the truth rings the warning bell. But history repeats in a cleaner suit, same playbook, different excuse. They said we stopped, you took it on faith while the pattern stays perfectly in place. If it worked once, why would it die? Power doesn't retire, it just learns to lie. Mockingbird scripts through anchors and ink. MK minds pushed past the breaking brink. Gladio bombs blamed on the wrong side. Ajax flipped nations with a covered ride. Paperclip ghosts in lab coat skin. Same math, same aims, just rebranded. Then you don't torch a method that bends the world. You just bury the files and let it unfurl. They said we stopped, hearings held, fall guys fed to the public well, but no incentive ever broke. So I believe the oath they spoke. They said we stopped, that's the trick in the headline. Keep the mechanism intact, no reform cuts the root of control. It just updates the protocol. Contra cash ran dirty and deep. Off book wars they didn't want you to see. Now Epstein docs start ringing bells. Same mirror names in familiar cells. Not claiming omniscience, not claiming Lord, just asking why the overlap scores. Criminal cutouts, plausible deniability. That's intelligence, tradecraft historically. Northwoods wasn't madness, it was calm. That's the part that should set off alarms. When evil's written bureaucratic and neat, that's when power's most dangerous seat. They said we stopped, but show me where the structure changed. The cost got fair if secrecy stayed and budgets grew. Then the words don't match what institutions do. They said we stopped, but history shows that's exactly when the method goes. Underground renamed, optimized until the next oops gets declassified. It didn't stop. They got better at not getting caught.
for example, here's a new song. Well, that's probably gonna be on the 5th record.
You can rename the force you see, reframe the cause in a new theory. But mass still shifts when balance breaks and structures fail at measured rates. Call it field or call it push, rapid, tight, and language lush. The beam will bend or it will hold, independent of what you've told. Theory's a scaffold built to span across observed behaviors. Plan, debate the cause till dawn's first glare. The measure change is still right there. Strip the label, strip the claim. The interaction stays the same. Effects don't care what you believe. They don't adjust when thinkers grieve. They don't retreat for pride or prayer. They hold or fail. They do not care. The charge will move when gradients rise. A lens will bend when meets its size. Pressure equalizes space. Systems settle into place. Change the medium, alter the frame. The outcome shifts but not by name. It shifts by relation, density, strain. Not by the story you entertain. The mixture reacts or it does not. The circuit closes or it's not. You can argue what it is in core. The reading stands on the lab floor. Call it essence, call it scheme. The outcome answers to what you've seen. Effects don't care what story wins. They don't collapse for clever spins. They don't consult your chosen frame. They operate the same. You chase the root behind the veil, the final layer, the hidden trail. Fine, pursue that higher climb, but don't erase what works in time. Relations stand when tested clean, across constraint, across routine. Vary the input, shift the scale. If it persists, it does not fail. Maps refine and models shift. Some compress and some uplift, but no equation ever swayed a fracture line when stress was laid. This isn't faith in frozen sight. It's discipline, constraining light. No sacred claim, no cosmic throne. Just measured ground that stands alone. Effects don't care what you defend. They don't applaud, they don't pretend. They don't kneel to creed or flare. They stand or fail, they do not care. Test it, vary it, strip it bare. Reality answers, it doesn't care.
Trace, I actually had a look at your profile and some of your SoundCloud stuff, and your music's good, bro. It's really good.
Most of it's the old stuff. The new stuff got nuked by Bandcamp, so I lost all the new records I had out. I'm gonna put it on SoundCloud and YouTube. I got so many projects.
Yeah, keep it up, man. That's a road to success right there, bro. How is everybody?
Doing great, man.
Oh, Yoda, did you change your profile?
A
This isn't
little.
the same Yoda, is it?
Yeah, it's me.
Is it? Yeah, I was like, that's crazy.
Getting in the mood for the next song. It's reggae. Ooh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I finished my gardening earlier. You know, I'm currently at Asda because I've got the munchies and I've decided that I'm gonna buy
Oh,
some.
okay. This will be appropriate. Hey, Drace, ready? Hit it.
By the way, for legal purposes, I did not drive my car to Asda.
Yeah, Glowbird costs money. Flat Earth is free. Hey, Glowbird costs money. Flat Earth is free. Free, free, free. Man, pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field on the ground, stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Glowbird cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie. Hey, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free. My friend. Free like a dream. Turn on the TV. There's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt. There's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by. There's a globe on that. iPhone background. There's a globe on that. Music album cover. There's a globe on that. Hollywood movie, there's a globe on that. Them stamp it everywhere, so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside, feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Glowbird cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie. Hey, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free. My friend. Free like a dream. Pay for the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to steer in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story. Oh, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free, 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 free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet.
You know, why is the Earth flat? You know, I don't. I
Yo,
don't think
yo,
the Earth
yo,
is
what's
flat.
good, fool?
He's a fucking nigger. What is a nigger profile picture, bro? You fucking nigger.
That was something.
Is there a couple different apps you use, or is there like one good one that you stick with for the songs and shit, the voices?
I got background noise. What did you say?
Said, do you use a few different apps for the voices, or is there like one solid good app you use?
Yeah, I use Suno to generate my ideas.
Nice. Shit sounds good, man. Keep it up. Keep it going. Somebody else that came in here a while ago used to come in. He had some pretty good shit too. Forget his name.
While we wait for the next Glovers to stumble in here and fall on their face, I'll play another song.
They told me every corner's charted, every map is complete. Like the whole world was solved from the soil to the street. Wrap the planet in a picture, locked it tight in a sphere. Made it sound like there was nothing left to question or hear. And I felt my wanderlust fade like a washed out sign, like the mysteries were gone and the frontier resigned. Every road seems settled, every line predefined. When you think it's all known, you stop looking to find. But there's a cost in pretending that the model is the land, when it's only just a map that we drew by hand. And a soul grows quiet when the unknown shrinks, till you shake the frame and start checking the links. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I walk with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. It wasn't about the shape of the earth or the sky. It was about what I was told and the reasons why. How ideas get handed down, polished and neat, while the messy parts hide underneath our feet. So I took a ruler to the real world, touched the terrain, not for certainty's sake, just to break the chain. And the moment I did, something shifted inside, like the map dissolved and the truth got wide. There's beauty in the cracks where the questions breathe, where you test what you're taught, not just blindly believe. And the world's more alive when you peel back the gloss. Curiosity returns when you carry your cross. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I roll with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. No model is the territory, no chart is the place. And reality smiles when you meet it face to face. It's the courage to verify that brings the magic back, to lift the painted sky from the world's true track. So here's to the seekers, the who test the ground, who revive the wanderlust when doubt comes around. Not to find the signs, just keeping it alive, cause the frontier grows real when your questions thrive. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flip the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I roll with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn.
Guess I'll play you one more song. Or as many songs as you want until something's happening.
They say a shadow in the city and a well with none at noon is all you need to measure Earth. A perfect little proof. But every step is built on something hiding in the back. A quiet set of premises that no one ever tracks. Parallel rays from a sun unmeasured, two towns drawn on a perfect line. Distances guessed, not truly captured, but the story's told like it's divine. Shadows and assumptions stacked beneath the claim. Inference on inference, treated as the same. Only what's observed is solid on the page, but the leap from sight to certainty is where the errors reign. Shadows and assumptions, that's the hidden cage. The angle's there, you can measure it. The data isn't wrong. The data isn't destiny. The chain can still go wrong. Multiple models fit the scene, yet only one's declared. The underdetermination's there, but it goes unrepaired. Local sun or distant giant, curved or flat, the math can bend. If the premises stays, you choose the answer at the end. Shadows and assumptions stacked beneath the claim. Inference on inference, treated as the same. Only what's observed is solid on the page, but the leap from sight to certainty is where the errors reign. Shadows and assumptions, that's the hidden cage. Appearance is an ontology, a lesson easy to forget. Logic needs transparency, not stories we percept. Shadows and assumptions, listen to the signs. Test the hidden premises, follow every line. Truth is never threatened when we question every stage. It's reasoning that strengthens when we learn to turn the page. Shadows and assumptions, step outside the cage.
flat earthers love making dumb AI videos and photos, and I wonder why don't you guys like actually debate AIs? Like, I'm not I'm not really a huge fan of AI, but I think you guys are like it's basically the perfect counter to you because you can't knowledge gap it on basic stuff, and it has no knowledge, so you can't knowledge gap it, and you can give it your dumb arguments, and it can just destroy them. So why didn't you guys do
Bro,
that?
what are you talking about, man?
Be serious.
Yeah, so AI concedes to
No, it
the
doesn't.
long distance observations and laser tests not working on a globe. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I've argued with every single AI
I
model
thought you said
there is,
AI
and every
concedes
single one of them has
to flat
conceded
Earth.
every single argument.
No, that has. I've seen that guy. What's his name again? Dave, Flat Earth Dave, try to debate ChatGPT and looking like a retard throughout. I've seen that though.
Flat Earth
What do
Dave's
you,
a
what do you guys
retard.
think of that? Because he supports the Antarctica expedition.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. So a
Yeah,
bunch
what
of
about it?
guys did an experiment
Yeah, we
that
already know
destroyed the
about it.
flat Earth. And
How would that destroy
yeah,
the
you
flat Earth?
don't. He was one of your guys. Thought he was really smart before that whole thing, and he
No.
just he was supportive of it. He didn't go. Was
No,
asked
no,
to
no.
go.
We've
He
been
made up excuses.
we've been knocking
But
that
yeah,
guy's
now you
shitty
guys
arguments
turned on him.
for years. No. No. If you go to our home server and type in Jaren and scroll back to like 2020, 22, 2023, everyone's shitting on him. Right. Way before the Antarctica thing.
I was talking about Dave.
Right, 'cause he's
Flat Earth Dave.
Dave didn't even go there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he supports the expedition. He believes it was real, and it wasn't done inside the fucking what's it called again? The mega globe, the fucking thing, that globe thing. Yeah, he just supports the people who went to the expedition there, and still makes up excuses for the stuff they saw, which flat Earth can't explain.
Yeah, it doesn't. How would right? So if you measure your table to be flat, it doesn't matter what happens above the table, right? With your lights on the ceiling or something like that. It's
No,
not
it
going to
does
change
matter.
that you checked your table and it's flat, right? So how would
No, it
looking
does
at the
matter.
sun in the sky debunk the flat surface?
Okay, so Antarctica is basically a big ice wall along this
No,
little
no, we
pizza
don't think
Earth you
that.
have. So why does
No,
the Earth
we don't claim
go
that.
around that whole pizza world, that whole
No, we don't
circle,
think
that
it's a
whole wall,
pizza. You got
but
it all
not
wrong in your head.
to other parts of the Earth?
You
Well, you
yeah, so
deny the map
you've
because you
got
can't
okay.
make a map because flat Earth doesn't align
You
with
don't want to. Yeah, so
observation.
we don't claim the flat Earth that you have imagined in your head that you've seen in the memes or whatever. That's not what we claim.
Yeah, you don't claim anything. You don't fucking believe in anything.
Yeah, we do. No, you
Because
just
you
made that up.
can't
I didn't
explain
say that.
anything in your model.
Why you gonna lie? Why do globe earthers have to come in here and lie? What's the point in that?
Didn't lie. I just said you don't believe in
Just
anything.
because we don't claim in the imaginary flat
You're a
Earth you
flat
have in
earther,
your
but you
head,
don't have the flat Earth map.
therefore we don't claim everything. And are you a man of logic or not? It doesn't seem like it.
You're a flat earther, and you can't make a map of a flat Earth.
Yeah, we can map out small areas of the Earth, right? No one has a full map of the Earth that they've created by actually going out and measuring the
They
entire
do.
surface of the
They
Earth.
do. We
No, they,
have
which one?
satellites.
Which one?
Have
Which
amazing
one?
things like satellites. Fucking
Yeah, which
Google
map did they
Maps.
make with
Google
satellites?
Maps.
Which map? No, they didn't. That's a Mercator
Google
projection.
Maps. The app. Fucking app.
Yeah, they didn't
You can
make.
get
They
photos
didn't
of the
make that
entire
with
Earth and
satellites,
shit.
bro. Yeah, they didn't make
What?
that with satellites. Yeah, they didn't make Google Maps
And
with
what did they
satellites.
make them? What did they make them with?
It's a Mercator projection, okay, which is just a lat long coordinate
How is it
projection, and then they stretch it out into a
Take photos.
cylinder,
It has photos.
and then they flatten it, and all the continents are the wrong sizes, and then what they do is they get high altitude footage and they get low altitude footage, and in computer software they conform it to the coordinate system in the map. It's
Okay,
just like
so
a software
what did they
program.
use? What did they use to take the photos? do they use?
They use cars, right? So they drive around in little cars that
No,
have
the
cameras
cars,
all over them.
the satellite
Yep,
images, the
and they
satellite
also
images.
have
Do
high
they not use
altitude,
satellites?
right? So no, they don't use satellites in space. Definitely not.
Okay, so where do they get those satellites images from? The images of the entire
What
fucking
satellite
world.
is when you zoom out far enough, it just turns into a cartoon.
What do you mean when you
So not
what
until
are you
you
fucking
zoom
talking about?
in. It's not
So
until you. It's
satellites
not
don't
until you
exist.
zoom in.
Satellites don't exist. Is that what you're
Satellites in
saying?
outer space orbiting around the. No. You should listen to what I'm actually saying. Don't make up what I'm saying when I didn't say it.
Yeah.
Satellites exist, right? But satellites don't orbit around a globe in outer space because
They do.
the surface of the Earth measures flat. Oh, do they?
Oh. Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
look, dude, go Google me a picture of a satellite in space, bro. Go to
So
Google and
what?
type
So
in
what are you
photograph of a
denying?
satellite
What are
in
you
space.
denying?
Cartoons.
Satellite images. If you believe satellites exist,
What
what do
satellite
you
image?
deny?
What satellite image are you talking about? You don't even know. You've never traced a
The
satellite
fucking
image back to
satellite
this.
Google Maps. Google Maps. This fucking guy. Yeah, it's an app on your
Google
phone.
Maps are
It's
the
an app on
cars
your
that
phone.
drive around, dude. Google
No,
Maps are
it's
the little
photos.
cars
The
that drive
satellite
around with the
photos,
cameras on top.
not the fucking
That's
road photos.
Google
Not
Maps,
the road,
dude.
not the road
Yeah.
photos. You fucking retard. That's obviously that's cars. They're taken by Google cars, but like the satellite photos, the Earth. You can get a
What
on
satellite
Google
Oh,
photos?
Maps.
those are
You
You can turn
zoom
on
airplanes.
out and it's
Those are just
on
airplanes,
satellite
Ash.
photo map, and it show you the
Those are
Earth.
just
The
airplanes,
satellite
Ash.
photos.
Ash, those are just airplanes taking those pictures.
You think it's
All right,
airplane?
let's
So
read this out. I'm going to read this out. Hold on,
why do you
Ash.
deny why do you
Ash, hold
deny
on a second.
airplanes? Why do you
Ash,
deny why do you not deny
Ash.
satellite
Stop
photos,
talking. I don't
but
want to mute
not
you, bro.
deny
I don't
satellites
want to mute you.
existence?
Just
What are
mute.
you on
Dude,
about?
I'm going to
You
mute
guys
you
are
so I can
you guys
talk,
are so
or
fun.
you can just keep talking. Right, listen.
Well,
So
talk.
Google
Tell me.
Earth imagery from airplanes. Listen, just listen. Okay. Google Earth frequently uses high-resolution aerial imagery captured by airplanes and drones rather than satellites. It's in the side chat there. You can go look it up for yourself, right? And then they take that imagery and they just conform it onto a computer program which uses a lat-long map projection. No satellites needed.
They also use satellites. So what do you believe? What do you believe in the existence of satellites, but deny the existence of satellite photos?
I didn't. I already told you satellites exist, right? They don't orbit around a globe
So
because
why
the
do you deny
surface
the
of the Earth
existence of
isn't
satellite
curving.
photos? But
No, I
it
didn't
is.
say that.
But it is.
What do the satellite photos show?
Yeah.
What do the
Did you hear
satellite
the question?
photos show? Has he gone?
Clouds. They show clouds all the time. That's what they use for weather. Clouds.
Ash,
Yo,
you're not going to answer.
what were
I'm
you
asking
saying?
you
Ashley,
what the
it's your turn
satellite.
to talk.
I'm asking you what
What
the
do satellites
satellite
what?
photo. I'm asking you what the satellite photos show,
They show the Earth,
which is,
what?
oh, dude, you're going to tell me that you know the shape of the Earth by the photographs. So I'm asking you to describe the photographs, dude. How do we know the shape of the Earth from the photographs?
Because we can see the globe. We can see it's round.
Gotcha. So we can see the curvature on the surface of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Cool. That means I'll be able to measure that curvature on the surface, right?
Yes, but you can't do math. No, you can't do it. You can't do it yourself because you can't do math. But yeah, you can do it, and you can see the curvature of the Earth.
No, I'm not talking about seeing it. I'm talking about measuring it with tools, for example, lasers or
Yeah, you
theodolites or
can't
other
measure it. You
long
can't
range.
measure it because you can't do
I'm sorry,
math.
Ash, I was still talking. Please don't interrupt me because it's hard to understand what you're saying.
I'm
So
saying you
with
can't do
tools
it
like
yourself because you
dude,
can't measure it, because you can't do math.
I feel like you're failing to understand me. I just need a yes or no, dude. Can we or can we not measure the curvature of the Earth with tools?
Who's we, flat earthers?
No, we, me, you, anybody. Anybody, if they had the
Well,
right
it's
tools and
different. It's
know how, would
different.
measure the curvature of
You
the,
can't
for
do it because you can't
example,
do math.
Ash,
You can't do it
Ash,
because you can't do math
Ash,
because you're a flat earther.
for
So
example,
yeah, you can
a
do it.
surveyor.
So why include other people They can do it, but you can do
Ash,
it. So
like, please, dude. A surveyor, for example. You know what a surveyor is, right? What the practice of surveying is and who a surveyor is. Same bloody word. Weird. You understand this practice of measuring the surface of the earth with tools?
what? Survey? Yeah. What
Do you?
about them?
Okay. When we measure, it's like I have to get to the end of the road, dude, because you're really hard to like help. When we measure
You're really
the
hard to like.
surface of the earth with tools, we measure it to be flat. That's a problem for your
No.
photograph, right?
Well, you do measure it. You do measure it to be flat because you can do math, and yeah, you
So,
get the math
sorry,
wrong
is
because
that
you
just an
haven't
ad
passed
hominem
middle
attack
school.
against me because you think that I can't do math?
It's not ad hominem. It's not ad
It
hominem.
is.
It's the truth.
You don't know me.
No, I know you. I know you haven't passed
Exactly.
middle
It's
school.
this in lieu of argument. You're basically just saying you don't know math. Not
Yeah, you
demonstrating that I
haven't
don't know
passed
math.
middle
You're
school.
just making an accusation.
Well,
Dude, you need to
if
do
you know
better.
math, why didn't you pass middle school?
Okay, what's the radius of the earth, dude?
I don't know the number.
Okay, but you understand geometry, yes?
Yes.
And you understand that if you have a radius and a closed three-dimensional shape that's equidistant from that radius, you're going to have a rate of change of slope on the surface. For example, if the radius is 3,959 miles, then the rate of change of slope on the surface is
Why are
7.
you talking about numbers? Why are you talking about numbers when
You
you can't
told
when
me
you
that I
probably
didn't
can't do
understand
math?
math. So I'm going through the math
Yeah,
with you, and then
why
you
are you
can
talking?
critique it
No,
when I'm
you
done.
established you can't do math. So why are you talking about numbers if you can't do math?
All right,
It's
somebody
like
else can talk to him. He's obviously here to
it's like
waste our time.
a random guy pretending to be a doctor, a random saying, yeah.
You may notice now that you're muted, dude. And you're still going to be muted. Keep muted, dude. It's not going to change.
Bruh. I don't know, Jedi. He made a strong argument, man.
Yeah. Well done, Ash. That was brilliant. Oh well. Guess that was fun.
Welcome, K. Do you... Yeah, triple K, let's
Holy
call him.
shit, why is... Whoa. It's a big VC with... It's all quiet, bro, what the hell?
We're just chilling. So,
Well, I believe
what's
the
your
sun is
thoughts
flat.
about... Sorry?
I believe the sun is flat. The sun.
You believe the sun is flat?
Yeah, I'm a sun flat theory. Like, I believe in that.
You're a flat sunner, okay. Why do you believe that?
Because we never landed on the sun.
So everything you land on is flat?
You don't land on is flat.
So if you don't land on something, it's flat, but if you land on it, it stops being flat?
If you land on it, then it's probably like a globe.
Bruh.
Yeah, this is super incoherent.
Well, it's proven by science. You want to see the studies?
Yes, I would like to see your imaginary study.
Yeah, sure, let me pull it up.
Oh my.
I'll send you the study.
But now that we have established that you're standing on the ground, but you're standing on the ground, and so that's a globe, right?
Yeah, it's a globe, yeah.
Because you're standing on it, right?
Yeah.
So is there anything else that leads you to believe that?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like the Jews.
Yeah, this is very incoherent again, and you're clearly just trolling. But I guess you were a good showing for the Globers, being incoherent. Didn't even need to mute or moderate him, he just left because his troll had no effect. I guess you guys are forcing my hand.
False virtues denied the full view. Bureaucratic sorcery enforced with cold conformity, presenting normalcy while morphing cause of moral sovereignty. They punish curiosity, reward disturbing emolosity, and call it order though it's borderline despotic policy. The counterfeit conviction and condition contradictions, fabricating frictions in the mind until it splits into divisions. Truth revision, the proof is missing. Use in prison, chasing manufacturing missions, tangled in twisted systems. Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. They dilute integrity with rhetoric that's predatory, fallacious sophistry predicated on a population medicated, sedentary, sterilize the unwary, lie about what's necessary, weaponize involuntarily. You're scaring me. Psychological choreography, perform forms so methodically, shaping personalities with calibrated fallacies. They sabotage morality, distort collective memory, replace fatality with compliancy, chemically, methodically. Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. Clarity has cost, but blindness has a bill as well. Choose the truth or follow lies into a deeper hell. In whisper corridors, they orchestrate the doctrines off. It's often sharper thoughts with constant nonsense taught to cause a scholar swap wisdom for a system built on thinly veiled imposters. Tragic how they package panic as pragmatic practice, wrap them of their manufactured habits. And the saddest pattern happens when the fractured mind adapts it. Mistakes accused for sake, giving up enlightenment for lowbrow entertainment, content and containment. Once you see the strings, hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. Puppeteers and their peers with their smirks and sneers hidden behind a thin veneer. It's time we take back the wheel and steer.
Is a banding. Wow.
Sorry, what did you say? I take your silence as consent for me playing more music. If you don't want more music, start a conversation.
What about astronauts? Oh, you mean priest? What about astronauts?
Any
We
good
read the claim.
research recently? Any good research? Anybody?
Yes, we have a bunch of good research.
What's your top like favorite from the last couple of weeks?
Well, Yoder recently brought up a really interesting point concerning how much extinction there is in the brightness of the sun compared to the stars as they approach the horizon. That's a really interesting discrepancy. We were looking into scalar tuning the other day. It was very interesting. I've been looking into emergent gravity. I was having a lot of fun with Eric Verlinda's emergent gravity, which is a type of entropic
Tell me more
gravity.
about the gravity. Gravity is my favorite topic.
Yeah, so there's like 80 different theories of gravity currently, and I can give you. Let me find a little
Like,
meme
what's
here.
your
So,
take? What's your take?
I don't really have an opinion on like how gravity works. I just like to look at all of the different ideas and theories concerning it, and how they get to those conclusions. Because like I like creating fantasy worlds. I like writing novels, and so all of these different ideas and concepts can be used to create different cosmologies, and so that's what I like doing.
Okay. So you're
But essentially,
not so much into the scientific aspect of it, more just like the fantasy aspect.
no, I like the science aspect of it because I would like the fantasy aspect to actually be built on science and not just it's magic.
Good point.
No one's talking, Scarecrow.
Gravity?
What about it?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you guys think of it?
Well,
I
it depends
think
on
mass
what you mean.
attracts mass.
Well, I don't believe that. There's many
Think
different
we can
theories
contain
currently
air
on.
pressure in a vacuum?
No, gas pressure needs a container.
Yeah, gas pressure.
I think it does.
Yeah. But that's orthogonal to the mass attracting mass.
I think mass attracts mass. But my life is a little bit different than a lot of these other guys.
Well, you're just
What are you?
you're just he's some kind of Japanese teenage girl, I think. So it's probably new to the scene. You know, like your things. You know, some of us are in our 40s. You know, so we know more about them. No offense to you, you're just a young teenage girl from Japan.
Sure.
Calm,
I
calm
think
down, son boy. Calm down.
I think the Earth is like it's a ball with many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is a flat Earth.
No, no, no,
It's
no,
like a
no.
square
See, there's
region.
no round. There's no roundness. Okay. There's no.
Exactly. There's
All
no
flat.
like round surface.
We never, nobody here argues that. We just argued that the surface we live on is flat. We don't know what the bottom looks like. For what we care, could be a hemisphere.
I mean, it could be, but I think it should be. Well, maybe it's just like personal belief, but I think it should be more symmetric. So that's why I think it's a polyhedron.
Yeah, I mean, if you like to think like the Greeks, you know, what would be a pleasing shape of the Earth? You can imagine whatever you want.
Yeah, like sacred geometry and all that. Yeah.
Nobody denies you the right to fantasize. We had this other Swedish guy here who thinks that you know, he likes to fantasize about the universe and stuff. We all do this. It's, you know, as long as you compartmentalize that from actual scientific inquiry, it's all good.
Well, I think it should still be like roughly ball shaped, even if it wasn't a polyhedron.
Good. You say I think it should be. You know, go and take it up with the good Lord who actually created the world we live in, and tell him what you think it should have been. It's so good. He'll listen.
Okay.
I think there should be no world hunger. All right, good. Should tap myself on the back. I'm a great human being. I don't think there should be death and misery and cancer. Now what?
Are you 4% certain that gravity's real? Naya?
Sorry, what? I think gravity's real.
Someone likes to take this one.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, what we call gravity is an actual phenomena we all observe. Phenomenon. We all agree there's a thing we could call gravity.
Yeah, and like the whole like warping out space time and.
Well, that's a little bit specific, but we all agree there's a downward acceleration vector, roughly 9.8 meters per second squared. Kind of varies a little bit from location to location, but
And altitude.
yeah, we all agree. It's yeah. Some of us agree, not most, but some, like me, that using a precise accelerometer, such as a gravimeter, we can see that this vector does exist, and it varies when we introduce a independent variable, such as the amount of mass or density underneath the instrument, or to the side of it, or above it. It does affect the acceleration vector, its magnitude and direction, proportional to the amount of mass that we manipulate in the vicinity of the instrument. So we know that, you know, hence we know that mass attracts mass. That's my research, but you know, like, so what?
No argument there. You know, sounds about right.
So if you want to call this gravity, this phenomenon, like, I know that there's more to it, and many people have many theories and extend this concept way beyond what I just described. But if out of humility in this room you would constrain yourself to that for like an hour, for example, some of us would agree with you that yes, this phenomenon does indeed exist and is very much verifiable.
I'd agree to an extent. I'd leave out mass
Okay,
attraction.
no problem then. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'd agree to an extent. I'd say that
We all agree that
States-
Trump is still our president.
it's not. It's pretty exclusive to liquids and solids, right? Within the medium of air, any other medium that they suffer that's greater than their density, they'll have a tendency to go upwards. Other things
I don't
don't
think
move
so.
at all. Other things sit still. Other things hover. Other things move in multi directions. So,
Well, I
say
don't.
that
I
there's
don't
a
know what the
reason.
medium has. I don't know what you mean by medium, but like in the devices that I described,
you
the
do.
test object for which we measure acceleration is in as much of a low density chamber as we can make, right? So it's not floating on anything. It's
Preset and
so.
it changes it. So that's scientific. But I'd say that ultimately there is a reason why matter distributes itself the way it does, but that's unknown. There's no scientific experimentation that validates the reason. It's like entropy.
This is too esoteric for me. I can't comment.
But yeah, you're correct. It doesn't make the globe. I mean, like, it could explain why it is a globe if it was a globe.
Yeah, like much more is needed for the conclusion that gravity creates a globe, because even in their own model, it's not just that. It leads to the conclusion that it's a globe. So it triggers me, Peter, because they pulled a trick on us. They kind of created this Pavlovian response. Oh, mass attracts mass. Globe must resist mass attracting mass. Even in their own model, it's not just that.
Wonder who Peter thinks he's fooling.
Fooling the globers who think that mass attracts mass means that the Earth is a globe.
Why don't you tell us a story about that time you rode your pedal bike to Pizza Planet? You rode the curve uphill both ways. That was a cool story.
Obviously, that was a joke.
No, it was recorded. It wasn't a joke.
It was a joke for people with IQ over 100. Let's just agree.
Like I said, you're not fooling anybody, Peter.
Hey, I fooled you once, didn't I?
I think people who believe in the flat Earth theory are just pathological liars.
How does that make sense?
I can
How come the
guarantee you
water
that's
misses
not
light?
true.
You know all those patterns that you remember seeing when you were a kid? Like this equals this behavior equals this thought equals this, and then when you became an adult, you psyched yourself out of it, and you were like, oh, a poor kid could be rich, a rich kid could be poor, a snobby kid could be successful, a really nice kid could be successful. There's so many equations, right? But it's like if you just stuck to those patterns those patterns that you saw back in middle school or high school, based on like social status and this and that, you probably would have been way more successful. Now you have to pathologically lie your way to life because you ignored all the patterns and you want to see things your own way, which is a typical, Western philosophy. It's not your fault though.
Right, but you haven't spent any time with us, so you don't know. You're just saying this to trigger us, okay? There
Well,
are
I'm
some flat
saying
earthers that are liars, right? There are a few grifters, like maybe two or three that are prominent. Most flat earthers are genuine. I can guarantee you this. I would bet my mortgage on that. But you're new to the scene and you don't know what you're talking about, so just keep trolling, bro. It's a slow day.
I'm really not trolling you though. Just as much as you believe in your flat Earth theory, just as much as I believe in this theory.
It's not a theory. You just have to go outside and have a look. It's right in front of you.
Then why haven't they called it the flat Earth fact yet? Why is it still called the flat Earth theory?
None of
It's
us
not a
call it a
theory.
flat earth theory.
The opponents do. People that think it's a globe call it a theory because they want it to be in the same camp as their own belief system. They don't want flat earthers to have any ground to stand on. No pun intended, right? I mean, they don't want there to be evidence for a flat earth, right? They just off the bat say that it's just nonsense, it's just a theory, they just imagine it. No, you don't have to imagine the earth's surface being flat, you just have to go out and experience it. You've always
They call us
experienced it, you
flat
just have
earth
to realize
society.
that. You have never experienced the earth as a spinning ball in outer space, and you never will. You're left with flat and motionless experience the surface you live on. I mean, that's the fact. But you can imagine it's something else if you want. Imagine that. Imagine, look at the TV and imagine that you live on that image. If you can do that all you like. I'm not going to hold it against you.
T-Dub, do you sometimes imagine that you're walking upside down under?
I used to try and experience the orientation that I was said to have, that I was told I have in the universe. And I could never let go of that experience of being horizontal or vertical. It's impossible.
Is that why Aussies drink so much? Because you guys are trying to, I mean, most of them are trying to cope with the fact that they're upside down.
Drink so much? I don't know. I leave that to the
Aussie's
Irish.
dead, dude.
Yeah, Australian
What?
culture is dying out. I mean, Pauline Hanson's trying her best to bring it back, but there's not a lot of people on board, although they are gaining momentum within the Senate and the House of Representatives, which is good. They need an ass kicking. Yeah, Australian culture is dying, I'd say.
That's okay. Australia has never been much of a culture.
It had like 3 decades, pretty much. Well, even more, but like 60s, 70s, 80s. It was a pretty strong sense of what it meant to be European Australian. You know, your identity, nation's identity, and then for some reason it started changing around the 90s. Yeah, it's like that liberal mind started taking over. Liberal mindset and group thinking started gaining traction.
I actually have a serious question for you, Tito. So in Australia, I assume when you go to school, they have the globe there, you know, as they have in our classrooms here in America or in Europe. Is the globe oriented the same way? We have it like north to south with Australia at the bottom, or do they flip it?
Yeah, no, north's always at the top at an angle, that 23.4 degree
So it
angle.
must be depressing for like an average child, you know, who doesn't know much, and they go like, "Oh shit, I live here at the bottom of this thing, like in the corner." Is that kind of the feeling you get as a kid? Do you remember?
Really?
Because I remember as a child, you know, when I would look at the globe, I was like, "Oh, okay, so I live here on the top. It's fine, you know, standing on the ball, no problem." I didn't have any sort of weird feelings about being upside down.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I'd be pointing at a 30-degree angle. Yeah, actually upside down.
Right, but I remember imagining, you know, as a child, like, "Oh yeah, we just walk on top of that ball, like do 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 do." But like, I was looking at Europe, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Yeah, the orientation thing is funny. I mean, it may have political you know, use, you might say, but you could really just tilt that ball any old way. It doesn't matter. You can make up anything. It's arbitrary. Like, it's not arbitrary because we have like the northern point of celestial rotation, but yeah, you could use the bottom of that. But literally, you could just choose any point on the surface of the globe to be the top or the bottom. Doesn't matter, and then
I mean,
just
that's what
keep
they're
everything
telling
else the
us.
same.
That's what they're telling us.
Yeah.
But I was bored the other day in a meeting at work, and I was looking at a Mercator map they had on the wall, and it's kind of, when you pay attention, it's kind of funny how much of the landmass is north of the equator, right? I mean, 90% of
Doesn't seem to be
population.
congregated right around that there.
Yeah, it's not even
That.
fair. Like the people south of the equator are in a huge minority. Like all the heavy hitters, China, India, Europe, North America, even a good, let me have a look here. Even a good part of, not a good part, but a piece of Brazil. Some of the heavy hitters in Africa, like Nigeria, that's 200 million people. Yeah, that's a lot of people north of Indonesia. Even a good chunk of Indonesia, that's 250,000 of people. north of the equator. And then for Aussies and Kiwis and South Africans and Argentinians, a few more people in the south.
Yeah, you could probably fit Great Britain inside Alaska 2 or 3 times, maybe more.
Probably way more. Let me have a look here. Actually, no, you're right. I mean, full disclosure, I do have a globe in my kitchen as a joke at this point. Yeah, I would say 3 times maybe.
I felt like less significant or less important as an Australian than an American, let's say. Right? Not because of like the orientation on the surface of a sphere as was depicted to us, but because of the TV influence. What I'd see on TV about America just seemed much more wealthy, much more independent, much more colourful, right? And more interesting foods, more interesting cars, more interesting this, more interesting that. Everything was more interesting to me on TV. Like American society seemed much more interesting than my culture.
I heard you Aussies say something like this before, and I was thinking about it because for us Europeans, especially the Eastern Europe, the US, we always perceived it as like an entirely different universe, right? Because we're not in the same cultural circle, different languages and whatnot. But when I was listening to you Aussies talk about this, I guess it's different for you because you're kind of in the same cultural circle. You know, the language is similar, even though yours is like atrocious. But I was kind of empathizing with what it must have felt like. Like you kind of belong, and it's kind of similar, but then it's different. Um, yeah, for us it was always like another planet, right? America was a different planet, and we consumed the same Hollywood stuff, but we knew that there was a big kind of divide between the two worlds. For you, it must be a little bit more blurred.
Name one object that's flat.
An asteroid.
Your mum.
How does gravity work?
What did you say?
Yeah, can you explain how gravity is working?
Mass attracts mass.
It's an independent take on it. I don't think that that's what everybody subscribes to, because not even on the globe side does everyone subscribe to that notion.
Yeah, but it's a good starting point to show a global troll that
It is
gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
exactly. It
Why
is an
obfuscate?
independent. It is independent of the investigation of the geometry of the Earth's surface. Exactly. Was it an understanding of the Earth's surface geometry which helped us figure out why things fall and things move the way they do? Or was it the other way around? Did we figure out why and how things move independently of that and come to the conclusion that due to that thing, that there was a connection and that the Earth's surface must be. So which one told us which? Understanding why things move to explain to us what the shape of the Earth is, or was it the other way around? Did we have an understanding of the Earth's shape which helped us figure out why things move? Which way around was it?
That's a good point. Like when the Greeks came up with the globe, they had no idea about gravity.
To counter arguments about like anti-podalism, I don't know how you'd say that, but I'm just going to say it like that. They just said that there must be just some innate, inherent property of being of the form of the Earth. Just helps people stay that way up, relative to its center radially. So they didn't try and come up with some sort of elaborate description or explanation. It just said it just is.
Hey, would you say you guys' inability to create hello? Yeah, would you say you guys' inability to create the flat Earth model of the world is a sign that the Earth is actually not flat?
No, people do make models of a flat world all the time throughout history. So you're just
Never
mistaken, sir.
seen one that works. Can you
Well, then you
post an
haven't done
inside sheet maybe?
investigation. You haven't done enough research. Now. I'd
Please
advise
enlighten
you
me.
to put down the phone and go read a book, right? Or actually use Google
No, I
properly
want
and
to
do some
see a
research,
model,
and
man.
then
I don't want to read a
click
book.
on the links and read them. Don't just read the fucking headline.
If you believe there is a model, just post it. Don't be a pussy.
I would tell you that I'm not going to present you anything to do with a universal flat Earth model, right? Because it's outside the scope of the investigation.
Also, the fact that we don't spam the society with half-baked models doesn't mean we're pussies. It just means we're humble and we know what the limits of our understanding are. So anyone can spam the internet with, "Oh, I have a model. I made up a model. Oh, look at it, look at it." We just don't do that out of humility.
Right. Flat Earth modeling is used in various fields of academia. I mean, within navigation, within biology, and mapping, in aerodynamics. Yeah. All sorts of fields use flat Earth models. NASA even uses flat and stationary Earth models. I mean, it's no secret. You just weren't aware of it for some reason.
Yeah, let me see it. It'd be easy to show then, right?
Go ask the people that claim that they used them. You go do your research, bro. I mean, like figuring out how far you are away from a lighthouse when you're out at sea, right? That's a flat Earth model. So you know how close you are to the dangerous shoreline, the rocks, right, near the edge of the shore. It might sink your ship, right? So you know that a specific lighthouse is of a certain height, and you can take an angle measurement, right? Engage your angle across a plane to the top of the lighthouse, an elevation angle, and then you can use the height and your angle to determine the distance you are away from that shoreline. And it saves lives. And that's a flat Earth model.
Okay, all right. If that's like the best you guys have, all right.
Yeah, elevation profiles are flat Earth models, or representations.
Yeah.
What you're really asking for is a visual, right, of what it looks like as a whole, like from some God's eye perspective, right? That's what you really want.
Exactly. I want a third eye's perspective.
He acts like the globe is not in his imagination too.
Hey, don't insult the globe, bro.
You understand that,
driving
right?
it too far.
Can you admit that
The
that
globe is not here to defend itself, so please.
that the globe only exists in your imagination?
In your head, in your ear. Like that? No, it's real, bro. It exists.
Yeah, you'll never see it, right? You can continue to believe it's real if you
I've
like,
seen
but
it.
you got to admit that
I've
you
seen
will
it myself.
never see it. No, you haven't.
I've seen it from a
You can't be
helicopter.
honest with yourself, can you?
I am honest. I've seen it from a helicopter. I was on board of a Eurocopter, like 10 kilometers high, and I was
I
looking
guess
through
that's
the
like the
open
first
door.
step, right, bro? Is being
Oh
honest
my
with
god, not
yourself,
this
right?
again. This guy. Yeah,
I guess
we
so,
heard this
yeah.
story the other day. Yeah. We shot that to pieces, bro.
You didn't, man. You said I don't believe that the helicopter can go 10 kilometers high, but you just wrong.
They don't.
It's the
They
record.
don't.
It's the world record, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes, they do.
no, you didn't go for a joyride in a helicopter to 10 miles high.
Oh, you were also there? All right.
Or 10
It's a
kilometers, whatever it
kilometer.
was. 10 kilometers. You didn't go 10 kilometers high in a helicopter with the door open, bro. We just know you didn't. It's just pathetic to even
Of
suggest
course, we had oxygen.
that's something that
on.
happens.
Yeah, that's something that happens. It has been done. There is a Wikipedia article on people doing it.
I flew in an Antonov 2 with the door open once as a child.
Yeah. I was in the
was in
Eurocopter.
the Antonov 2. It's the superior aircraft. It's a Soviet copter.
Believe it.
It's one of the few airplanes that can fly backwards in strong wind.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Can it fly flatwards?
Negative ground speed, yes.
Oh. Look, I don't want to fight you guys. This is like low-hanging fruits. Grabbing them. There's no skill in it.
Well, whether you're trolling or not,
Troller's weak.
we just want you to know that we all had reservations about recognizing that the Earth was flat. Some of us longer, some of us shorter. So we know what you're going through.
You think I will be there? one day?
If I got there, took me 2 years. Anyone can.
But you could be wrong, right? You could actually be wrong. That's also a possibility.
Of
Yeah, you're
course,
not all
it's
knowing.
actually this is
Okay,
this
good.
funny you would say this because it is us flat earthers who can admit that we can be wrong because we know we were wrong when we were globers. Most of us thought the earth was globe, flat earth was ridiculous, so we were wrong once. We
Yeah,
don't
bro.
think
What
we're
if they?
wrong now, but we know we
What if they?
could be wrong. It's you who doesn't admit that you could be wrong.
Just imagine in the beginning they brainwashed you into believing the globe, and now they brainwashed you into believing the flat Earth. You know.
Okay,
Just
so what I'm
yeah,
saying is between the two groups, if we generalize, we know
yeah.
that we were duped once. We know that we were wrong once. Yes, it is possible we could be wrong again 5 more times. You, however, and I'm generalizing, most globers come in guns blazing. Oh, it's a globe. It's certain, right? So you got to do some work to become more humble. We're humble already. We were humbled once.
Well, you're talking about scientific matters. You're not like a scientific expert in, but you guys will still talk about matters like that. Without PhDs. Do you think that's fair?
Oh, we have PhDs. We have Professor Heffron, Professor Bennett.
Yeah, but from
All
an
right.
accredited university, I mean, man, not from Discord University.
No, they're from universities. They have actual PhDs. Dude, go join
Okay, respect.
Ether Cosmology. Ether Cosmology. That's a community on Discord. You'll talk to Professor Heffron and Professor Bennett.
Is that an actual professor who believes the Earth is flat?
Yeah, one of them was a glober, and he was trying to prove that the Earth was a globe using this idea he came up with called celestial theodolite. You can read into it. I'm not going to explain it. And he concluded the Earth was flat based on his own experiment. And then, because he's an honest scientist, he admitted it and became a flat earther.
You're saying by looking at theodolites you can find the shape of the Earth?
It's a poetic title, celestial theodolite. You're using stars in lieu of a theodolite. Okay. Now, I don't like
Looking at the sky, you
particularly.
can determine the flatness of Earth.
Thank you. So I don't like this experiment because I'm a purist and things in the sky tell me nothing about the shape of the Earth. So I'm not a big fan of him, but I'm bringing him up because you had a PhD Glover came up with an experiment. It works for him. It's, for me, I think we're losing more than we're gaining. But anyways, doesn't matter. And he became a flat earther based on his own research and experimentation. So I'm giving you this example. I don't want to discuss it in detail. You can come to Flat Earth Fridays today on Twitter. Kenbo is gonna talk your ear off about the celestial theodolite.
Are you saying
Okay?
you reject this experiment as like unscientific
No, I don't.
or something?
I don't. That's not my go-to. All right, that's not my go-to.
So you accept the conclusion of his experiment or you don't?
Yes, I accept the conclusion. The Earth is flat, but I don't like the fact that the conclusion is reached through referencing things in the sky, because to me that's not something I like to do.
Yep. Yeah, fair. That's fair.
The father of Western philosophy was a flat earther.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like 1,000 Miletus.
I
Forgive my
was talking
pronunciation.
to this Glover from Denmark that I know, and You know, America was discovered by people who were flat earthers. You should know that as a Danish person, right?
Really?
Leif Erikson was a flat earther, right? The entire Viking Norse cosmology is a flat earth cosmology. And they discovered America. I mean, Europeans, the first Europeans in America were flat earthers. So now go claim that the globe is the only reason why Columbus got to America. Bullshit.
When you said that you guys believed that the Earth was a globe, and now it's flat, you believed at the time that the flat Earth claim was ridiculous. Why did you think at the time it was ridiculous? Like, what
Social
was your
pressure
thought process?
mostly, right? We were taught that the Earth was a globe. We were also taught, socially conditioned, to ridicule flat earthers as these like kind of fringe nut jobs, right? Who deny reality. So initially, every one of us who looked at flat Earth evidence was like had this defensive mechanism, like, oh, that's stupid, right? Some people looked into it for a day or two or a week or a month. They realized this was the truth. Others, like myself, kept resisting it for 2 years, arguing with these people here, getting banned, getting unbanned, and it took us longer, right? But that conditioning, it's a globe, and anyone who says otherwise is a retard. Most of us inherited this from our upbringing.
But you're saying at the time you were looking at evidence, or you were looking at claim, or you merely just heard about the claim, and it was social pressure which said, "Oh, everyone says it's stupid, so it's stupid."
Yeah, and the cogdis too, right? The cognitive dissonance from having to admit that what you thought was certain may not be. Everybody goes through this.
Hmm. Is that what you believe, like, globe earthers are doing? Because you could say most people on the planet probably haven't taken the time to look into it. Like, I agree with
Absolutely.
that. Like, but for those that have looked into all of these claims, do you really think it's just like cognitive dissonance or like social pressure?
No, some of them are wrong. I used to argue with these guys for a year and a half, showing them curvature measurements. I was just wrong. What I thought I saw there was no thing.
What were you wrong about? What were you trying to show that you failed to show?
Trying to show optical measurements of the Earth curving as predicted by the globe model.
I mean, there's further you can go with it. Like I've always said, it's never great to just take a camera, point it out at the sea, and say no curvature to me, because obviously because what I mean, where's the rigor in that? There is none.
So
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
use
talking
the
about.
globe. So we can't use the claim globe dimensions to make predictions
Wait,
with our observations.
well, what do you mean? What do you mean?
So if they say that the Earth has a specific size and a specific curvature rate, then we should be able to make predictions of how much the surface we can see plus distance, right?
Right, but we didn't determine that by pointing like a Nikon P9000 out to sea.
So we can now, right? We can now that we have that technology.
Yeah, but it's not going to make a difference if the
Why?
person, because what use is it pointing something out to sea and saying
Because
it
you
looks,
might be able to see further than the human eye can. Let's see how much of the surface we can see compared to the globe prediction with this
okay,
piece of technology.
but you've loaded a claim. You've loaded a claim in that query because you've said further than the human eye can see. How have you determined how far the human eye can see?
Obviously, because it has limitations, and our understanding of optics allows us to create the technology to allow us to see better or further.
Right, but
or
what
to
are
resolve
these?
that which we can already see. at a greater, to give it a better focus and a better resolution or a better magnification, right?
Right, but
That's actually what I'm looking at. I didn't realize that I was looking at a lighthouse in the distance, but I was, because this piece of technology has allowed me to see it clearly and identify it. But before,
Right.
with my human eyes, I was looking at it, but I couldn't tell what it was. I couldn't even tell it was there. Right?
Yeah, your eye can fail to resolve distant images that a camera can provide more resolution on. I'm not
And so if
arguing
the
against
globe
that.
geometry predicts that you shouldn't be able to see that lighthouse and you see it, what do you do then?
But it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
Like,
they've never
you
told
can't.
us so they've never told us you can go down to the beach and watch a boat go over the horizon. They've never told us that as globe proof.
Yes, on an
Right.
average.
So don't say that then. They do
No,
make predictions based on the surface geometry, right? Of how much you can see of the surface before it begins to obstruct things from view, like boats or lighthouses. Right.
You're talking.
Yes.
Wait. What what are you trying to establish? Because on an average day, you can say, I expect to see this. You can't guarantee what the conditions of an average day are going to look like.
What could that possibly have to
Then
do with whether or not the horizon is Earth curve?
Right. Exactly. Then
That's what I'm
stop telling
saying.
us.
That's
Then
what I'm
stop
saying. It's
trying.
pointless.
Then stop using it as proof. Then don't tell us. Hey, we can make predictions using the globe geometry and then verify it through our observations. And when we attempt to show that it's not there, right, and the prediction fails, you appeal to some sort of excuse, right? Oh well,
Yeah,
that's because of the conditions of the day. But trust me, any other time it's there.
No, we see that it varies. We see that sometimes we see objects with more of its features resolved. Sometimes we don't. So it's clearly not reliable if we don't have some like.
Then stop using it as evidence, then, Globers.
Wait, I'm not the hive mind of Globers. What? I don't know who you're talking to.
Oh, no worries.
You. Go ahead, sister.
Then I guess what evidence are you using? I wouldn't want to stereotype you, so let's talk about what you are using.
I mean, there are some pretty good ones based on. There's I think, is it a Japanese or something satellite that takes literal pictures of the Earth every 10 minutes. And they seem to align with all our weather patterns and where everybody's experiencing day, where everybody's experiencing night, where clouds are. I mean, I can't really argue with that.
What does that have to do with Earth curve?
Because it's a picture of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, then when we measure the surface, is it curving like it's showing in that video?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's not what I'm appealing to. So you're bringing it back to that.
So you're going to appeal to something that's unfalsifiable, right?
No, it's not. It's not unfalsifiable.
Okay, so if you see a picture of the Earth and it looks like it's curving, and we measure the surface and it's not curving, I guess that would be a falsification, right? So that's debunked. What else do you have?
Dude, I've already explained that in the atmosphere, right, optical effects. If you're not going in clearly understanding your theory, clearly understanding atmospheric conditions and what can happen, right?
Oh, tell me. Then I would want you to present all of that data for us. Tell us how and what happens, so we can know what we're anticipating.
Dude, I can't give you like a book's worth of knowledge as to all the possible scenarios.
I'm willing to bet that you haven't found any data at all.
Don't appeal to it then.
Yeah, I'm not appealing to it. That's
appeal to
what
it.
I tried to.
Yeah, you are. You are appealing to it. So don't appeal to it if you're not willing to defend it.
No, that's not how it works. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works in here. This is our house, and that's how it works in here.
Well,
Too
that's
bad if you don't
stupid.
like it.
That's yeah.
Oh,
That's like
asking people to support their claims is stupid.
right. Does heart pump blood
Get
around
out
the
of here,
body?
Cosmic. Get out of here, bro.
Oliver, this is
No.
sad and pathetic, dude.
Does heart pump blood around the body?
And what does that have to
Oliver,
do with
you're
what we're
doing a
talking about?
horrible job. Horrible job.
I mean, does it? Can you
What
tell
does
me
it have to
exactly
do
how it
with what we're
all works in
discussing?
great detail?
What does that have to do with what we're discussing?
Do you understand that a person presenting a fact doesn't have to
It's
know
weird how you're
every
not
single piece of information?
actually answering my question. You're talking about anything but what I'm asking you. What does heart pumping blood around the body have to do with whether or not light does what you think it does, so it looks flat all the time?
No, it doesn't look flat all the time. We've seen that.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't. We've seen it.
Okay, well then, where have you seen this at?
Where have we seen light bending? Like pretty much everywhere.
No, yeah, the kind of bending that you're talking about that makes the Earth look flat all the time. When does that happen?
Across the Earth all the time, just like lightning happens.
So, okay, now I want you to go ahead and back up that claim. I want you to show me how the light does this. What data you guys have gathered to prove this?
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, apparently the globe believers and the people, those scientists that you're always appealing to that have given you these facts or figures or whatever that makes the Earth look flat all the time. You know, what the light is doing to make it look flat
No, it
all the
doesn't.
time.
No, it doesn't.
Well, then,
If it looked flat all the time, you wouldn't see part of objects or the totality of objects seemingly behind a horizon. That wouldn't
I'm
work.
sorry, from left to right, when the horizon is completely flat and just sometimes in the distance you can't make out certain objects or whatever, that you think that is the Earth curving?
Well, if I think the Earth is curving, right, then I may think that some phenomena is just due to the Earth curving. But
All right, so you just think that, but you can't prove that.
Dude, you can prove the Earth is curving through other means. You don't need to just look out to the sea and say it
Those
looks
are.
curved.
I'm asking you. What would that be?
Yeah, the mountain of evidence we have.
It's so weird. He went back to a boats go over curve chant after he had abandoned it 10 minutes ago.
Exactly.
No, I don't think you're tracking. I mention it because you keep bringing it up.
Dude, take a deep breath. I think the heart pumping veins thing, I think that was you telling yourself to, reset. I get it. Your heart starts pumping a little hard when you realize that this whole thing you're chanting is a bunch of malarkey. But just get real, dude. Please.
Okay, I've taken a deep breath. What now?
It's not even analogous because you're experiencing heartbeat and blood flow. Right? You're not experiencing that thing that you're not experiencing that other thing that you think exists that you can't detect because of reasons.
I mean, if you travel, you experience yourself going around it. I experience gravity, and you guys deny that.
I love the hysterical cackling. Just, I don't know. You want it both ways. When he says that experiencing the curvature of the Earth is as common as lightning. I mean, come on. Wacky.
Okay, I don't even know what you said there. I'm talking about observing optical phenomena, right? When this is the thing regardless of whether flat
So
Earth or globe Earth,
So are we, Cosmic.
Okay, but regardless of whether you advocate like a flat Earth or a globe Earth, everyone agrees the globe's very big, right? So when people talk about rare optical phenomenons or rare phenomenons or things like this, right? Lightning is rare in one given area, but it's happening around Earth all the time, right? It's the same with these like Fata Morganas, and like instances of quite extreme lensing and refraction. And I mean, that's your response, so you're never going to learn anything.
So you're allowed to rely on optical phenomenon, but we're not.
Dude, because I don't just look at something and say this looks like X to me, therefore it is X. That's just a silly conclusion.
Okay. So tell us how you reached the conclusion then.
Yeah, we travel around the Earth. We've sent literal rockets up into orbit, which have taken pictures of the Earth.
Does that require knowledge of the Earth's surface and its geometry? Yes.
It shows you the shape of the Earth.
Does it require prior knowledge of the Earth's geometry?
Any person could send a rocket. I assume that they'd need the materials and money and logistics, but they could send a rocket up into orbit and just see for themselves with no prior knowledge of what the Earth is like.
No, they can't. No, you're not allowed to do that.
Not allowed to do that. You've had
laws against it.
No, you've had amateur.
There's been no amateurs put things in orbit. I'm sorry, it just hasn't.
Okay, I don't know about orbit, but certainly like a very high altitude. I've already sent you guys numerous times that video of that guy.
Like 70 miles?
It was 56 miles above the Earth.
56 miles?
Yeah.
And what was achieved?
Anyone can do it. You see the curvature of the Earth.
No, you don't. You don't. You're claiming a camera does, right?
Okay, if we're viewing
so
something
what happened to
through
not being able to rely on just looking at something and declaring it to be the case?
How do you get around the video that was shown?
What happened to looking at something and not being allowed to just declare it's the case? What happened to that? Now you've just looked at an image through a camera lens, right, and declared that it must be the case.
Dude, you're admitting what it's showing.
What happened to not just looking at something and instantly declaring it to be true because you're looking at it? What happened to that? You just 5 minutes ago, bro.
No,
you
dude,
said
dude,
I don't just look at something and then just decide that's what it is because it looks like it.
No, because I'm not agreeing with you on the conclusion.
What's the nuance then? What's the nuance to the imagery from the camera on the rocket?
Well, I can explain. If you look out to sea, right, and you just say it looks flat to me, I can still disagree with you, can't I? Right? Because your personal assessment of what counts as flat, right, is not what I'm seeing, right? So it's something where we're just going to disagree.
Hold on, hold on. Why don't you present that? If you've seen curvature, if you've seen curvature from standing at the beach, I'd like to see that.
No. Flat is going to come with some certain.
Okay, if you've seen anything other than a flat horizon while standing at the beach, I'd like to see that. You've seen that?
Dude, it's not. It's
you
when
said
you're calling it a
just
flat
looking
horizon.
at something and declaring it to be true because it looks like it does. You can't just do that. There's more. It's more nuanced.
Yes.
It's more complicated than that. Yet when we asked you how you did it, you said they just send a rocket up with a camera and then you just look at the camera's imagery.
Yes, dude, because your
and it's
personal.
Curved, so therefore it's curved.
Yes, because
so why is that a standard that you've set? From the surface.
Okay, because
and
your
not,
personal.
Not when you go high.
No, dude. Your personal interpretation of looking out to sea, right? I'm not.
And your personal interpretation of looking at the imagery.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the difference?
So we're getting somewhere, right? So then you can tell me how my personal interpretation of the imagery is faulty, right?
Because of your standard that you set. You can't just look at something and determine that that's what it is because it looks like it. That was your standard.
No,
and then you said it's more complicated than that. So how much more
Yeah.
complicated is it? And then you said they just send a rocket up with a camera on it and you look at the imagery, and if it's curved, then it's curved, which is an exact violation of the standard that you set in the first place.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Because
Yes,
I
it
clearly
was.
No, I can explain why. Because it's clearly not just down to personal interpretation, right? If it is, then you have to give me an interpretation that
It's not an
agrees with what's.
interpretation. You're accepting the thing that you're seeing with your eyes. In our case, directly an observation of the surface. In your case, through an image that was taken from another device, not your own eyes.
Yeah, you're a fucking weasel, dude.
Just insults in reply.
Well, the scary thing is, I don't think he knows he's being weaselly.
I'm not, because I've already explained. Right.
Yeah, I know you don't or realize it. It's slimy at best. I mean, you have this endless well of vague interpretations you
Okay, here
keep
we go.
dipping into anytime you get cornered. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Yep.
Yes. Why don't
Okay.
you address that or realize that? You want it both ways.
Dude, I
That's
don't
the
even
only
know
way
what
this
you're
argument's working for you, is to have it both ways.
No, okay. I mean, have you got anywhere with determining the properties of the Earth through argumentation on Discord?
What, now attack the platform in which we're having this discussion? What did you say?
Have you got anywhere with determining the properties of this flat Earth through argumentation on
That's been
Discord?
determined. I determined it prior to being on the Discord. But now what I've gotten is I've realized
Okay,
how
how?
deeply ingrained this is in your little psyche. To the point you can't even address your own hypocrisy, or you can't. You're wanting your argument to represent both things at the same time, and you're unable to
Can
recognize
I?
that. That's what I've learned. I've learned how deeply lost you people are.
Yep. I think your amygdala's just activating as soon as I'm bringing up a challenge that you find difficult. But
What
whatever.
challenge are you speaking of?
The bringing up problems, right, with your claims, your evidence that you say it is about the flat Earth, right, that really just don't stack up. It's not really evidence. That's what I'm trying to say.
What evidence?
Because
That's good. What
okay.
evidence have I stacked up for you? Since
So
you've been in this discussion, what has been stacked up for you?
So one thing you're referencing is just looking out to sea, and I'm saying, right,
That's what you were talking about. No, that's what you were talking about.
It wasn't.
That was them using your standard.
Yeah. So a comparable situation.
That's not our standard.
Say we both saw.
It's one of his standards because he has double
somewhere.
standards.
Yeah, say we were both looking somewhere out at the distance, right? And there was a blurry object in the distance. I say it's a car, you say it's like a cow or something like that, right? We both have an interpretation of what that is, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean.
The point is, dude, at what distance is this being seen,
and what characteristics can be, and what characteristics and what characteristics are obvious. So I see brown. We both see brown. Got it. I see like kind of curved shapes. No, I see straight edges. So that's where a difficulty you'll encounter.
Yeah, it's a very false.
Right?
It's a very false analogy. The better analogy would be like, we're seeing a cow. However, you're telling us no, it's actually a car.
No, dude, because
if it's obviously a cow,
you're baking the conclusion in your premise.
No, we're not. We're describing the
That's what you've done.
No, we're describing what
we're receiving.
We're describing the observables. Like, even the globe proponents admit that the horizon looks flat at ground level. That's called the local tangent plane.
Dude. What I'm saying.
I asked you what arguments that were made pro flat Earth, and all you're giving is a bastardized, some sort of straw man about including seeing something and believing it. What was the arguments that you're claiming
not
don't stack
bastardized.
up from flat earthers?
Because
it's not like
Not your weaselly
that,
little
right? It's not like
misinterpretation.
it's not like a brown blur in the distance, bro. It's not like your brown blur in the distance that we're both arguing about the nature of, right? It's not like that.
I'm trying to dumb it
The
down
horizon,
with a
the water
comparative
surface,
example.
and the horizon itself, right, literally looks flat. We can both describe it as being such.
Okay, how do you extend to this? How do you extend to this?
So
well,
where's the interpretation? Where's the interpretation?
Right, because I'm saying, right, there I don't see perfect flatness. There are reasons I don't see perfect flatness. The thing is, your argument seems to rely, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the Earth being like this perfectly flat plane. I understand you were going to say there are mountains, there are surface
you get that?
imperfections, whatever. Hold on. How are you interpreting the Earth then, in terms of its flatness?
It's not curving at the rate that it's claimed to be. If the Earth were a ball, it would be curving away in the distance. Is the Earth a ball or not, dude? Is the Earth a ball or not?
Yeah, if you want to describe it as a ball, I guess we could just call it a ball.
Okay, so on a ball, the surface curves. There is a limit to what you can see based on the curving of the ground as it curves away from you. Do you agree?
There's just going to be a limit to what you can see anyway, but sure.
Yeah, okay, but okay. How is that not bound to the curvature rate? What is it based on?
Yeah, it's not going to be exactly bound to the curvature rate because we have the atmosphere in the way, which distorts things. We know this. This isn't up for debate amongst any of us.
Distorts or projects? You're needing it to be. You're needing it to be projected up over a geometric horizon for you to see it, not for it to be distorted. I look off the hood of my car and I see distortion.
Yeah, we don't deny refraction or distortion. You have a claim that refraction is allowing things to appear flat or measure flat far beyond the globe geometry. However,
hold on, you're not measuring that.
Yes, with lasers.
No, dude, you're not measuring it.
Yeah, you are with lasers. You're measuring the deviation from the laser on the ground.
So you're saying if any laser light is visible over this like apparent curve, right? The Earth has to be flat. Again, we already know from the physics of light how this can work.
Yeah, no, you're assuming the path of the light. However, that has consequences. If you're going to be bending the light, you're going to have wavelength separation. Do you understand that? Refraction is not uniform for wavelengths, that's wavelength dependent.
Hold on, wait. When you're talking about wavelength separation, what exactly are you referring to?
Refraction.
Right, but specifically, what are you meaning?
I already explained it. Do you not understand how refraction works?
I do, but I'm asking you.
If you do, then you do understand that light with wavelengths, different wavelengths of light, refract at different rates. Do you not?
Yeah, and what is a laser?
That's a single wavelength. But however,
right, okay.
we tested with multiple wavelengths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what difference does it make?
Yeah, it shows that your ad hoc assumptions and don't actually work.
Okay, how do they contradict?
Because the average within daylight temperatures is light refracts upwards.
Okay, I've seen most of these laser tests done at night.
Yeah, that's because we're trying to minimize upward refraction.
Right.
We've also
And
got
what if
tests during the
what
day, we
effect?
got during the night, we got them on all hours of the day because we're actually testing your ad hoc assumptions.
Right. If I don't get really what you think you've established with this that contradicts our current mainstream physics.
It's super simple. So we can see way too far based on your globe geometry. Your side assumes that light is refracting around the world uniformly to make the globe appear flat and measure flat to lasers. However, when tested with multi-wavelength lasers, you got more than one wavelengths, or you got cameras with more than one wavelengths. You got one camera visible, one in infrared, for example. When you do that, you can see further invisible, and your claim is that we can see that far beyond the globe geometry because light is refracting. However, infrared refracts less than visible light, and so when we look in infrared, we should always see less than visible light than when we can see further. So that's not true. We see further in infrared. And then on top of it all, when we look at the wavelengths and the lasers, we see that, for instance, when the military shot a laser between Hawaiian Islands, 93, I think it was 93 miles, 150 kilometers, or something along those lines. But essentially, what happened was that they falsified the common refractive models used to rescue the globe because the dispersion between the lasers don't conform to those models. And so what they had to do was try to imagine the beam was refracting up and then down and then up and then down to merge the dispersion of the beams. So the air is not conducive to bend your beam uniformly around the globe. That's not how the world works.
No, light is traveling in all of these directions. So yes, a portion of the light can travel along an intended path. There isn't a problem with that. That doesn't contradict our current
There is a
models of
problem with that.
physics.
You're just not understanding it. That's the problem.
What am I not understanding? Tell me what principle in the physics of light has been contradicted.
Yeah, no problem. So when you shoot a laser and the laser hits the target on the other side, and you shoot another laser and the laser also hits the target on the other side, if you claim that the reason why they're able to hit the target on the other side is because they're refracting, we would see evidence of that in the separation of the beams. We don't see any evidence of that in the separation of the beams. We don't see any evidence of that in any long-range photographs where you say the light is refracting, but there's no evidence of it. It's just
you keep talking about the separation of the beams, like you're just talking about dispersion of the light.
Yep.
Okay, Drace, just so you know, in the side chat, one of the third last and fourth last things posted, atmospheric turbulence university test and physics University of Dayton. That is to do with the laser tests across the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, but you've not highlighted what is being contradicted. You're just talking about separation of the beams and something.
Yeah,
not
you're
being
claiming
predicted.
refraction is the be-all and end-all. The issue is we can test your refraction claims by swapping to different wavelengths. If your refraction claims ring true, it does not matter what wavelength we use, we're still screwed. We change wavelength, we see further. If your refraction is causing us to see further, if we change the wavelength, we should see less. Refraction, we clear it off, we see further. That's the bit that you're missing. It's a very simple equation. Remove a component, in this case, refraction, and we see further. What that allows us to do is it should get us to the limitation of the Earth's curvature should it exist. It does not exist. We can see clearly beyond it. So, refraction's out of the equation. We see beyond the alleged Earth curve claim. That leaves you up shit creek without a paddle.
Yeah, and dispersion is important because you claim refraction, and dispersion is the effect from the refraction. So if you claim it's refracting, but you don't have any evidence that it is, then that's just a baseless assertion.
I'm still waiting to hear what principle of physics has been contradicted here.
Basic
You're yet to
refraction,
provide one.
wavelength separation. I just went over it.
Dude,
Are
it's a
you
coherent.
deaf?
It's a coherent source of light. What does wavelength separation matter? You're looking at what coherent means.
No, there's different wavelengths coming off
You
different
are, aren't
light
you?
colors. What are you talking about?
Just get rid of this clown. He always comes here and
He's
says the
just
same
he's
dumbass
just
shit every
trying to
time he
twist
comes in
and
here.
talk nonsense. Yeah, I'm joining ladies' night.
Good to see that Flat Earth Channel is back.
Thank God that flat earthers will never get to space, right? That way they can't spread their fucking retardation. They're too dumb to actually build anything to get off the earth, right? But they claim to be the best scientists, right? Flat brains, more like it. You know what I mean? Be here all week. Yeah, honestly, the best flat earth room is a silent flat earth room, right? We don't really need to listen to the low IQ, possibly Israeli psyop slop that is flat earth and all of its associated theology. That's right. Normally Batman has something to say, but I see that what little spirit he had left has abandoned him. So that's also another piece of good news.
There's no way you believe in a flat Earth. No way. Oh, I remember you, flat Earth judger, flat Earth judge. Hey. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Why are you quiet? Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Flat Earth is, it's all just lies.
Why do you think it's a lie?
What the fuck? You have a boy voice and you have a fucking anime slot profile. Yeah, hentai?
No, it's a really popular anime actually, but hentai's cool too.
What the fuck? You have a boy voice. Like, what the hell? Are you fucking fat? Are you Discord mod?
I'm not a mod here, but I'm not fat either.
You're definitely fat. Like, what the? I expected that to be a not really. Men probably do that. You are in a server called Slot. You have a hentai or the anime. I don't care what the anime is called as a profile picture, and you do this. Like, have a life. Get a
Picture?
job.
I
Like,
do
get a job.
have a job, and I'm also not
Hmm?
fat. Are you fat? Is there some projection
Fuck
going
no,
on?
I'm not you. I'm not like I have the not a Discord mod. I don't go to Slot. I don't goon. So no, I'm not fat.
Well, maybe you should. And
Maybe
also,
sure.
this has nothing to do with being fat. Like I'm not fat, like I said.
Fat people are usually the people who are doing this.
Does seem like things are way sound and frequency is a lot to do with matter.
So
But
he's just claiming the pressure gradient, that there's a gradient and then it slowly transitions into this vacuum, and that's due to gravity. Is that essentially what you're saying?
yeah, and he's saying that because objects never truly touch and it's all like an electromagnetic repelling of particles, he's arguing why isn't it that we can't see that could be what's holding on the atmosphere.
Well,
So
I mean,
I thought it was interesting.
yeah, it's interesting, but we know in the very definition of pressure that it requires it's the force of the particles bouncing off the walls of the container, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we hear this stuff a lot, but no one can actually
yeah.
prove that this is possible, right? So in
No,
those
there's no
circumstances, I just say,
experiments,
okay,
is there,
show
that you can
yeah,
do
show
to
it to me.
demonstrate it? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
show me it's possible. Like it's a nice idea and all. It's the same one
Yeah,
we were all taught, but there's no evidence to
yeah,
support it.
yeah. And when it comes down to it, everything that's happening in the sky is happening over a flat stationary Earth. That's it's the old adage, isn't it? Whoever said that was a very genius.
Yeah, and it's not that, I mean, there could be something else happening that we're not aware of. So all we're really doing is falsifying the globe claims, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah,
When it comes down
yeah.
to it, we're just saying that it can't be the way we're told because XYZ, without making
Mm.
new claims about what really does exist, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah, do you ever go on Earth Awakenings channel?
I do not. I
No, you
only
don't like
stay
it.
here. Yeah, I only stay here. There's only so much insanity I can handle. But yeah. But I mean, once in a while I should probably poke my nose out, but this is good for
Yeah, there's
now.
some very interesting people in there. I mean, sometimes it's completely ridiculous, but and it goes into complete ridiculous topics. But yeah, no, I think there is some very clever people in there. They're just a different kind of breed. I do love the empirical, getting down to the facts, and not having any major speculations other than some days, of course. It's much more empirical and logical, isn't it? 24/7. I agree. I do even like Alan and Shane. I really appreciate their attempts. They're even looking at various models and changing their models. So I'm quite interested in their level explorations of science. I think they should be appreciated, even though I'm sure there's a whole lot of assumptions and there are all sorts of things that are, again, in the speculation zone. But I do appreciate them because they are working really hard on reading papers and trying to sort of examine where there are holes in the evidence. I mean, at the moment they're looking at Galileo's moons and showing that there's a problem with their eclipse cycles. That when moons go behind Jupiter, and it doesn't line up with the research that suggests it should. And in fact, it looks very much linked to the Earth again. And why should it have anything to do with the Earth and the Earth's tilt? But it does. And so, yeah, they've been doing some interesting examinations. So I do appreciate that side of it. I think we need it to move forward and come up with new ideas. But at the same time, I do love the empirical, people just challenging on logic. So, yeah, I love both types, really.
Yeah, I think flat Earth should be a big tent in that we're all under the same understanding, but that the purpose of the tent is to bring people in and teach them, right? So
Yeah.
I'd love to see some of those people come in and really, if some of them lack a firm foundation for their understanding, to bring some of them in and kind of guide them towards that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, I think there should be some more cross-pollination of ideas because, yeah, I think they need a 24/7 session for sure. It would help.
Yeah, I mean, if you
they're
can
still going on
bring
about
them
this
in
ice
and
wall, it's a bit annoying. But at least they're exploring other options, now. So that's refreshing that they're not sort of getting stuck on one kind of alien map ridiculous model, which is just globe projection anyways, I know.
Oh, another thing that I'd love for you to share is about your observations of Mount Taranaki. Was it Taranaki? Taranaki, maybe?
Yeah, there's two or three really that I've had recently. One was on a holiday down in the South Island, and we went to a little lighthouse on top of a 70-meter high hill, and it was kind of a peninsula which went back down to sea level, and then we've got in New Zealand, we've got the mountain roads pretty close to the sea everywhere. And we went up the top of this, to the lighthouse hill, and then we drove down the coast, and it was literally 117 kilometers, I think it was. We got to Hokitika Beach. And with my mobile phone, nothing special, standing on the beach, I basically took a photo up the coast. And I suddenly realized that the peninsula that I could see that looked like an island in my photo was the Falwen Lighthouse, because there was nowhere else up that whole coast where there was a peninsula that would go back down to sea level before it went up to the mountain height. So I absolutely knew what I was looking at was this peninsula I'd just been on. And it was 70 meters high, 117 kilometers away. So that's obviously impossible. And I think I can't remember the Earth curve, but it was well over the 70 for sure, 117 kilometers. And then the next one that I've seen, taking photos of myself, is when you come over the foothills from Wellington and you're going up the North Island, you're just about to start going up the coast. You can see 220 kilometers away to Mount Taranaki. Now that's it's basically like our Mount Fuji, the one you see that's a perfect volcano cone. And yes, so you could see. I mean, obviously you've got a little bit of the bottom of it obscured by the trees and the horizon in front of it, if you like. But the mountain is meant to be 2,700 meters, I think it is. Maybe 2,900. I can't remember exactly, but it should be 2,000 meters of earth curve. You should only see the very peak of it at the most, possibly none of it. And the only reason I'd argue that you could probably see the peak of it is because this photo is taken maybe just up the foothills, just enough to be above the trees of the coast. So you are not on the beach level for that photo. I think when I plugged it in, it sort of worked out that the vast majority of the mountain should be covered, but you maybe just see the peak. And just that, it's a good one. And then myself on the harbour with my husband fishing, he was the one who brought it up and pointed to a container ship just out. He said, oh, you can't see the bottom of the container ship. And then I looked it up immediately on the marine tracker. And I think it was 18 kilometres away. I looked at the Earth curve calculator. It was like, oh, it should be 30 meters of coverage. And then I looked up the shipping container and it was 50 meters high. And I thought, oh, well, that means you still should be able to see some of it. And then I realized, well, my husband pointed out that most of that was mast. So really, we should only be seeing the mast. So it completely debunked him in situ, which was fantastic. So yeah, I've seen quite a few in recent months. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, that's what we need more of, you know? It's just amazing to me how disconnected most people are from their natural environment, you know?
Yeah. Once you start looking, you see it everywhere. I mean, even on that same fishing trip, I then started looking at our local Pinkaro lighthouse, which is just down on the beach. It's not very high. And again, you know, even from where we were in the harbour, it should have been 3 or 4 meters of it should have been covered at least. And I think the top of it is 7 meters high. And you could see all of it, and you could see beach in front of it, you know. So it wherever you look, it's quite funny actually. Once you start getting the calculator out and going, oh no, I should never see that.
Yeah, I have a question if I can ask one.
Yeah.
You
Go
guys hear
ahead.
me? So what do you guys mean when you say the Earth isn't a planet? What does that mean, honestly?
Does
Well, the
anyone else
Earth is
wanna
not the
take it?
same thing as what's in the sky, is it? I mean, you point up to things in the sky that clearly don't look like what you're standing on, and you just
Did I
assume that
cut
they're
out?
the same as the thing in the sky. Can you hear me?
Sorry, what? Yeah, I can hear you now.
I was just saying that, you know, you point up into the sky at things that you see in the sky that don't look anything like the thing that you're standing on. Why would you assume that the things you're pointing to in the sky are the same as the thing that you're standing on? I mean, they don't
Okay, so just so I
resemble
understand,
Earth.
well, what would you call Earth then if it's not a planet?
It's like the
What would you
basement of the
call it?
universe.
The
Yeah, like
basement?
like
Okay.
like your face model would say the universe has an edge and we can't see past it. Well, we're on Earth. This is our universe. Like, it's just changing the scale perception, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah, and your perception of Earth being a planet is a relatively modern one. Earth doesn't meet the classical definition of a planet, which originally came from the Greek word for wanderer, and it applied to the wandering stars, Mars,
Actually move.
Venus, Jupiter, etc. And Earth does not move, so it does not fit into that category. There's no evidence of motion of the Earth.
Well, yeah, that's why I was asking. What would you call it then? So you're saying it doesn't fit the classical definition. That's why I'm asking. What would you guys call it then? I'm just confused about that. What's the word?
Oh, well, I liked Alex's answer. Did you hear her answer?
No, I didn't hear that. I
Oh,
didn't
too
hear
bad. You could have asked her to
basement.
repeat it.
Was it basement of
Oh,
the
yeah, you
universe?
did
You
hear.
said?
Yeah, there you go. You did hear it. Yeah.
Basement. Okay, well, I have no. I think this would be the correct word for it. I don't know, but your guys' cosmology, I think, is the word. I think would be the correct word. I think, but basically, I don't know how you guys see the universe and the galaxy and all that shit. I have no clue. So you say basement of the. You say basement of the universe is like the foundation. You know,
How
basement.
do you
So
see
basement.
galaxies? How do you see galaxies?
How do I see galaxies? I see all this stuff as the what I was basically taught in public school, like most people do. But it's yeah, I don't. This isn't my expertise. I don't look in
The correct
science. I don't.
answer is the correct answer is on television or on my phone.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, media's influenced it, but obviously, I also learned it in public school, like we all did, no matter where we're from. You know, I don't. No one was
So in
taught flat Earth in public
public
school.
TV shows, right? Yeah, in classrooms,
Yeah, that too.
PBS, yeah, TV, movies, the film strips, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah.
Oh, just a
Dude,
quick reminder, we're still doing
your
ladies'
main
night for a
source
little
is a
bit
YouTube
longer.
video.
Just okay. Sorry, Taurus, can you repeat yourself?
Yeah, your guys' main source is a YouTube video, a YouTuber, Dr.
Well, that's your claim? Is that
Yeah,
our main source is a YouTube video?
Yeah, Dr.
Really?
D. Dr. D with his laser tests. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, that's our main source. What? Can you support that claim?
It's what I get cited every time I ask for sources. It's my own
Okay.
experience, maybe.
Okay. Well, let me ask you: have you sought out any globe laser tests?
I did actually. I actually did one the other day in the 24/7 flat Earth test. I recorded a
Are you
video of me
talking
doing it.
about the one that was up in the sky where you didn't understand perspective?
The Meridian laser. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you showed us that you didn't understand what perspective is.
Okay. Is that an argument, or is that just
No, I'm just illuminating that you don't understand that what happens with perspective, right? Like if you have ever been at the end of a really long hall in, like, let's say a hotel, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to move down, right? So when you have a laser overhead, it's going to appear a certain way, right? That doesn't mean you said you would show us a picture of the laser curving like a rainbow, and that isn't what you presented. Now, let me just say, I do appreciate you saying that you would get the information and you would come back with it on Thursday and you were true to your word. So I have a lot of respect for that. I really do, because most people don't even go that far. So don't think I'm bashing that whatsoever. But your
thank you.
observation of a laser in the sky is not proof of Earth curvature, right?
The thing is that I could say yours isn't proof, mine isn't proof, but that's not an argument. Like, I could say you don't understand it, but that's not really an argument. Like, I would be baseless if I just said, well, you don't understand. So
Well,
saying you don't
that was a laser
understand,
in the sky, right? That wasn't a laser shot over the surface of water, right?
I mean, it was over the Thames.
But it was but it was way up high in the sky. I mean, I watched it. I saw what you posted.
So you would have, yeah, it's over the Thames.
Yeah,
Where was that
far
laser
above the
from?
heads. Hold on, Redmond. So far above the heads of everybody, right? I mean, I watched it, right? It wasn't anywhere above the surface. It was pointed up in the
Yeah.
sky, and it didn't do what you said you were going to show us it doing for
I
us.
did
But
exactly what went down to
no,
the
no, you
horizon.
said no. I see no evidence of that, but whatsoever. But the point is, why do you discard Dr. John Dee's laser tests? That's what I'm
You
curious
just
about.
said you get your sources from YouTube. I just said Dr.
Okay,
John Dee's on.
I'm sorry, but that's a logical fallacy. You know what I mean? If something is true, it doesn't matter where you watched it be true. It
That's what I'm
doesn't
pointing.
it doesn't make it untrue because he uploaded it to YouTube, does it?
That's what I'm pointing out to you. Just because you learn something in public school doesn't mean it's untrue either. By that same logic.
No, just because okay, that is completely non sequitur. If I learned it in school and I can go out and test it and see that it's false, it doesn't matter where I learned it. It doesn't matter
Sure.
if everyone believes it. It matters
If you saw
that there's no
YouTube and the
evidence to
same thing
support it.
says,
Go
in the
ahead.
same way, you saw something on YouTube and you tested it to be false, then it would be false. Yes.
Okay, well, it doesn't, I understand that you're trying to mock the information by saying, oh, ha ha ha, you saw it on YouTube, but you really don't have a case here because we can
I'm
upload any
actually
truth to
I'm really
YouTube and
not
it
trying.
doesn't negate the truth of the matter, right?
I'm not trying to mock the YouTube thing. I
Yeah,
love
you are.
YouTube.
I mean, I can hear you. But the point is,
Don't
you
interrupt me.
understand that Dr. John Dee is a professor of optics and he was not a flat earther when he performed those tests. Did you know that?
Are you finished?
That's generally what the pause is. Yes.
Well,
Yes, he asked you a question, friend.
I didn't know that. No, I'll have to, check. But I'll
Okay.
take your word.
He sought to disprove flat Earth, and that's why he did all of that. And I
Okay.
think it would be disingenuous of you to completely discard all that evidence just because someone uploaded it to YouTube. Because
You're
well, I understand, but I'm just saying I hear from flat earthers, from globe earthers, well, if there was evidence for this, why isn't it available to everybody? And then at the same time, I hear, well, your evidence is on YouTube, right?
You're
So those things are
fundamentally
contradictory, right?
you're fundamentally misunderstanding what I said.
Okay, well, sorry, then correct me.
Yeah, all I was trying to point out was that when you say like, I was mainly talking to the guy who was saying all these globetards, they just get their shit off YouTube. You just get your shit off YouTube, and I was basically saying you get your stuff off YouTube. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's true, it's true.
Okay, I agree with you. I totally agree with you, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding. But we
Okay.
don't only get our information from YouTube. We also have our personal experiences, our own tests that we have done ourselves, right? That I haven't uploaded to YouTube.
Like, you've done a personal test yourself?
Yeah, I have. I think I'm
What
not sure if I
what did
went
you do?
over it with you or not when we talked before, but remember how I described how you could just find like a body of water, like a lake or something, and send your friend. Did I explained this to you, didn't I?
Just what did you do? Did you do a laser test?
I did not do a laser test, but I did a mirror test with a friend of mine over a lake. Yep. And conditions
So
were
what
I didn't document all the conditions, but the water and the air were pretty similar in temperature at the time. It was late fall. Yeah, so
so
we
what
did the
what
they
was it?
did the whole thing with the mirror. Did I not tell you about this? I don't want to repeat myself if you've already heard it.
No, I didn't know that. I don't
Okay.
think you have.
Okay,
Yeah, like
that's cool.
genuine.
So I mean, you and I have already gone over the drop over distance expected, right? We've already been over that, right? So you know how much
Just refresh.
surface curve. Okay, maybe someone can post in the side chat.
Was it 3.6? Am I getting this right? 3.6 miles, like 10 feet, or am I making this up?
Gosh, I don't. I'd have to look to get into those small numbers because it is exponential. Can someone post in the text chat one of the charts and we can refer to it, and maybe the one with kilometers as well, since he's in the UK. Okay. Oh, great. Well, at 26 minutes past the hour, if you take a look, this is all in miles, but
I can
but
convert it in my head. I can
okay.
just
Well,
think in my.
good for you. Yeah, that's better than I can do. So if we go with 10 miles, if you look on the little chart, how much drop over distance should be expected over 10 miles in feet?
Right, one sec. Is this Northern Rebellion who's posted this?
Yes. Oh no, Killian.
Yeah.
At 26 minutes past the hour.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean Northern Rebellion also did. Yes.
Killian.
I'm
Here we go.
I'm just yeah, I'm just showing. Yeah, Northern Rebellion did as well, but Killian's shows you how we go about that.
Okay.
Okay. So over 10 miles of distance, how much drop should we expect based on this?
66 feet.
Okay, right. So that's about a 6-story building. So, looking over a 10-mile lake, if you put someone at the other end with a mirror, and they use that mirror to flash sunlight at you, if you can see it, that means they are not obstructed by 66 feet approximately of Earth curvature.
I understand the test. Is that so? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, when
Can
you
I
ask me if I've done
can I
anything, yes, I have. I have.
could I respond? Maybe I don't know if this is It's awesome that you're going out and doing tests. As someone else who's doing shit. But
Yeah.
surely going to a random location, like you could just go to a cliff edge, and I could say there's a drop off, right?
Yeah, but
Like there's
water is flat at rest, and I'm going close to the surface of water. I wouldn't go just on some, mountain somewhere.
so this was 10 miles of unbroken water, flat water,
That's
and
correct.
you could see
Yes.
you were you had someone 10 miles out with a mirror who shone a light on it, and you
Right. It was
measured the.
across a bay. Yep. Hmm.
So did you like what, photograph it or what?
No, I actually didn't, but I mean, there's plenty of people who have done the same thing and done that. But, I wouldn't tell you to believe me anyway. I would tell you to test it for yourself. And if you're really honestly interested, you can easily do that and prove it to yourself. We don't expect you to just take what we say and accept that. I would be very disappointed if anyone came in here and saw this and said, "Up, I totally believe you. I'm a flat earther now." Like, that
Well,
completely undermines the whole idea here.
me, what I did is I went out and I found the largest laser I could find. So I'm definitely not one of those people, but
Cool.
I love arguing the laser stuff because I feel like we can at least like get somewhere with this. It gets to the, like, at least it's one topic,
Yeah,
But
and so you bought a
occasionally,
laser?
I wouldn't be able to afford any kind of laser that would be like meaningful for testing. To be honest, I'd have to. I mean, I can go into the North Greenwich Observatory and ask maybe if they can let me use it,
Have you
but
seen the laser test by the field engineers?
I've seen a lot
They
of
aren't they
laser
aren't
tests.
they also aren't flat earthers when they did their test. I believe their laser was about $40,000. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. But it's very well documented. Hey, Fudd, you can tell them all about it, right?
I just
We
even if right, I'm being genuine here. I'm not joking, but even if it was like I believed, I performed some kind of test and I thought I got every parameter right, and I had everything measured to the degree, and I was truly like, yo, we're short a few hundred feet here, right? I would, just from the sheer weight of counter evidence, the same way that like if I walked into a house and it's covered in blood, but I find out that like, he's been looking after a plant pretty well, he's been watering it every day, still gonna probably assume that this guy like might be a murderer, right? So like I would have to assume based on Occam's razor that I made a mistake in my testing, right? Because then I would then have to go and disprove the 1,000 other things that on a daily basis kind of prove the existence of a globe. If you understand what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, I
So
hear you, but I
through
would
Occam's
ask
razor,
you what is the evidence that you're presenting that contradicts that measurement? Like, because I looked for that evidence and I don't see that evidence. I see a lot of assumptions and calculations, right? But I don't see any actual empirical evidence that contradicts the measurements of the surface.
I mean, I've seen my dad be a stargazer, and he once like rigged it up so he could show me the ISS through a telescope,
Okay. So,
and I could see like it wasn't just like a white dot, I could kind of make out the ISS
okay, so cool. You saw something in the sky that you were told was the
with
ISS. All right. And
with my own eyes.
okay, great. But how does that tell you the Earth is a sphere?
Sorry, you cut out. Say that again.
Okay. How does it tell you the Earth is a sphere because you see something in the sky?
Yo, give me 1 sec. I'm lagging out.
Okay. Is it me, guys, or is it him? Can someone tell me?
You're coming through
You
loud and
sound,
clear.
yeah, very clear and everything. I
Okay,
don't know
thanks.
what's
And
happening with
Dandelion,
him.
feel free to, like any of the ladies, feel free to speak up at any time. I've talked to him a few times, so.
Yeah, I just realized when you were saying that, I've heard people give those answers, 1,000 times. But when he's saying he believes because the thing in the sky was where they told him it was going to be, like, and he went to a magic show, and there was a random person called on in the audience, and the magician said the name of the card that they had. It was amazing. Like, so everything they say must be true.
I know, it's really that simple, isn't it? Don't look here, But it amazes me that people don't understand that just because you see something. Hey, Tourist, are you back? I think it was you, not me. I hope. Are you with us? We'll give him a moment. Skylink must not be in his area right now.
Yeah, Dandelion, you had that right. That they force a card, you read it, so Earth must be a sphere. It's
Because it
that
has no
simple.
relation. Yeah, it has no relation to anything except for admission to being easily fooled. Yeah.
Yo, sorry, I'm back. I lagged out.
Okay, cool. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, wicked.
So, do you understand the point I was making? That
Sorry, you
just
completely cut out, so I'm gonna need
okay.
hearing.
Okay, now it's just a troll. I got it.
I'm not
Pardon?
trolling. Like I lagged out.
Okay. So do you understand that, if somebody puts something in the sky and they tell you this is actually a space station with people living on it and it's 255 miles away, that there's no way for you to verify that information?
Well, I mean, I saw it with my own eyes, so verify
Right,
what
you
information?
saw it. No, you saw it, so you know something exists that looks like that, right? But you cannot verify it is what you're told it is. You cannot verify it is the size and the distance that you've been told.
Earth still measures flat, by the way.
Yeah, yes, indeed. But do you understand what I'm saying, tourist?
As in, I mean, not really, because there's no other explanation for something that doesn't have any form of propulsion
Okay.
to knock it out of the
Well,
sky.
how do you know that? How do you know it has no form of propulsion? How can you tell that by looking at it through a telescope? How do you know it's not solar powered? How can you tell it doesn't have some other alternative means of motion, right?
It
You can't
is.
you just see an object in the sky, and that's all. That's all you experience is seeing an object in the sky.
I mean, show me an object the shape of the ISS that can fly, genuinely. That
Okay, can someone post the hey DJ, maybe you have it. The picture of the ISS in front of the moon contrasted with the plane in front of the moon. I'll post it if no one else has it, but it's faster if one of you does it. So, your assumptions about what things are doesn't prove that they are what you think, right? There's no way for you to prove that it's 255 miles away and the size of a football field. And I would just ask you to be like intellectually honest about this. And can you view something the size of a football field from 255 miles away?
yes, easily, yeah. You can see craters on the moon that are smaller than the size of a
Oh,
football field.
no, you're not. No, I'm asking you. You're making assumptions about what's on the moon and what size the moon is and the distance of it, right? We're not going to go there. I'm talking about on the Earth. Like if you've ever been in a plane, can you see something the size of a football field from 255 miles away?
You can perform a calculation to see how big
No,
something from how
right,
far away.
exactly, and that's the problem. If it was 255 miles away and the size of a football field, you would not see it at the size that it appears when you look at it in the sky in front of the moon. Yeah, and so let's see, did anyone post that? I'm going to have to
Through a
Yeah.
telescope, you
Oh,
can see
well, I have
Saturn's
a
ring.
better one. Hold on one second. I'll pull it up. If anyone else wants to talk to Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Oh, wait, no, we need the other one, Drace. That's the wrong one. I'll grab it. Just a second.
I'll follow Drace as well.
That's not the ISS. It's not even what the ISS looks like. It's a satellite. Yeah, I would agree with you that that's not the size of a football field. That's not the fucking ISS. That's like nowhere even close what it looks like. It looks like that looks like a little satellite. It's even got like the solar panels on the side. Like the ISS is a long white tube, right? That photo is just straight up not the ISS. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it is actually. Just go to Google and type in ISS transit moon or transit sun and just hit images
Transit
and
moon.
yeah.
Hold on, what's
Yeah,
this?
tourist. I've seen the
Hold on, what's
mock-up
this?
of the ISS. I've seen the
It's just
mock-up of the ISS in the pool at Johnson Space Center, and so yes, that is indeed what it is supposed to look like.
something to football
Can you
field.
see in the live stream what I posted? I mean, in the
So
text.
I'm looking at this text. Yeah, hold up.
Okay, I posted it at 40 minutes past the hour.
Jesus, you guys gotta quit. You'd think that would be easy to find something posted this minute. Yeah, here we go. I'm looking at it.
So yeah, the ISS isn't claimed to look like a tube.
I mean, you could accomplish this with a method called a dolly zoom. You could make it look like it's like right next to you,
But if you
right?
look and you see the moon is the same size in both images.
Yeah, that's how a dolly zoom works, right? Like you can keep the size of the foreground, background, or
Okay,
midground,
so
right?
is your contention then that this is not analogous? Like what I don't understand what you're trying to grasp at here.
Yeah, basically, like there's too many variables. I don't know what camera it's being filmed.
Okay, so anyway, if I looked at the picture on the right, I could assume if someone told me that the picture on the right was the International Space Station 255 miles away and I saw it in front of the moon, I should just believe that?
No,
That's what you're saying? Because you have no proof that the ISS is what and where it's claimed to be. And that's all I'm illuminating here. Just because you see something in the sky, you have no way to know what size it is or where it is.
That's never been my main contention, though. The size of the
But you said,
whereabouts.
well, yeah, because if it's claimed to be in orbiting the Earth in space, you have no
Yeah,
way to
my
verify that.
contention
0.
is physically how is it flying then? Like
I
how
don't
is it?
know. It could be solar powered. It could be some other alternate means that's not really relevant.
The important thing though is that you don't know, and this is just important.
Incredulity is not an argument, tourist.
What's important to me is if there's a valid counter argument that I can like picture in my
There's no
mind that
valid
makes sense.
there's no
Yeah,
valid counter argument. Someone says, "Oh, look, you
there's
see a
valid.
thing in the sky. It's the ISS floating in a space vacuum 255 miles away." And you say, "Oh, cool. I totally believe you." Right? You have no way to validate that information whatsoever. You just have a belief. You trust
Well,
them and you believe it, and that's the fact of the
once
matter.
again, once again, I saw it through with a telescope. So just to
You
illustrate what
saw an object in the sky and you chose to believe that it was what you were told. I mean, that's let's be honest here, right? That's what you did.
well, I mean,
You have no way to validate that
we used the
information.
ISS tracker to even find the thing. It's not like it popped up randomly. You can
Okay,
hail ISS on a ham radio. Like there's videos
just
of people.
because someone tells you where to expect an object in the sky doesn't mean the rest of the story about it is true.
Sure, but you don't know. So there's just no,
Okay, so what? So what that I don't know? So
what
what?
allow me to get this out. What I'm saying is that you're almost intellectually asking me to kind of plunge myself into the abyss, as in into not knowing. As in there's no ledge on the other side. And you're being very honest. You're saying there isn't a ledge on the other side. I'm asking you to make a leap of faith and plunge into the unknown. But on one
Well,
side, I have the
not
back.
really.
Well, it's the reason it's not falling out of the sky is because it's locked in geostationary orbit, right?
No,
Versus,
no, that's a claim. That's a
yeah,
claim
that's
that you're
what I'm
making that you
saying.
can't prove.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying on one side we have this argument, right? And then on the other side we have I don't know. So like
No, that's
we
really not
don't,
fair, tourist. What I'm saying is you have no way to validate your beliefs, do you?
I just asked you. I said, well, how is it flying? How's it not falling out of the sky? And you said you
There
don't
are
know.
many ways that things can travel in the sky, and we aren't necessarily privy to all of them. Does that mean that an object therefore cannot be traveling in the sky?
That's just that's I don't know.
Okay,
That's
tourist, you don't
nothing.
know either. The point is, you don't know either. Someone told you a story that you can't validate, and your contention is that that story is right because someone told you a story, versus someone saying, I don't know why. or I don't know how it's traveling, or I don't know exactly what it is. Do you
Yeah.
understand that they're equal? You just want to be told what to think rather than saying, "Huh, you know what? They're right. I cannot validate this story in any way."
You don't need to get personal.
Well, I'm
'Cause
speaking in general. I'm not being personal. I'm speaking in general. I mean, you understand, Taurus, that I used to believe all this stuff too. So it's no shade on you, right?
I'm sure I believe some things that you would consider crazy.
Well, that's not really what we're dealing with here, right? So instead, we can measure the surface of the Earth and we can determine that there is no surface curvature. So therefore, the rest of the stories fall apart. And we don't have to have an alternate explanation for everything we see and experience to falsify the globe claims. Do you understand? Like
The same way that you've made like you've genuinely like got me stumped on this laser stuff. You've got me like leaving my house, going outside, finding the largest laser I can because for the sheer reason that you actually are finding evidence and facts, right? So why not try to tackle another argument with the same zeal, right? By actually saying, yeah, let's deconstruct this. I don't agree with the
okay.
fact one domino
Well,
falls, have to believe everything else.
well, if there's no surface curvature, then there's no orbital mechanics.
No, you have to prove there's no orbital mechanics. Like you
Yes,
can't
I
just say
don't, because there's nothing to orbit if the Earth is flat. And
well,
also,
like
we know that we cannot have a space vacuum adjacent to a pressurized atmosphere without containment. So the story we're told about that can't be true. But
well, this
that's a separate issue. I mean, if the Earth isn't curving, none of this can be true because it all depends on that.
as in it all depends on the laser test.
It all depends on what the surface of the Earth is doing. If it is not curving, then the Earth is not a sphere, and all the rest of it falls apart from there.
But just to get this straight, this is the laser test by John D.
Well, that's just one of hundreds. You know, what do you want? We can send you all sorts of things, and like I said, you can do it yourself, right? We don't ask you to believe us. We don't want to substitute your heliocentric beliefs for a belief in flat Earth. We want you to go out and find out the information for yourself so that you can know. We don't want you to believe, we want you to know. And only you can do that.
I'm actually a lot closer to a solipsist than I am to a heliocentrist. I think I'm more likely to believe that this is all a dream I'm having than to believe, you know,
Well,
definitively reality.
well,
So
the Earth can
I
still
knew
be
it. I've
flat in your
already
dreams.
note. I've already given him the look ma no hands roll before he even said that. Thank you for
I'm
Oh,
confirming.
perfect. Well, Taurus, you know what? Even if you are a solipsist, in this
I'm not
iteration of your dream, the Earth
though,
is
right?
flat.
I'm just saying, like, I'm very comfortable with absurdist thought, so all I'm asking for is a convincing argument, you know? So I'm not even, like, approaching this like some dog-minded, like, oh, the world is fucking globe, you know?
Do you need an argument or do you need evidence? Because, you know, you should be looking for evidence rather than an argument. And if you want to back out of this and say it's not possible to know, then, you know, why are you even here, right?
I think it is possible
I'm
to
not
know.
being insulting. I'm just saying, you know, if you think nothing can be known, then you're wasting your time, right? But I think you know that it can be known, and I think you know you could find out, but maybe you don't want to know.
It's a lot of no's.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
It is.
genuinely, you know? I'm not trying to
Yeah,
get
it
into
is.
I'm not trying to get into your head, you know? There's a dangerous, I think,
Oh, am I?
I wouldn't call it like the high horse, but there is the you know, gaining esoteric knowledge fills you with, I think, a slightly unearned wisdom, right?
Why is it unearned, tourist?
Because anyone who has like who truly, I think, gains esoteric knowledge would not shame someone for not having access to it, would not make fun of someone for maybe
Did I
being
make fun of
ignorant.
you? I didn't make fun of you, did I?
It's funny how you thought of yourself immediately. Like I wasn't even talking about you, but
Yeah,
He's
I
probably
didn't make
talking
fun of you.
about me. Yeah, he's probably talking about me. Yeah, I did
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I would never
yeah,
mock someone for not having this
pretty.
information. I mean, I've been on the other side of it, right?
Well, I mean, no offense, but that's kind of all you guys do.
Oh, no. Well, I'm sorry.
Globe,
I'm sorry if it's felt that
globe
way, and I
tard,
apologize if I've
globe
done
tard,
that personally.
globe tards. I've been called a retard on here more times than I can count.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I haven't called you any of those names, and I don't perceive you that way. So if I've given you that impression, I apologize.
No, I think it's just one should like have a bit of humility if they're trying to supposedly dispense someone with grand wisdom, right? And if
Yeah.
that's the case, then the glee can't be part of it because the glee it comes across as extremely patronizing.
Oh, well, let me explain to you something. The glee is not anything to do with
Oh, hold on,
disproving you. Yeah.
infantile, what I meant, not
Okay.
patronizing.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it comes across that way. I love this topic and I'm really passionate about it. So I'm not trying to disparage you in any way because I have been you, right? Um, so like I said, if I come across that way, I apologize. I don't feel that way about you. I'm just glad you're in here investigating and trying to learn more about it. And it is easy after you've been in this space a long time to forget what it's like to be at the beginning of this and to forget what it's like to realize, like, to perceive it as just like completely ridiculous, right? As you get away from that, you forget that initial feeling. So there may be some of that coming across for you, right? But, you know, I'm just excited that somebody is actually interested and wants to learn more about it. And I would encourage you to question and challenge just as you're doing, because
The,
the truth
the thing
stands up to
is,
scrutiny, right?
the thing is, right, a little bit about me. I'm the other way around. I was like a die-hard flat earther my whole childhood, and I would just like endlessly draw pictures of the flat earth. I read all the Discworld novels by Terry Pratchett, and I even wrote like a short story about me and my friends sailing off the edge of the earth. So if anything, I'm the other way around. I'm like a flat earther that became a glober.
Yeah, but all kids start out as flat earthers. They've done lots of studies on that because that's how they experience the world, right?
I
We
mean,
have to
they
be
also
we have to be
die.
told it's a globe because that's not the axiom, right? That's not our axiomatic experience whatsoever.
I don't know. I mean, the Polynesians thought the Earth was a globe. The sea people.
Well, I don't know that that's true. You'd have to provide the evidence to support that, but it doesn't matter what anybody else thought. I mean, the Earth, as it reveals itself to you, is flat and stationary. You don't ever see curvature.
So when I see curvature out the window of a plane, what's that? Is that the window?
Yeah, it has to be the window or your own biases because you're not high enough to see curvature at that height. At commercial airplane flight, which is like 40,000 feet, you're not high enough. I mean, even from the ISS, 255 miles approximately, you'd only see 3% of the Earth, right? And that's not enough to see the Earth as a sphere. So if you are seeing curvature from a plane, it's got to be the windows. I mean, have you ever looked through the front window of a plane? Because you won't see any curvature there if you've ever been up with the pilot.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah, and so like those side windows, they have to flex. So there can be some curvature around the edge. The main thing to look is when you're on the ground, you can see some curvature sometimes due to those windows. But like I said, if you see it, it's just an optical illusion because due to the windows or whatever, because it's not possible at that height. It just isn't. And that's according to the globe geometry, not according to any like flat earth ideas.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone claim Polynesians thought there was a globe. I mean, they used navigation of stars as well as observation of sea life to find land in an amazing way using the types of watercraft that they had. And they treated the Earth as flat and stationary in order to do that, as anyone navigating using the stars would have to do.
Why is that?
because that's what it is. Yeah, and people don't use any kind of curvature when they're navigating using the stars. That's why they've been navigating using the stars since way before the globe myth started rotting people's brains. Where did you come up with this claim that the Polynesians thought it was a globe? Where'd you
Mine
get that?
wasn't navigation. Mine was from, like, some of their founding, some of like the, like, I guess not founding, but some of like the recovered like myths describe like their creation myths, the gods
Oh,
creating
please
them.
show us. Yeah, many people have asked for a citation of that because I've never heard of it, and neither has anyone else here. So we want a citation, please.
No? Okay, I'll look that up. I mean, it's definitely in a book I've got around here somewhere. I've got like a book of old myths.
Yeah, well, the globe is a myth, and it should be discarded since it has no basis in reality.
Hmm.
But yeah, if you want to look up that citation, if anybody else has a question while he's looking that up in the book he has sitting around somewhere, let us know.
I was just going to say the Polynesian, or at least the Maori legend, is about the Earth Mother and the Sky Father, and reality is the little place squidged between them in their embrace. And I think it's Papa Rangitoni. Oh, I have to look it up. Because I'm not very good at saying these words because I'm not Maori. Ranginui is the Sky Father, and Papa Tunuku is the Earth Mother. And yeah, no, definitely not globe cosmology, 100%. Yeah. Just wanted to correct you because Polynesian is the same as Maori, really. They're Polynesian.
I mean, they're not the same. They're definitely like genetically linked somehow, but they're not the same. The Polynesians and the
Well, the
Maori.
languages are really, really similar. Like Hawaiian, doesn't matter where you go, Polynesian languages are incredibly similar, and they all traveled around a lot earlier than history would teach us.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
there's a lot of evidence in New Zealand that people were here 4,000 years ago and they weren't Polynesian, they were before the Polynesians.
there's a lot of stories about that in the UK as well.
Yeah, the redheads went all around the world. They were in Peru, they were in Mexico, they were in Easter Island, and then they came to New Zealand 4,000 years ago. So that's before the Polynesians. Before them, there was the Aboriginals from Australia came to the Cook Islands. So yeah, there was a lot more sea travel around the world, I think, than is acknowledged.
The oldest myth in Britain is that giants from the east came over here by walking under the sea carrying giant rocks because it got too hot for them in the east, and then they erected the stones when they came ashore. And that is the original myth. And it was brutal.
And I'm sure they were flat earthers too. Don't you think?
The pre-Egyptian Nephilim giant people.
We're flat earthers, I'm sure. Yeah, because that's what the world presents itself as.
I'm not sure. I imagine them as having circumnavigated the globe, so it's hard to imagine them as flat earthers.
Well, that's just doing a circle, isn't it?
I mean, it's if you go in one direction and you don't turn around and you don't deviate and you end up back in the same spot, that would be quite damning, surely.
Well, if you have a compass and you use it to direct yourself, then most likely you're going around a source of that magnetic north, and you're just doing a circle.
So why not go around the equator instead of towards a pole?
You don't have to go towards a pole. You misunderstand. Just if you go east or west, you might well be doing a circle, mightn't you? Around the pole. A circle. No?
I mean, not in the example of you make no deviation. If you don't go left or right, you just go in a straight line.
Yeah, but what are you using on the seas to direct yourself?
You could use GPS nowadays. No. No.
No, let's
So,
think about it. I mean,
so hold on. What if genuinely, I had a boat and I had somehow I had a satellite link that could show me myself. You know what I mean? I had a flat screen out in front of me and I could look at myself watching the flat screen with the satellite. What then?
yeah, but that's a projection based on the stars. Yeah. So
No, but
that's a spherical
no, I mean
projection
like
from
what if
the dome of vision on the sky.
like it's showing me though? What if it's genuinely just giving me a bird's eye view of myself and I can like move my hand up and I can see my hand move so I know it's me, and then the satellite guides me, you know?
No such thing.
There's no I mean, have you not seen the satellites that can see your car's number plate?
No such thing. Those
No
are
such
airplanes flying
Have you
over.
not seen the Google Earth plane that flies everywhere and captures all the satellite imagery? It's just a plane.
I mean, well, Google Earth is,
It's
you know,
a drone plane.
they're doing that for Google Earth. Like, you can see the Google Earth vans as well. Like, I don't think the CIA vans are the Google Earth vans.
Yeah,
you
they're
know?
not called Google Space, are they?
Well, I don't think it's like, you know, I mean, I know Google is actually like pretty in bed with the government, but they're not a government organization, right? So when they fly a plane around to take photos for Google Earth, they're not performing reconnaissance like for a spy agency, right?
Who are they doing it for?
Who's doing what for? Who's the government?
Why are they taking pictures of everything? Who are they taking pictures for? Themselves? For you?
What? Wait, Google Earth?
Yeah.
To make Google Earth.
What? To make it what? Make it do what?
Well, at this point to update it, but originally to just take enough photos so you've got the whole Earth. Right? That was their goal. I mean, that's a private company, you know? It's just a gimmick, really. Like, it's not.
Just want to very quickly remind everybody that ladies continuing. So if the ladies want to take this, the boys are chomping at the bit, but I just want to remind the gentlemen that it is ladies' night.
You're actually so right.
It's true.
So, tourist, can I ask you why you're deflecting to the sky again?
How am I meant to answer that? Like, what does that even?
I mean, why are you uncomfortable discussing the surface?
I'm happy discussing the surface. What do you want to talk about?
Well, you're talking about GPS and satellites, right? I had to step away for a second, but that's what I caught, correct?
Yeah, within the context of what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, if there are objects in the sky above you, does that mean that the Earth is a globe? This is the same thing that we're discussing with the ISS.
I mean, that alone is just such a bad faith question because a bird could be an object in the sky above me.
But that's
Like,
we're not talking about organic objects. We're talking about satellites, right? We're talking about man-made objects. So it's not a malformed question. Is it possible that there can be man-made objects in the sky above you and that does not prove that the surface of the Earth is curving?
I think satellites do prove the globe. They're one of the
Okay, so
things. Yeah.
Okay, so you would have to prove to me that the surface of the Earth is curving, and you would also have to prove to me that we can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment. And then you could explain to me how satellites can exist after you cross all of those barriers. Because we can agree, I am fully ready to agree with you that satellites exist. What I'm not ready to agree with you is that they are orbiting the Earth in a space vacuum, because there is no empirical evidence to support that. So if that's where you want to go, you're going to have to cross those other barriers first.
In the same way that you said, once we've done this laser test and we've proved the Earth's a globe, nothing else matters. This is the piece that proves it. You can't
Well,
then
the
turn around.
surface What? No, I'm saying you have to prove that the surface is curving in order to then jump to all these other things, right? I think that's reasonable.
I mean, alone in a complete vacuum, I could fully just go and find a satellite, and if satellites are true alone, that would prove the globe. That is like,
How would an object in the sky prove the globe?
well, I mean, there's like, I'd have to list them off. It's not just one.
Okay, how would multiple objects in the sky prove that the surface of the Earth is curved?
No,
I'm
I don't.
failing to see the connection.
No, I don't mean it's not just one satellite. I mean it's not just one reason.
Okay, okay, but you're not providing any reasons that substantiate that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate we're told.
I mean, look, I'll list the reasons like just off the top of my head, right? So
If
like
I
a
float a
satellite,
balloon in the sky,
right?
does it mean that the Earth is curved?
I mean, no.
Okay, so we can agree that objects in the sky don't prove that the surface of the Earth is curving.
No, you said satellites though. This is why like you.
Satellites are objects in the sky. That's all we can say. We've
No, but
seen them launch. We
hold on,
understand. Yeah.
hold on. I said a bird could be up, and you said no. I'm talking about satellites when I say that.
Right. Obviously, we're talking about man made objects. A balloon is a man made object. I'm not talking about birds flying.
Okay, but
Okay.
a balloon, right, is very different from a satellite, and it would not like
Have
prove.
you heard of satelloons?
It would not prove the same things. Like it wouldn't.
It doesn't prove anything. None of these prove anything. The fact that there are objects in the sky does not prove anything about the surface of the Earth.
I mean, can I just like list off like some reasons you could maybe try to, I'd love to hear your thoughts, see you pick them apart.
Cool. Go ahead.
So like number one, I know you're gonna say to this, but like the satellites take photos of the Earth. That I just have to say that, right? I know that could easily be faked, but that's just number one. So then
Why
number
is that number one if you know it can be easily faked? That seems like a poor choice of number one.
most obvious, right?
Just also.
How is that obvious?
Because we've got like recorded court documents of the CIA like taking
Oh,
photos of people's.
wow.
We can take photos of the surface of the Earth.
Doc, I can fake a doctorate right now. I'm going to perform.
Of sites that increase like the number of
Sorry,
channels.
I think I lagged out right there, so I apologize.
But that's okay. I think like the most damning for me is a satellite is not aerodynamic. It's not, it doesn't fly. It doesn't have any type of rotors. It doesn't expel anything. It
So
is completely inert when it comes to like physically flying through the sky, right? And it would just fall out of the sky if it wasn't in what scientists describe as space, right?
well,
Otherwise
you don't know. You
it
believe.
would have to be potentially right suspended with a balloon, but then that
It could be a
balloon would have.
balloon, it could be a drone, it could be a technology that we are unfamiliar with, right?
So hold on, right? That balloon would have to be.
We
It
have
just
balloons
can't
that
be.
can stay we have balloons that can stay up for months and months and months.
It's not about staying up. It's that it consistently like goes in the perfect line that with the telescope you can confirm that
Just
NASA is
because
telling it to go.
so an
A balloon
object that travels in a roughly straight line is proof
in
that
an
the surface of the
no,
Earth is curving.
no, in a straight line. There's nothing rough about it. That's what I'm saying. If it was a balloon, it would go from the side to the side. Like
Well, okay, you have a lot of beliefs here, but you don't have any evidence to support your beliefs. So
I
you're
mean, have you ever
saying that seeing an object travel across the sky proves that the surface of the Earth is curving. Do you realize how insane that sounds?
I feel like I'm crazy because I just listed off like 20 different reasons, and now you're saying something I didn't even say.
No, you just said you said it's not possible that it could have any other kinds of means of motion. Like because you see it move and you don't believe that there's anything attached to it and you don't believe it has rotors or whatever, that therefore it must be in a space vacuum.
I mean, it doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
There's no road right now
Okay.
that could hold.
Okay. Well, I think we just need to drill into that and accept that the fact that you just have a lot of beliefs for this, and you've tacked on your own beliefs without any evidence. You're making claims about things that you cannot prove in order to get away from the fact that the Earth isn't curving. You say, I see an object in the sky, and therefore the Earth is a globe. Because I don't understand how it could be moving at this rate, how it could appear this way to me. But who cares?
I do
Like,
understand. Like, I understand what a geostationary orbit is. I could describe it to you, right? I
well, we
don't.
can't have an orbit when there's no surface
But
curvature.
I don't understand your argument, which is maybe it's a drone. I don't understand that.
I'm sorry, you cut out. My argument is what?
Maybe it's a drone holding up the satellites. Like
I'm
that's not
just I'm
convincing.
just throwing things out. It doesn't really matter. I mean,
Not
this
convincing.
may be technology that I'm not privy to, but the point is, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, they cannot be orbiting the Earth.
They are though, right? So we
No,
got to go.
saying they are doesn't prove anything. Like, you have to
They're
show me
up,
that the Earth is curving before I believe you, right?
they're up in the sky. You can
Okay,
like
so what? So what?
you
They're up
could
in the sky.
you could call an astronaut on the ISS
Oh
on
my
one.
gosh, really? Really? That's
Yeah,
what you're going to?
you could.
Dude.
You could.
Okay, so I make a phone call and some dude that works for NASA and has signed numerous NDAs and works for the government, he's going to tell me he's in the ISS and therefore the Earth's a sphere?
No, Miss Fence, I will call you now, and you pretend to be on the satellite.
Yeah,
Ring,
exactly.
ring, ring,
I
ring.
mean, tourists,
Hello?
listen. I respect you and I appreciate you being here, but come on. Really?
What do you? Come on, you're saying maybe it's a drone. Like
No,
that's
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That's what I'm saying.
I
And
mean,
you're saying call the astronaut on the ISS. I mean, come on.
call them
Come
up.
on. You can't be serious.
You can't be serious that I'm supposed to believe a drone is holding up the ISS.
I said it could listen, you're being disingenuous now
Uh,
because I listed several things and I also said it could be technology that we aren't privy to. So
uh,
you keep going back to that and that's a cope, dude. So you
Miss
can stop
Fence,
doing that because you're trying to reduce my argument to something that I never claimed.
Miss
So the
Fence, I
point
gotta ask
is,
him a question.
Same technology
hold
that
up,
you
flower dude. So listen, it doesn't matter what you see in the sky. If you claim that these objects are in orbit around a spherical Earth, if the Earth isn't curving, it can't be in orbit around the Earth. Do you understand that? Can you at
saying
least admit that is true, or are
that
you unable to do so?
it's not. Like the two arguments are a fallacy when you put them together like that.
It's a fallacy to say we can't have orbital mechanics if the Earth isn't in a sphere.
I mean, no, that's just like if the Earth was flat, would it be flat? Yes, easy.
That's not what I said.
Would
What
there
did I
be an
say?
Would there be an
Repeat? Can you repeat back to me what I
Yeah.
said so I make sure that
Would
you
there be
understand what I'm saying?
if the Earth wasn't a sphere? Would there be orbital mechanics? And it's just like, would there be an orbit if an orbit was impossible? It's
That's
just
not
like,
what
yeah,
I said. No, I
but
said
to
if
the
the Earth
to,
isn't a sphere, we cannot have orbital mechanics.
no.
That's just
You
a
asked a
fact.
question. You asked a question. That was a statement. So you
Okay.
said,
I said, do you
the Earth
agree? That was
said
the
if the Earth
question.
was not a sphere, would there be orbital mechanics? And I'm just saying that's like a dumbass question.
Okay, so you're unwilling to answer that question. It's a simple yes or no question.
Oh, no, yeah,
You
it's
can call
obviously
it dumb, but you're not willing to answer it. So I don't know why
no.
you're not willing to answer a dumb question.
The fourth time, no. The answer is no. For
Okay,
sixth time.
so if the Earth isn't a sphere, there cannot be orbital mechanics. We agree on that, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's like yeah.
Okay, awesome. So since
100%.
we've measured the surface of the Earth and we know it's not a sphere, there cannot be orbital mechanics. Therefore, your claims about things orbiting cannot be true.
No.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Does anyone else want to talk to him?
Because in those experiments, the laser test experiments, it doesn't actually prove the Earth's flat. The Earth could
Oh,
still be just
okay.
an
It could
even
be
more
what?
massive sphere.
Oh, okay. So if that's the case, then how do they launch these objects without knowing the actual size of the Earth?
What?
You're claiming that the Earth isn't the size that we've been told it is. So how do they launch these objects if they don't know the size of the Earth, or the Earth
No,
is massively bigger than we've been told?
hold on, just take a breath. Like, is that wrong? Have I misunderstood it right? Like, those laser
Yeah.
tests, am I right in saying that it genuinely could just be that the Earth is still a ball, but just even more massive than what they're
Okay,
telling us?
that is technically possible, but that would
Okay.
still negate all the other claims about rockets into space and satellites, et cetera, et cetera. Do you understand? Because everything is predicated on the size of the ball that we have been told. We've been told this is the size, and everything is built to in relation to that size that we're told. Okay, so if suddenly the Earth is massively bigger than we're told, and it would have to be massively bigger to show zero curvature anywhere, then that still negates all the stories.
I feel like you're getting a bit lost in the source, because the reason I said that was because you said this would be definitive proof that the Earth was flat, and I'm just saying, well,
No,
technically,
I did not say.
it
Listen,
it
tests of the
could be a
measurements of
lot.
the surface are proof that the Earth is flat. That's it.
No, because you were saying that you were talking about the satellites, right? You were saying that the Earth you wouldn't be able to orbit the Earth if it was flat, right?
Right.
Geostationary orbit wouldn't be possible.
Right.
And I was
You can't have an
saying,
orbit. Yes, that's correct. Things can move above it, but they cannot orbit it. That's correct.
and then you were saying, and we judge this definitively from this laser test. And I was just pointing out, like, the laser
Let's again not say laser test singular, but go on.
from these numerous laser tests, we judge this, right? And all I'm pointing out
We
is that
Okay, go ahead.
all I'm pointing out is that, like, that's not definitive either, right? That still requires corroborating evidence, because, like you just said, yes, technically it could also be a much larger globe.
Right, but you'd have to prove that still, right? And we don't have any evidence of that. So that's
That
just a claim. That's just
exactly
a
right.
claim that you're making, right? We test it, it appears flat in all of our tests.
Hold on,
Okay?
you yourself just said, like, that is technically possible.
Are you missing what I'm saying? Do you realize how large the sphere would have to be to always test as flat? It would almost have to be infinitely large. So this is a non sequitur, and I really feel like you're pulling away from the reality here. And it's silly because if the Earth was the size that if it was a sphere of the size that we always measured it flat, it completely negates all the other stories we're told still, right? It completely refutes the cosmic distance ladder. It completely refutes the size of the sun, the size of the planets, the orbits. Everything is just falls apart because it's all predicated on the size of the Earth, the assumed size of the Earth, right? So if you now want to say the Earth is like huge, and that's why we measure it flat, well, then this is a completely different conversation.
Well, I know you were saying this. You were saying I got this twisted earlier, but you're saying it's all predicated on the tests
Yes,
we
that's
do.
correct. Do you understand that, how was the distance and size of the sun determined, right?
This is awesome though. Like, this is actually awesome, because it really means if I want to either become a flat earther or definitively prove the globe, I just need to, like, laser focus, excuse the pun, on the laser thing, right? I mean,
It doesn't have to
I
be
can
lasers. I mean, I gave you an example of something that wasn't a laser test. I mean, we also have infrared and radio, right? So, pick your poison. All of it shows that the Earth is flat.
well, I'm picking the laser, right?
Okay, cool. Pick the laser.
Yeah.
So either way, you're either agreeing that the Earth is flat or you're agreeing that what we're told about the globe is wrong. So either way, you're not winning this.
If I say the laser test is true, or just in general?
If you say the Earth is measuring flat, if you agree that the Earth is measuring flat, then the Earth either is flat or it still disputes the claims about the size of the Earth that as we are told.
My assumption is that there's an error in the laser tests that are being
I
conducted.
understand. And do you understand why you make that assumption?
I do. I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's really the issue here, right? Is that
Because
you are
I'm a
so
natural
thoroughly convinced of
skeptical
this story that you can't look at the evidence objectively.
No, I'm a naturally skeptical person, so I'm going to be
But you weren't
skeptical.
skeptical of the globe.
Like I just said, I was like a flat earther little kid.
Okay,
Like,
well, I hope you do look objectively. And I'm going to give someone else a chance to talk because I am tired of listening to myself. So
Yeah, I'm
Dandelion,
gonna
are you
bow out.
still? No, she
I'm gonna bow out
she
too.
left? No, okay. I hand you over to someone else.
Nah, it's ladies' night. I'm bowing out. I'm not. Come on.
No, no,
Yeah, you're
it's been great
welcome. You're
having you,
welcome.
Doris.
Yeah, you're welcome to talk. The ladies' night is mainly for the flat Earth side. I mean, we ladies often speak to globe believing men because actually it's your side, the globe believers. You don't really have a lot of women speaking up for your globe. I find that interesting. There are a few. There's Owlish, and we've had a few over the years, but women don't tend to get that into defending the globe, as far as I can tell.
I don't even know what to say to that. You might be right.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find someone to come in here, we'd love to talk to them.
I mean, have you had anyone come in here who's got a PhD in anything?
Yeah, we have. What makes you think that people you've been talking to tonight don't have a PhD or an advanced degree?
Do you?
I asked you a question. Where have you researched our educational background?
I haven't. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
made any claim. I just asked.
Yeah, okay. So I answered you. Yes, there are often people with graduate degrees speaking in our voice channel.
Hmm.
Yeah, so your claim, I really love the way Over Fences was disputing your Earth can just be too big claim. I mean, you've got to see how that's absurd, right? Because unless you're going to say there's just vast lands beyond what's known to the world, because we know, how many thousands of miles it is from, Europe to the
That
United
would line up
States and so on.
with the whole
So
flat-
are you thinking that there's just vast lands that haven't been explored yet? Is that your claim, tourist?
that would line up with a lot of flat Earth maps that I like. My dad was a flat earther, like a lot, and those were the maps that he was on about. The giant, like the ice wall, and then the deserts beyond. So that's always been my idea of the flat Earth. Like,
So you're rebelling against your dad. Is that why you became a globe zealot?
not really. My dad's kind of a contrarian, I don't think he was really a flat earther out of any genuine like zealous for it. He doesn't even talk about it anymore. I think he's just a massive contrarian.
Yeah, well, you should talk to him about the laser test. Maybe he doesn't know because that's definitely a more modern test and interpretation. Like, for example, I mainly learned about the flat Earth through books. It wasn't until I came to Discord in 2019 that someone told me about the laser tests, and I think they'd only been started not too long before that. So that's a more recent development. People have understood that there's no curvature measured long before there were laser tests.
A dandelion, I was just going to say, I was a lecturer at university and an academic, if it helps. Not
There you
in,
go. Yeah,
not
there's a
academic,
counterexample to anyone who assumes that they
yeah.
aren't dealing with.
No way, that's sick. What were you lecturing?
Basically green natural architecture. Yeah.
Architecture.
Unfortunately, the universities are very captured, and so I didn't stay there very long. I was there about 3 years. They were pushing that kind of UN green rather than the real natural healthy green. So I eventually bowed out. Yeah. But it was good. It was good to be a lecturer for a while. I really enjoyed teaching, and the students loved me because I was a academic. I wasn't just an academic. I had actually worked in the field, so I could share interesting stories and relate to them a little bit more on their level. I think.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mum's a lecturer as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of architects actually in this server. I think One of the ones that actually streams the live stream is Flat Lloyd Wright, isn't it? He's also called Helioskeptic, or have I got them mixed up? I might have them mixed up. But...
Those are two different people. Yeah, with two different
Oh, right.
live streams. Yeah,
Are they
but
both
Flat Lloyd
architects?
Wright. Yeah, Flat Lloyd Wright is here. He is the architect who
Nice.
teaches college architecture class.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing a lot of hemp architecture, and most of my projects were hemp. And my clients were having real trouble getting mortgages, getting completion certificates, getting council approvals for natural stuff. Made it a real nightmare for them. But then I found out that my professional indemnity insurance didn't cover me for hemp designs, and so I was like, well, basically you're mandating that I make people sick, because in my opinion, the way we build, putting the water out with plastic and non-breathable walls is just criminal. It's just as bad as the medical system, frankly. But yeah, so I bowed out of that as well, so I do different now.
Yeah, they used to make sod houses in places like Iowa, places where there weren't a lot of trees, the prairie, you know. I don't know why they stopped doing that, you know, making houses in the side of the hill.
Yeah, the thing about hemp though, right, is I mean, in New Zealand we've got loads of pine, but what ends up happening in the walls in the traditional construction that they're using is that they treat it with toxic copper, and all sorts of crap to treat the timber. And so it's all off-gassing into your home and sealed up, and plastic layers and mold and all the rest of it is horrible to energy. But if you have a hempcrete wall, you can put just plain pine in it, and it will last for hundreds, if not some. There are 1,000-year-old hemp buildings surviving today, so it's just perfect, breathable, hydrophilic. And so when you're living inside a natural rendered hemp house, the whole wall is breathing, but it's as insulated as a straw bale home. So it's one of the best things you can do. You can even do it near the coast. Like, it's really flexible, and it's just a shame that it's basically outlawed in the building regs. You've got to really bend over backwards for the consent. So tricky. It's like they're mandating toxic, sealed, high-tech green buildings which have got super immense insulation and need air duct. It's like they're pushing us towards this very fake green, and it's not very healthy. It's almost the opposite.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tourist.
Yeah.
It's been pointed out to me that you said something about a flat disc. I guess I missed you saying that, but when you were learning about flat Earth when you were younger, was it some kind of disc model?
Yeah.
Yeah. So have you understood from the things that have been said here tonight that we discard that model?
No, I knew that before.
Oh, good.
Yeah, way before.
So that might be one of the reasons why. I mean, I think that's pretty common, that if someone didn't really understand the logical foundations or the mathematical proofs that conclusively demonstrate that the Earth is not a sphere, that if they just believed in it because of tradition or religion, they may come to discard it like you have,
I
because
would actually
basically it was just another myth or story that you were being told that's not accurate, that in fact that disk idea largely originated with the Flat Earth Society, which we reject. Overfences was talking about that earlier.
Do you think they're a honeypot or bad actors or just wrong?
Gosh, how did she put it? It was different than
Parody,
as
propaganda.
parody, that's how you put it. Yeah, parody. I liked the way you said it was a parody. Yeah, because they said they have Flat Earth Society has members around the globe or something. Yeah, parody is a good way to put it. I like that. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who might have sincere intentions who get caught up in that, but I'm sure they don't stay long.
Fair. Yeah. I mean, who was the architect just now?
Greenweaver
That's me.
Alex.
Yeah, me.
So, yesterday I posted this video of a laser bending over the horizon, and I was told this was a matter of perspective. This was essentially an optical illusion I was witnessing, right?
Yeah, well, can I just break in there because I hadn't seen that, but I was just going to point out. Have
Hold
you
on,
ever
I'll
seen
post.
the sun's corpuscular rays, and you look at it coming towards you, and it comes kind of fanning out towards you in perspective, getting bigger almost over your head, and then if you look the other way, you can see it going off into the distance and getting smaller again. And that's like the fact of perspective and how we're seeing things. Yeah, we're seeing things coming into our perspective grid and getting bigger and then going off again into the distance and getting smaller again,
I would
right?
really love for this to just be explained with the laser, right? Because a street light or any kind of background does not perform the same way as a laser, right? So like when you walk towards a bin, if I were to walk towards a bin would appear to get larger, right? But like even saying that is sort of a disservice because it doesn't actually appear to get larger at any point. Like my brain is I always know that it's just further away. Like I possess depth perception. So it doesn't actually appear to get larger, right? So there isn't actually an optical illusion taking place. I don't feel disorientated when I walk towards something and it gets larger, right? Like I do that naturally. Like with my eyes just naturally perceive depth because I have two of them, right? So that doesn't explain why the laser appears to bend over the horizon. Because in that case, what I would see is that the laser would change in bending, depending on where I was standing next to it, right? So I could see, if I were to stand closer or further away, I would apparently see at some point the laser reach a kind of warp point where I can kind of within a foot or 5 or 10 feet kind of like visually go between, like optically knocking the laser up into the sky or down onto the horizon. That's what this is an issue with perspective implies. It implies that at some point I can actually reach sort of boundary line, but that's not what occurs, right? Like the laser is just
But
visibly going over.
atmospheric refraction can cause all sorts of different things. Are you going to post the image? Have you posted the image?
Oh, so this isn't an image. It's really important you guys understand this is a video because like it doesn't fit into an image. But yeah, I'll post
Well,
this.
I mean, the thing is,
This is what I mean.
of
Like,
the
hold on.
hundreds of experience of observations that have been done over lakes and rivers and bays and all sorts
Can I
of
just
things,
say
that
real
sort of thing.
quick?
Of all the observations, okay, you carry on.
Sorry, it's just like this photo you're posting in the side chat is like literally like a sixth of the laser's arc that I'm demonstrating in the video. I don't have video permission, so I can't like defend myself with that, but you're laughing at a still image of what is a video, so but sorry, continue. I interrupted you.
I was just going to point out that of all those hundreds of observations that we've had that seem to appear flat, there are also some that have been done where there is a side observation taken where you can actually see the laser from point A to point B, from point C perpendicularly, almost the same distance away, and you can see that it's absolutely perfectly flat. Now, it doesn't mean to say on a day where there's some extraordinary conditions, like the water's being warmed up during the day and then there's a real cold wind come over it, maybe you'll get a weird situation on one occasion. But I'd just like to point out that you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of observations that on good days or on bad days that discredit that. So yeah, I think the refraction is, I think there's a physicist who said the most you could argue refraction occurs in order to bend light would be sort of 10 to 15% would be an absolute maximum. And the problem is many of these long distance observations are many orders of magnitude bigger. So, you know, they should have much further drop over distance than they're seeming to suggest. So I think the problem is the sheer amount of evidence. And when you look for measurements of so-called curvature, you've only got like a mockumentary and a few real diehard anti-flat earthers who've done some kind of quite disingenuous observation and filmed it and then presented it as truth. And it's usually been debunked quite quickly. I'm not able to provide the receipts, but I'm sure other people on this channel would be able to.
I'm just honestly, as an architect, oh, here we go. I got perms now. As an architect, just explain this video I'm posting of the laser. Like, it's being shot up at what it looks like, you know, roughly a 45-degree angle, and then it comes down over the horizon. It goes down into the horizon.
Have you ever seen a plane come from far away and go over your head and then go off in the other distance over the horizon? It does exactly the same thing. It does the same thing the sun does, interestingly.
The plane
Yeah?
isn't pointed up at a consistent 45-degree angle along that entire length, right? The plane actually
Well,
changes
it depends
location.
where it is in your perspective dome as to what it does in your perspective
A
dome.
laser,
But
no,
you're
hold on,
talking
a
about
laser,
your vision.
laser is,
And your vision is basically a globe in your eyes, isn't it? Yeah.
perspective isn't based on like a globe shape. Perspective is independent of that. Like, as an
Well,
architect,
your
come on,
eye is exactly a globe shape, isn't it? And it's you know,
your
receiving things, isn't it? In a spherical shape.
your
And
ocular
you're looking
field,
out
yeah.
the horizon is your limited vision, isn't it?
Can I
No,
ask a quick question before we move on?
perspective is
Just a quick question for clarification, Tourist. Can you provide evidence of the orientation of the laser?
as in what like direction it's pointing in.
Yeah, can you provide something to substantiate that?
You can look up the Meridian laser. They point it in like only one location, I think. Like, I think they're really strict with it. I'll look it up, but I think that they literally just point it at 0.
Okay,
Like,
yeah,
I think
please,
don't
yeah.
quote me on that. I think they point
Okay,
it just
yeah,
0
if you
degrees.
could just bring, I would just like to see that.
Sure, yeah. Let's look it up.
Thanks.
I mean, this doesn't change the fact that like the plane argument doesn't stand because the laser is static. The laser is still like a plane is moving, right? So the laser is simultaneously down on the ground, pointed up 45 degrees, and bending over the horizon simultaneously. Whereas a plane is only doing one or the other. A plane changes, right? Like, it changes directions, it changes speed. The laser is consistent. It's there. It is both on the ground and over the horizon simultaneously.
I saw Professor Triangle in the chat asking about architects and where do we learn the globe. And I actually can say that I did a competition entry for a mile-long building, which was I think it was a rowing and sort of general boat museum. And there was no curvature allowed for, I promise you. No.
Well, this guy's
And
claiming
so
he's an architect, so I'm wondering what if he can point to the page where they learned all about the globe when he was learning architecture. Because I know
I've never
from drawing up all my own shit and doing my own development work, there's no curve to work with.
Hold on, I've never said I was an architect. What? I was saying this other lady, she said she was an architect.
Oh, I thought you said you were. You said as an architect. Hi. So that's what I heard.
No, hold on. No, I was talking to I literally said, like, you know, can I talk to the architect lady? And then I said, so as an architect, what do you think? I never claimed to be an architect.
Oh, she thinks the earth is flat, I'm sure.
You think I'm
I
an
do
architect?
indeed.
Oh, see that? I was right.
100%. Yeah.
I mean,
And I've been a few years.
it would be really hard to design something on the surface of a ball because you can't make an angle on the surface of a ball, right, Taurus?
I was saying
No, trigonometry just doesn't really work, does it?
I was saying just like, in good faith, the arguments, because I've been pondering the arguments I got yesterday. People saying it's a perspective issue. So I was looking it up, like, okay, so what is the optical illusion that could be occurring if this was perspective? And all I was getting back in my research, so I'm happy to post, but I was actually just looking through the source that Nico gave me yesterday, the refraction source on what causes light refraction, and it's light refraction, right? Like, there's a rare case where it could be like some form of optical illusion, but it wasn't the right you know,
What
it wasn't the
Taurus, what source are you referring to?
Let me pull it up.
Okay,
The one
cool.
on
Can you post
refraction.
it? Can you post it? Yeah, can you post it in the text chat so we can take a look? All right, thanks.
Yeah, 100%. Hold on. Is dude, I cannot find the source. Where's Drace AI? I've literally got a screenshot here with the second half of the source. It's farside.ph edu Texas, right? It's on refraction. Drace AI posted this in the chat yesterday in the politics server.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
Karma?
when we were teaching.
Okay.
That's when just a second. That's when we were teaching you that about the difference between Snell's law and terrestrial refraction, and how Snell's law was not applicable in empty air. That
Do you
was a
have
citation to
do you
Snell's
have the
law, which you didn't understand. It's
do
okay,
you
it's
have the
fine.
source? Do you have the source? Because that's what we want right now.
Grace has
You seem
all the sources.
Yeah, you seem knowledgeable on it. You sound like you know what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, we have several people in here who are extremely knowledgeable about it. And after
I know.
the women bow out, some of those people can get very in depth with you about refraction as well.
So yeah, the thing is, right, is that there's a density gradient in the atmosphere. Can we agree on that?
Sure, of course we can. You
Hmm.
just, as we
Oh,
discussed before, it's beholden upon you to prove that a laser can curve down perfectly in accordance with the globe geometry due to refraction, right? I mean, we already went over this the other day, and I
I
asked
never,
you to provide evidence that a laser can refract downwards in normal atmospheric conditions, and you have not yet provided that.
so hold on. We're just starting with yes, there is a density gradient in the atmosphere. Yes, right?
Well, of course, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So what direction would that be if you were to structure it from more dense to less dense? Would that be going up or down?
Excuse me, just a second. If someone wants to take over, I need to do something really quickly.
It's dependent. It's not uniform.
Okay, hey Drace, did you post the citations in the side chat for him?
He can
The-
just Google it if he wants to. There's
Well, hold on.
1,000 different
Okay, I
EDUs
just
speaking
was
about
trying to
Snell's
figure out.
law. It's irrelevant
Okay.
to the
For
point.
you. Hold on. Over fences, you asked for them. It's not for me. Like you said, you want the sources.
Well, I asked you to post them, and you said you got them from him, so I was
Yeah.
asking him to post them, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I can post you any source from an EDU talking about Snell's law. It's irrelevant to your own argument.
yeah, the point is, Taurus, you haven't proven that lasers can do what you claim.
Hold
So
on.
I thought when you said you had citations for this, I thought you had something relating to that, but you just have the generic. You have
Please.
the same things that we have.
Which says that light will deviate towards the optically denser medium.
That's correct, which is usually above the surface of the water. Like that is usually up. But the point is, if you want to claim that light is refracting downwards in accordance with the globe geometry, you have to prove that to me. You need to show me an experiment where that is occurring in normal atmospheric conditions.
I just did with my laser video.
No, you didn't. You don't even know how the laser is angled. I mean, and that's far above your head. You're not providing apples to apples. We have hundreds of laser tests taken above bodies of water, and you want to point us to that?
Yeah,
Like,
it's my eyes. I saw it with
but
my own
you
eyes.
have no data even with this. We don't know anything about it.
I literally linked
And
to
that's
an
the best you can come up with? I mean, why aren't there hundreds of tests like this from globe believers?
I linked to the
Why
most
has all of history been waiting for tourists to take a photo, to take a video of a laser? We can't even confirm which direction it's pointing, et cetera, et cetera. We don't know the atmospheric conditions. We don't know anything. But
Can I
that's the proof we're supposed to take? I mean, come on. It is
can I ask you what, hold on.
hardly equivalent to what we have presented you with.
What do you
And
mean by what is it?
okay, well, you watched the Dr. John D videos, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so is he incredibly thorough in the information and the data he provides?
I'll ask again. What do you mean by what direction is it? What does that actually mean?
We
Like,
don't
what
know
does
anything
the
about this
direction
laser. You
mean?
took a video of the sky. That doesn't tell us anything. It is not professional. It is not precise. And I'm not accepting it as evidence of anything because it lacks a ton of information to support it.
Sure. And I'm just asking,
Okay,
why are
it
you
sucks.
asking about
Let's
the
just be
direction?
frank, tourist. It sucks, and you know it sucks. And I wish you could come up with something good.
I'm going to ask again. Like you said, we don't even know which direction it's pointing. Why is that relevant? I'm genuinely asking. Good faith.
Because we cannot trust a laser whose direction we don't even know,
Yeah.
right?
Why? Why is the direction important? I'm asking.
Because if it's
Why?
pointing up or pointing down or pointing to the side, that would obviously affect the results.
Oh wait, hold on. You mean I can tell you that? I can tell you
Okay,
what.
tourist,
I can tell you that.
listen, your example sucks, okay? Can you provide something that is done with more precision and more professionalism than a video of the sky?
Hold on. I can actually get for
Can you?
you.
Yes or
No,
no?
no,
Can you
no. I
provide?
can. I can actually make it more precise though. I can find out the exact
No,
direction
no, I
and
don't want
elevation.
I don't want a tourist laser. I want an actual laser test of Earth's surface curvature. I want it done in a professional manner.
This is crazy. You know.
I know, it
I've got a
really is
video.
crazy. It's
I
crazy
got a
that we have
video for you.
hundreds on our side and you have nothing on your side.
I got a
That's
video of
the
it.
best you have to
Thing.
offer. Do
I
you realize
literally.
how ridiculous that
got-
is?
I got you in 4K. No offense, but I literally went out and I just filmed it. And like you said, like, were we waiting for tourists to do it? I'm sorry, but kind of yeah. I did just bust it open with a fucking video I recorded at North Greenwich Pier in like 10 minutes.
Busted it open. We've got no data and we know nothing about it. Tourists
Sure, like
didn't. So
sure.
you're telling me that in all of history we've been waiting for tourists to take a video of the sky, and no other globe believer has ever been able to prove curvature until you took a video of the sky. That's what you want me to believe?
Yes. Like that's what you guys said. You
Okay.
said we don't
All right.
have
Well,
any
maybe we
video
can
of a
move on
laser
then.
coming
Is there
down.
anybody else in the room who
Well,
has
over
something to say about
fences, it
this?
would be pretty easy because he's going to go ahead and tell us where that laser comes down on the ground, and we're going to verify it
Yeah,
by
there's
somebody
not.
that lives out there
Yeah,
that
well,
it
yeah,
hits
it's
the ground.
hold up, Redwin. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the video and it sucks. So anyway,
That's the
yeah, is
thing.
there
Even
anybody else we can talk to because tourist is
what's
not
hilarious,
doing
even if
so
it
well
was,
here.
if it
Is there
was
anyone
like
else
so
has anything
elusive,
intelligent to say?
you
Because
get you're getting
because
so
this
mad.
isn't good. This
Getting
isn't
so
good,
mad that
tourist.
we're on video.
This is very disappointing.
I got it on video. This is what's so funny. Like, and
Yeah, you
by
got
the
it
way,
on
I
video.
was
Do
in
you
the.
have something professional to present? Because
This is what I mean.
you
You're like,
taking a video sucks. You
it's right.
reject something done by a PhD in optics, which is thoroughly explained with all the variables and all the data presented, and you want us to discard that and believe you.
They are not thoroughly explained. He doesn't even show a continuous laser, right? He shows like
Okay,
he
well, I
shows
can
two
present you with
separate
some more.
videos.
If you feel that way,
Yeah,
I can present you with more
I
detail.
watched this
And we've
fuck
got
ass
hundreds of
video.
these, and you have nothing.
I watched John D's fuck ass video. He literally like
Oh
stitched it
my
together.
gosh. Okay, well,
Yeah,
you guys,
he didn't show
ladies,
any continuous
hold up,
laser.
tourist. Hold up,
He didn't
tourist.
show any change in
Hold up,
elevation.
tourist. Hold
So
up.
two.
Okay. Ladies in the room, all of you. Is there anybody who wishes to engage with him any further, or should we just open this up to the men at this point?
Well, like earlier, I said in chat, the only reason he is bearable to even listen to is because you are fun to listen to. You are the
Okay,
only
well,
thing making this conversation bearable, my love.
okay. Well, I apologize that it's gone on so long. We don't have many choices right now. Dandelion? Oh, Dandelion's deafened. Anyone else? Okay. Well, Alex, do you want to talk to him,
Isn't
or should
there?
we?
Oh God, no! Isn't there any other globers with some evidence?
No, it doesn't appear so.
None.
I mean, they never
Mm.
do have any evidence, so. you know.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, well, if everyone is on board, I will conclude the ladies' portion of the evening and hand it over to the men because I know y'all are chomping at the bit and have at it. And thank y'all for being here. All right,
You did,
tourist,
ladies' night.
you are free.
Thank you
Oh,
for
good,
being
good
such a
job on.
good hostess, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
well done for
thanks.
that.
That was fun. All right, y'all
Yeah.
take care.
Thank you, Overthinkers. You're awesome. We love you.
Thanks for coming in, Alex. All right, bye.
No worries.
Also, it was really nice to hear your voice, Alex, even though your mic made it hard to do so sometimes.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm on speaker in a Bluetooth earphone. I'm not sure. Maybe not close enough to Wi-Fi. Sorry about that.
It's gotten much better. It was just earlier. I had my brother turn you up to 100 so I could hear what you were saying. Oh, 200. Sorry, 200%. You might be coming in a little low, but that might also just be us.
Yeah, we definitely need more ladies' nights. You all did a great job, all of you.
Yeah, do you guys still do speculative Sunday?
Speculation Sunday, yes.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I guess it'll be Sunday somewhere in a few hours.
7 minutes for us.
Well, Saturday for you, right? It'll be Saturday for you in 7 minutes, but
Oh
I
my
meant
god, you're
Sunday.
right. Oh shit, it
Yeah,
was Friday today? Oh, I forgot to do stuff.
yeah. So you're finishing Friday, and then it'll be.
I'm already in Saturday.
Saturday
so messed up.
afternoon. Saturday afternoon for me. Almost. Yeah, no, 8 minutes away from afternoon.
Yeah, it's about to hit midnight in Iceland. I'm tempted to offer people to do a cave game, but I'm wondering if it's too late to start one of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna need more details on that.
Guys, I'm gonna head over to the North Greenwich Observatory. I'm gonna hound them. I'm gonna see if they let me use the laser. They probably won't, but what more can I do?
Hey, tourist, let me ask you a question.
Then that laser is not going to help you because that laser is attached to the observatory and you cannot bring it down to the surface to check if there's curvature or not. You standing underneath the laser has no effect.
I would genuinely, in good faith, love the perspective thing to be explained to me because my understanding is that the type of perspective that most simulates reality is 6-point perspective because it simulates up, down, left, right, north, south, east, west, right? And 6-point perspective creates a circle, so it's based on a globe. Like when you're constructing something in 6-point perspective. No, 3-point perspective is
no, no. Sorry. 6-point perspective is fish eye lens. So that's not how you see the world. So you don't have fish eyes, do you?
No, but I mean, like when it comes to perspective, like that's what I'm
You
saying.
know,
Like
that's perspective is how you see the world. So when we draw in 6-point perspective, we're drawing fisheye lenses.
But I'm just saying that's how you simulate it, right?
Do you
so
have fish eyes?
Perspective is defined by binocular vision, right? So you can have depth perception.
The point is, do you not understand that perspective is formed by the angle of the light? So entering the sensor. So when
No,
you
hold on.
have something that's far,
Perspective is gained
stop,
by
listen
binocular
for a
vision.
second. Listen for a second. So when you have something that's close to you, the angle bottom of the thing create a bigger angular diameter. It's like bigger in your field of view because it's closer. When it goes further away, it gets smaller in your field of view. So the same applies to the ceiling or anything above you. So when it's further away from you and appears smaller, it's angled down. So the ceiling above you, you can see right above you there's a ceiling, and then you look outwards, the ceiling appears to fall down in your field of view on both sides. The ceiling is not actually coming down in a curve, it's engineered flat, but due to perspective, it appears to converge.
It doesn't curve though, first of all, and second of all, that's not what causes
Your
perspective.
video
Perspective
doesn't
is
curve
called.
either. Your laser doesn't curve at all.
Hold on.
Like
Just so
we
can
can
get this.
see if I just put a straight line over the laser, that the laser is not deviating from that straight line.
Hold on, just because I might be wrong on this, but perspective is caused by binocular vision, so you can perceive depth. So
Yeah, you're
you know.
wrong. You're
Okay,
so
so
wrong.
how so?
Things can look smaller or bigger if you just got one eye closed, dude.
Yeah, did you not know
I think
that?
you're misunderstanding depth perception. Like,
It's not depth perception that we're talking about. It's the angular reduction of an object with distance, exactly the way that Drace just described.
Yeah, try this. Close one eye, and then move your hand back and forth. Does it get bigger and smaller?
no, I understand that, but would I see a curve?
No, you
in
understand that now?
Hold on. In your example, in a long corridor, I would never at any point see the ceiling begin to curve. It would just be a completely straight line, eventually going down into what would be like the floor, basically, right? But it would stay
Wrong.
straight the time.
You're also wrong. It only appears to be a straight line because it's an asymptote. It actually curves dramatically at the end, right before it goes to the critical angle, which is where you can't resolve it anymore. Light actually, like as you're going down towards the critical angle, it's hyperbolic. So it takes off very quickly. So it does curve right at the end, but it disappears right there, so you can't actually tell.
What the fuck? Light speeds up at an angle. Is that what you're telling
No, it doesn't speed up, dude. When you look out in the world, dude, you think you're seeing in linear perspective, right? Because that's what it approximates. But it's not linear. It's not a straight line all the way to the vanishing point. It's not how it really works in reality. That's only how it works on a piece of paper. You could go to MIT OpenCourseWare right now and watch lecture after lecture, and you'll see, especially Walter Lewin, he's my favorite. He'll explain it to you. He'll show you how, as things approach the critical angle, your ability to resolve them takes off hyperbolically. It's like a linear line, and then it just takes off, and then it disappears immediately.
Look,
so it's not the case that things just go in this line indefinitely.
The photo I'm posting, the hallway, right? At no point do any of these lines bend. Nor would they, no matter how far away the end of the hallway becomes. These lines are straight. All these perspectives.
Oh, they do that.
Show me where
Dude,
they bend.
listen. Do you know what an asymptote is?
No, just
an
show me.
asymptote. No, dude. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to speak and say what I want to say, not what you want me to say.
Trace, come on. It's a whole video. It's a whole video.
Hey, bro. I didn't tell you like it was, so it's your turn to speak. I was seizing the mic so I could speak. Follow that logic? So, an asymptote, dude, is a curved line that approaches zero. So the curve is so subtle that you couldn't tell. But it approximates a straight line all the way until it gets closer to the critical angle, which is going to be where the things start to converge. So all of the curvy-worvy stuff isn't going to happen until the very end of the hallway, which is too small for you to be able to tell. So yes, to you, it's going to look straight. That's true.
And you can't point out where it curves because you can't see it.
Holy crap. Okay, dude, towards the end. Right towards the end where everything seems to be converging, that's where it's happening.
just not though, isn't it? Like, I'm looking at the photo right now.
Well, dude, let me help you out. It's very simple. So if you draw on a piece of paper, right, lines that converge at a point, right? When you put your pencil on the piece of paper, the pencil dot that you place to make your point, that takes up space, right? Like physical space. Pencil dot, it has a width to it. But a true point in space has no width, right? It's just imaginary. But let's just assume that this point is a true point, that it has no width. And if you trace the lines back to it, right, and you have the lines go all the way back to that dot, and then you call that dot the what's it called, the vanishing point, right? So like if we're drawing in perspective, that's how you do it. Now, the problem is that in order to see an infinite line regress all the way to the vanishing point, your optic would have to have a 0 degree angular resolution. No such optic exists. For example, the human eye can only resolve 0.02 degrees. So that means that anything smaller than 0.02 degrees out in the distance at the critical angle, you won't be able to tell what's going on there because there's no renderable information on your sensor.
This is just word vomit. Like,
yeah, whatever, dude. Get banned. Okay, when you apologize for your word vomit nonsense comment, then you can speak again in the forum. How about that? Okay, just because you're retarded and don't understand how words work, and you should just ask me to clarify what I mean rather than accuse me of vomiting. Okay, it's not my fault. You're too dumb to be here, bro. And I'm only treating you harshly because you wanted to mock me for this word vomit nonsense. Okay, everything I'm saying is technically correct. If you don't understand it, then just say you don't understand it. Why do you gotta be rude about it? All right, we'll give you a chance to apologize, bro. Since you're clearly here to learn and you want to actually, make progress. All right, go ahead, bro.
I am sorry. That was beyond the pale.
Yeah, like for example, I didn't accuse you of lying about what you saw with the Meridian laser, did I? Right. So we're being fair here, right?
For a moment, I confused you with the photo that Drace was posting. So I was like, I was talking to you as if you were, yeah. It was my bad.
Now you can clearly tell, maybe, I don't know if you can, that I'm losing my voice. So I'm not going to talk too much, but I'm just telling you that this is a fact. That when you draw in perspective, it's linear perspective. And that is not actually how we see. It approximates how we see, but that's not actually the reality. Because in reality, there's physics, right? Light actually takes up space. There's resolving angles. There's all kinds of things going on in the optic. There's things going on at critical angles. For example, there's near field diffraction, far field diffraction, which also alters how you see. There's all kinds of physical realities that have to be taken into account that you don't have to take into account on a piece of paper or even in a video game engine. So yeah, we see in a different way, but that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
No, fair enough. I agree. We do see in a different way to the way that we would construct perspective on a piece of paper. Yeah, I think we're getting quagmired in that, to be honest. Yeah, Drace, when you're saying, I'm reading this out for the people who aren't reading the chat, you're saying, did I lie? I simply put a straight line over the line that was supposed to be curved. And it's like, yeah, dude, I wouldn't tell you that this still image right here is a curved line, would I? But if you watch the video, like the arc extends across the entire sky and then goes into the horizon. And it's like genuinely...
No, sorry. No, bro. It's a straight line, and whenever you stop the video and you draw this on it, it's always a straight line, and then it disappears. You don't see any curve.
Yeah, but the curve is from the fact that it's pointed up at a 45-degree angle, and then it is going down into the horizon.
Whoa. What do you mean 45-degree angle? what I read is the meridian laser tracks 0 degrees longitude.
No, it moves up and down. I swear to God, like they actually pointed it all the way up.
Okay.
Before I started filming this, and I was so pissed off.
Right,
So
but
I was
it said, okay, you could be right that that night they were changing its orientation, but what I read is it just is tracking
yeah, me
either a
too.
longitude or a latitude line.
Me too. I was genuinely. You're so right to bring that up, and this sounds like cap, but like I swear to God, they pointed it all the way up, and then it went like further back, you know, and I didn't even know they could do that with
Well,
it.
let me ask you this question: how did you know they were pointing it up?
From my perspective, it looked like they were pointing it directly up. You know, I wouldn't know that it's directly up, but
Right, so that's the piece that, right. So like earlier you were challenged on that that's the piece of information you need, right? Because for example, let's just say for sake of argument, you went out, looked in the direction of the laser, and it looked to you like it was pointing up. What if the laser was being redirected? So in other words, the laser was pointing horizontally, the physical
well,
structure
yeah,
where the laser comes out of,
I'm
and then the
saying it's
beam was
pointing.
going diverted up, right? So that's why you need all the information, brother.
Hold on, I am saying it was pointed like horizontally. I'm just saying it was at an upward incline.
What?
Like in the
what?
The
Holy
literal
crap,
photo.
dude! Let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out, bro. So
The
I'm
literal
on the
photo
side of the
that's raised
street.
close.
Yeah, I know, dude. Dude, if you're saying the laser's pointed horizontal, but the beam looks like it's going upwards, then all you're just describing is perspective. It's just like the power lines across the street from me. They're horizontal, but when I look down the road, they're going down.
No, all I'm trying to say is I physically watched this laser. Like they had it directly up, and then they bent it downwards. And not bent. I mean they literally positioned the laser at a lower angle, right? Like they moved the laser down, and it was like the laser was shaking back and forth. You could tell like the machine was genuinely moving it down. So I don't know where the confusion is, but like, can we just agree it's pointing up at a sort of diagonal angle? Like,
Here's what I know, brother. I'm looking down one end of the street, and the power lines are pointing up, and they rise, and then they level out, and then I turn the other way, and they go down again. So I'm not sure. Are they curving? Are they going over a curve?
I mean, like with that, you could just live on like a hill. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where you live, bro. You could
So you
genuinely
need
live.
more, right. So you need more
Yeah.
information.
Well, you just can't
So
use
listen,
street.
bro, listen, brother, you're onto something here. You should pursue it, but you should get all the details. All right, keep working on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is what I said, and you're totally right. I'm gonna go further with this. I'm not just gonna stop here. I'm gonna.
Is this live? Let me know when it's okay to speak.
Go for it, brother. $6 degrees. Go for it, homie.
Yeah, is there anyone here against it before I do? because you all know what I want to say.
How can we know what we're against if we don't know what you're saying yet?
The Earth is completely horizontal, not flat. I don't know, and there's more lands past Antarctica. But I didn't know if that's what this group wants, or if this group is against that, or where to go.
Well, that's interesting. But do you have any evidence for lands past Antarctica?
I like the other side. Do you have any evidence that it's round? Because every single evidence is CGI.
No, that doesn't even matter, dude. See, flat and more lands past Antarctica are not mutually inclusive. So if I say, do you have evidence for lands past Antarctica, that's not a question about whether the Earth is flat or not.
So I've done it for 22 years now with green laser testing and a couple other things of looking up the systematic programming. And the other side of round Earth doesn't have evidence either.
Dude? I know. Listen, I understand your position, but you don't seem to be tracking what I'm saying. You just said there's lands past Antarctica. Okay, let's say that's true, but do you have evidence for it?
There was an older movie. His last name began with a B. Sorry, it was. They went through the gap, and they've been sitting there. If you look at Google Maps and zoom in on Antarctica, you can see the tents and all that. A plane can't go south. I mean, you're asking for evidence. A plane has never gone latitude. Never.
Okay, that's
Completely
fair.
latitude
Fair enough.
on the Earth.
But all I'm
Sorry.
hearing is you don't have the evidence.
Well, I do, but it's in my head, and I know what you want, and I don't. It's the same on the other
No,
side.
listen, brother. A line of reasoning that carries the conclusion of a necessity is evidence. You understand? So if you have a good line of reasoning that concludes with the conclusion there's more land, necessarily, that you could offer that.
So I have several. One, the wet tennis ball spun in the air by our hand, just really fast, spits out on all verticals.
Holy crap,
If
brother.
No, wait. There's more. There's more. If anyone can make the Earth
Right.
in a
Go ahead.
platform and redo it, just make the Earth spin as fast as it does. Do it. Recreate it. And
I know,
number
brother.
three, I
I
live
guess,
in Arizona. The final one is I live in Arizona.
brother.
I can measure how far I've seen and the curvature
Right.
map.
Okay, that's great, but you just keep talking about reasons why the Earth is flat, not reasons why there's more land past Antarctica. So I'm confused. Like, are you trying to bait me or something?
Give me no. I just think that that's just my mind, and that's where like.
Okay, so your idea is that the Earth is bigger than we've been told, and that means that it's reasonable to assume there could be more land past the Antarctic perimeter. Now that is reasonable, and I won't disagree that it's reasonable. But that's a much different saying that there is land past the Antarctic perimeter and you know it. Like those are two different things, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, see around here we don't let claims fly. If you don't have evidence for your claims, then it's no longer a claim you should support, right?
Well, the boat tour of that man I described, I'll look it up. I'm sorry, I forget. He went through the hole in the ice wall, and I think the map at the UN Center, it's on the wall. It's on the UN Center, has a hole in it. And forget digital and AI. I agree. You got to prove it, right? So I don't know if there's
Yeah, like I said,
certain
those
things where
aren't bad reasons, necessarily. They're just not rising to the the
the
evidence
Bible.
of supporting your claim.
I haven't said the Bible because religion's really hard here, but that's the number one for me. It says it in the Bible like 220 times, and
What, that there's
I don't
more
want to
land
use that.
past Antarctica?
Not that specifically, sir, but that the Earth is
That is,
flat.
are you sure about that? Let me ask this question. Because I know of this list. Did you actually read every one of the verses?
3 times actually.
Right. So,
And
so your claim is that every one of those verses say the Earth is flat?
not that wording. I agree what you're saying. However, it indicates that If anyone has gone to Kansas and looked at 360, the line is flat. If you've ever looked over an ocean, there's no curve. I mean, the Bible says things just like that, but you're saying I can't say that without facts. So where is the Bible fact?
I don't know. How about this? How about get me one of the verses and let's vet it right here on the spot? How about that?
There's 200. Genesis is the number one, but
We
water.
only need one, bro. We just need one.
It's easy. You put water in a cup. You put water in a baking pan. You put water in a pot.
Right, but that's not a Bible
In a
verse.
bath.
See, here's the problem, brother.
Yeah,
Brother, I
God
understand
created land
that
and
you're
God
arguing.
created water. Water's flat.
Okay. Okay, but see, friend, I'm trying to help you out, bro. Because see, my other friends here, they'd love to tear you piece by piece for making your specious claims without proper reasoning, even if you are a flat earther. That's irrelevant. Okay. But what I'm trying to help you is to make your claims with actual reasoned evidence. So, for example, if you say the Bible says so and so, and there's 200 verses, and somebody asks you, well, let's look at one verse. Responding with water in a cup is not the answer to the question. You're correct that water in a cup is flat. Don't get me wrong, but you're actually incorrect because water in a cup could actually have a meniscus and therefore it could be curved. Water at
Yeah,
greater size than a cup starts to
I
flatten
mean,
out.
you
That's
can
true.
Google image the Bible. There's 200 verses on an image will come up right away. I mean,
I could do that. I know I could do that, but it's your claim, and I want you to field your claim on your own, not
I
me to
already
do it
did
for you.
that, and you didn't like what I said, so I don't know what to
No,
say.
no, but see, the problem is, brother, that so far you haven't actually reasoned any of your points to a conclusion. And don't get me wrong, I do agree with a lot of your points separately, but they're not like a cohesive package towards a conclusion. So, for example, dude, I just asked you for one verse. Like, let me think. Let me think of a verse. So in Revelation, there's a verse that says, "And the armies came up onto the flat earth." There you go. See, there's a verse.
No, Genesis 1. It's Genesis. I told you Genesis, and it wasn't enough.
Okay,
You
quote
wanted
me
the
a
verse.
verse. No, I want a verse. I don't need
Genesis
the actual
chapter
verse.
1, the whole
In the
chapter.
beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's Genesis 1.
6 to 8. 6 to 8. 1, 6 to 8. Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, but why is it so hard for you to just tell me what it is, dude? What if I don't know the Bible? What if I'm
If
a
you
Muslim that
shouldn't
never
do a
studied the
live
Bible?
stream, because like
I
I wanted to
shouldn't do a
say,
live stream. I shouldn't do a live stream about flat Earth if I don't know the Bible, dude. You're not being very logical, brother.
I'm saying dude and against me right away. I think I want you to have. I want to be here so that you have more of both sides and you get money or whatever. Actually,
Hey,
I want
listen,
to talk
friend,
about.
your
No, I
presence
want to
here,
talk
your
about it on
presence here
both
is
sides.
definitely not doing me any favors. Okay, I'm doing you a favor by not banning you because normally when people don't back up their claims around here, they get smacked around. But we're
I
being
think you're
lenient with
waiting
you
for the
because
right
we know you're
time to
trying.
ban
We know
me.
you're trying, bro. We know you're trying, so we want to help. So for the
I'm
love
not
of God,
trying at
can
all.
you back up any of your claims that you've made? Please.
Yes, yes, I'm a
All right, do
human
it.
being. I'm a human being, and I can look straight ahead and see. And I don't know if you
Therefore,
can. All you do is look online.
holy crap, dude. Brother, did you come from TikTok?
No, I came from God.
Can you quote a
Hey,
Bible verse that
that's a good
backs up your
answer,
claim,
though.
please? Sorry, AI, this
Yes.
is becoming
Yeah,
frustrating.
see, Jedi. See, Jedi doesn't know the Bible, and he's asking you who said he does know the Bible. And now you have to tell him, hey, this is the verse, brother.
Jedi. I like Saudi actually. I love them, and they have a black box. Do you think that black box is straight or round?
I want to know where in the Bible it says that the earth is flat. Is there a chapter or verse that I can look at, please? What does it
There's
say?
no Bible verse that says the earth is flat. Is what you want to hear,
I heard
and
you
that is
talking about
correct.
200 Bible verses earlier.
They assume. They
I
help
assume.
the mind figure that God created human to have a spirit and a soul and a body, and He trusted everyone to have
Okay.
that figuration. So it says it nowhere.
Okay,
Where
so
in
the
the
Bible says it
Muslim book does
nowhere,
it
and it
say
would
the
be up to
black
me to
box
go
is
and measure
God?
the reality of the earth. Because
But
now
I
you're
couldn't
telling
ask
me it
a
doesn't matter
question.
what the
You
book
interrupted
says.
me. What?
Now you're telling me that it doesn't really matter what the book says because the book doesn't say it's flat.
That is not what I said.
Okay, then. Can I trust a book? Wait, you're trying to tell me that I need to piece things together somehow?
I don't know if you can. Do you trust a dictionary? Do you trust every encyclopedia? Do you trust the internet?
Can you at least
That's
give me
a
one
book.
verse in the Bible that backs up
You're
something that
asking
you've
me,
said?
though. I'm answering your
Yeah,
question.
yeah, you're the one who's claimed it. I'm asking you to back
No,
up
I
your
didn't
claim so I can
claim
learn.
anything. I said my opinion to you to help you talk about a discussion, to gain more followers and have a discussion.
Sorry,
It
you think
talks.
you're benefiting us? You're confusing the hell out of me.
I'm so sorry. I'm confusing the hell out of you.
Could you try not to?
Yeah, no
I've
problem.
asked you to help me, please, sir. And you seem to be attacking me because I want help. In the Bible, give me a chapter or verse where it backs up something that you say.
I already said Genesis
Okay, and it says?
chapter 1, verses 6 through 8. You asked for just that chapter.
Yeah, okay, and it says?
God made the expanse or the firmament. The Hebrew
Okay,
word is rakia. I don't know how to say it. Rakia. What do
okay.
you explain that to be?
Apparently that's a beaten out structure in the sky that separates the waters from
Hmm.
the waters. So a sphere, like a
God
bubble.
made a firmament is all I
Like a
said.
bubble. Separating waters from waters like a bubble, a sphere.
Maybe.
Okay.
That's all I said. You asked what did I say? So that's what
Okay,
I
so
said.
how are you getting to the conclusion that the Earth is what you say from this?
That's from 30 years of scientific proof of a green light laser over the distance of the mathematical equation of a sphere Earth. But I
Oh,
can't
do you
say
mean
that over
measuring with a
here
laser?
because you want.
There was a lot of word
Yeah,
salad in there. Did you mean measuring with a laser transit?
I meant a laser can go so far, like Chicago. You can look it up online. You want to know my experiments? I did it in Arizona, and that's all. I'm just sharing to help everyone, but you're like
No, that's
yelling at
fine.
me
You've
for
actually helped me.
figuring that
You've
out.
helped me reach a point. You've helped me understand that although you have belief in what the Bible says, you actually went out to the earth and measured it yourself, right?
Although you don't believe in the Bible, you're still
So,
making me sound
sorry,
wrong no matter what I
no,
say.
I haven't said that I don't believe in the Bible. I've actually quoted some of it back to you, Kieran, what it is, for example, right? I haven't
I
made any
never said I
claims.
believe in the
I've
Bible
actually, why are
either.
you interrupting me? You seem very defensive. Do you keep getting attacked and think everybody's attacking you? No, I'm actually on your side. If you'd listened to what I said that you read the Bible, you had a belief in the Bible, but you went out and measured the earth with your green lasers, and you measured the earth to be flat, confirming what you think the Bible says, right?
Slightly correct. I do not confirm what the Bible says based on that.
Or on the
What the
direct
Bible
measurement of the
says.
surface of the earth.
Every water does not bend. I know it's flat based on my own personal opinion. Now, the Bible
Opinion?
says so many things
Opinion?
that agree with my opinion.
Opinion? You think
Yeah,
this is
I've done
subjective,
scientific.
water being
So
horizontal on the surface?
that was to answer your question. I've done
Sorry, you think
scientific.
it's subjective, water
Hmm.
being horizontal on the surface now?
Have you
After
had
you've
a
measured it
bathtub
to be
curve?
so, you seem
Have
to think
you
it's
had your
your
bathtub
opinion.
curve?
Dude, this is why I'm confused. You seem to be using words badly in a sentence. It's your
No.
opinion now, subjective, after you measure empirically the surface of the earth to be flat. You understand why I and others would be confused at your statements?
It's not my opinion. Has your bathtub
It's
ever
not
not
your
been
opinion
flat?
now. You just
Has
said
a
it
lake ever
fucking
not been
was.
flat? Has the ocean ever not been flat? You're interrupting me now.
Excuse me, I
It's
can't deal
not
with
my
this idiot.
opinion.
Are we going to put up with this? I'm not.
You gonna look on a screen or outside?
Dude, I know the earth is flat because it's measured that way. You just point it out with little green lasers. You need to listen better.
I'm listening. I'm getting interrupted like I'm wrong, and we both agree on the
Yeah,
same
I know
thing.
it's defensive. I was
Jedi, what are
actually
you on
agreeing
about?
with you.
What are you on about, Jedi? You guys use laser tests all the time. Like, it's all we
Oh my
talk about.
god, now I got somebody else who doesn't understand the English fucking language. Shh.
Ça va?
That's how you stop a conversation.
The old shh technique.
I think you bulldozed him a little bit, bro.
Excuse me, do you think it's appropriate for me to carry on listening to that bullshit, agreeing with him? He literally said the Bible, agree with it, don't agree with it, convolution of fucking terms, but spoke to a laser measuring the water to be flat. Okay. So I still manned his position and he attacked me. Weird.
Nah, I sensed he had a pure soul.
Dude, please don't try to trigger me. It's weird behaviour, dude.
Hey, Grace. Are you still here?
Yes, my friend.
Yeah, did you see my message about the new character for the Father Balls podcast?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. He doesn't rise to the level of me trying to make anything out of that.
Some things are so remarkable in life that they deserve mentioning, but some things are so unremarkable in life that they deserve mentioning.
Yeah, I guess you could take like the archetype of his character and create a character for the AI podcast. That will work. But I would just find some annoying voice for him. Don't care about his voice. It's not related to that
Right?
guy
No, exactly.
direct.
No. You got it. No, that's the spirit of it.